Excellent. Amazing. Amazing. I am such a good streamer. Hold on a second while I put my mic in you know, the actual correct spot. Okay, so... Okay, interesting discussion we have here. I didn't mean to broadcast this live. My bad. Okay, we're doing negotiations, good faith negotiations. It's awkward that I totally forgot that this was supposed to be that I wasn't supposed to click on this while it was being broadcasted by OBS, but it's fine. There aren't really many personal personal details here that are really like that relevant, so it's probably fine. Anyway, we're back with AUL. We're going to be streaming, oh god, probably for quite a few hours this time. Okay, well, I'm going to click back on the, is this, let's check our Discord settings. Input device should be set to that. The headphones, I want to have, okay, 200 is not loud enough for A. Sorry, that's too loud for A, I mean. I gotta take down the user volume by a long shot. Okay. It's gonna be a huge concern. Anyway, now we're back on AUL. We're back on AUL. Welcome to Among Us lore, guys. If you haven't seen the previous streams, you should just do that, I think. You know, it would just be like a good idea. Now I'm just gonna check and see what message we left off of the last one. What was that? Yo. Hold on a second. May you speak into the... Can you speak real quick? I need to, you know, test.
Hello, everybody. My name is Markiplier, and welcome back to Five Nights at Freddy's.
You are, like, obscenely loud. Hold on. Let me turn down your volume. Can you try that again?
All right. Hello, everybody. My name is Markiplier, and welcome back to Five Nights at
Freddy's. Okay. 75% is probably fine. Say that again.
Hello, everybody. My name is Markiplier.
This is true. Actually, we got Markiplier in the stream with us.
Yeah.
That is actually canon. Anyway, let me go to the exact moment we ended off the last stream. Ohio monitor Ohio 2.
Yeah, can you send the message link?
Yes, I can.
Good.
Let's see. Copy message link. Go to AUL Read Aloud group. There.
Thanks.
Okay. I should probably.
We've already gotten to the woke mob in Wesley.
Yes, we have. We have
Yeah,
gotten to the
sure.
woke
Okay.
mob.
This feels like forever ago. Holy fuck.
It is.
Jesus.
It's over a year ago now.
Yeah, that's insane.
That is
Actually.
not. That is bonkers. It feels like it should be 2021 in my head. It doesn't feel like much time has passed. Like the last few years specifically have just blended together in my mind.
Yeah, that sounds about right, Beta. I mean, yeah.
What I think is absolutely mad. What I think is like the craziest thing here is the fact that
Yes.
it's the fact that oh my god, it'll be the 4th anniversary of AUL in like I think October of this year.
Oh
At Halloween.
fuck. Oh fucking Christ.
I mean, late this year, it'll be like fucking 5 years since we first met on the Surreal Memes wiki.
Oh, did we miss the Jonathan Crisis anniversary again? God damn it.
I think we did.
Shit. Fuck.
What were we supposed to do on the Jonathan Crisis anniversary? I keep
I
forgetting.
know, acknowledge it.
Oh, well, I mean, it doesn't really matter that much. I mean, the 5th anniversary.
I know, I just
The
think it's
5th
fucking
anniversary is gonna
consistently
be.
missed it.
True. Imagine I forget to publish my book on February 6, 2025.
Yeah.
I can't get it right on the date. And then I'm like, okay, well, it still has to be on the anniversary, so I'll push it to February 6, 2026, guys.
Oh god.
Sorry. There's no other way. I'm gonna start using Discord on my phone to chat with to chat in the GC because clicking on the GC actually shows it on stream because I'm streaming Discord directly.
Right. Hey, Poseidon. Yo,
Yeah, what's up?
I'm actually writing a story for Plasma Temple.
Oh, that's cool. What are we so what are we what sort of story are we talking about here?
Well, basically, I'm not sure how much of this you know, so I'm just gonna explain everything if you don't, right? So basically, there's this faction in the Plasma Temple cinematic universe known as the
Plasma Temple
Honorborn.
Cinematic Universe. The PTCU.
Yeah. Yeah. From what I understand,
Should I
it
just
works
go on?
hand in
Hold on, I'm gonna
with
go.
Phantom maintain the temple, and
I just showed the
basically, like,
fucking Javier Milei pic that I accidentally inserted
yeah.
into my essay on stream.
wait, remind me, is Javier Milei the president of Argentina?
Argentina,
or whatever?
yes. Argentina.
I-
He's
When I had first
he's
I saw
fucking
that
like out of his
office.
mind, just completely bonkers.
when I saw that picture of him in office, I thought that kind of looks like Cave Johnson.
I mean, his policies are probably like about the same. Like
Yeah,
he's like
right?
basically like super ANCAP. Like I think he wants to
libertarian.
sell off the currency to the US or something. He wants to like basically make the US dollar, their dollar, basically sell the economy to America. He wants to like make organ trading legal or some shit. I have no fucking idea. He's out of his mind. Like
Isn't he a libertarian or something?
yeah, that's what ANCAPs. That's what ANCAPs are. I mean, they have libertarian ideas. So, yeah. I guess you could kind of say he is one. Like a certain flavor of
Dude, tell me
libertarian
this-
anyway.
Tell me this doesn't at least resemble Cave Johnson, you know?
No, he is Cave Johnson. Like okay, let me look at what you're
Cave
saying.
Johnson IRL.
He literally
Right?
looks. Yeah, he looks and he he looks like Cave Johnson, and he is Cave Johnson. Like
Right.
he feels like Cave Johnson in real life.
He is Johnson.
Like it's true. He actually, I think he is actually Cave Johnson in real life. Like the dude is
They actually got
so
help.
like
So oh
yeah,
god, they got
like his
to break
policies are
Johnson into flesh.
absolutely fucking bonkers, just completely out of this world.
Didn't poverty shoot way up like immediately
I think so. I haven't seen like actual stats about that. I think I heard that
from
happened.
what I vaguely remember.
Dude, it's like fucking Galloway with Scotland. Like it's actually fucking Galloway with Scotland. Like unironically.
Fuck.
Like the only reason I think people like Javier Milei is basically Argentina's been in an economic recession for a while now, and he like promised to like shake up the system. Even though the shaking up involves completely fucking brutalizing it. Like, but
Yeah.
I feel like he's kind of like a Trump
Well,
figure. He's basically like the Argentine version of Trump, where like, you know, Trump came in, he was like, "Oh, I'm gonna fix your shitty system," and like, there's gonna be a lot of changes around here. So it didn't matter like how obviously bad his policies were. People just wanted something that wasn't like the boring norm. So now we have
right.
this fucking chuckle fuck in charge of
Now we now we
Argentina.
have Cave Johnson. Now we have Cave Johnson too.
We literally have Cave Johnson too, or like Proto Galloway. He's gonna hire like some fucking like dude. I want Javier Milei to like hire his own version of Rathfoot. Like I want that to happen in real life. And you know, people are gonna people are gonna start understanding what we're talking about later on. I think Galloway actually has appeared in the last stream. I don't quite remember. I think Galloway has appeared, but he's only the Sovereign Lads manager so far. He's not actually the Scottish leader, which is kind of a spoiler for what happens later, but I won't go into that.
Right.
He's the manager of the Sovereign Lads band, which like Carcass Fucker used to collab with.
Wait, are we live right now?
Yes,
or...
we're live.
Oh shit.
I have been saying
It's just coffee or me like
I've been saying that.
I didn't hear. I didn't hear.
It doesn't really matter that much. I don't really care. I'm kind of waiting on actually, we don't really have to wait on Lobato. We can just start and then have him show up later.
We could.
But you can also tell me more about this plasma temple thing that you were just talking about a moment ago.
Yeah. So, sorry, I didn't know we were live. Anyway, the honor board.
Are you fine with saying that live, actually? Because I can just, like, pause the stream.
It's. I mean, it's not like anyone. It's not like anyone's in the audience really knows what PT is. So I
That's
think
true. That's
it's
fair.
probably.
Fair enough. Yeah.
The honor. Basically, just this empire, where this totalitarian kind of empire, where like likes to subjugate like people and shit. And
Classic.
it notably does not control Earth, though. That's under the control of a different faction, the New Age Police Department, or the NAPD.
What? The NAPD? It's just the police department controls the entire world.
I guess so, yeah.
That is a true dystopia.
Yeah, well, yes. But anyway, in the story I'm writing, basically they're spying on Earth because they want to help out with like espionage and shit, right?
Right. Yeah, I'm getting that.
Like you were present for Instigator. Like
I was present for Instigator because that's how DRN got
the bombs
involved.
he used to alter the environment. Those ones.
Kind of. Like I vaguely remember he posted like pictures of missiles and shit.
And then like the channel names would get corrupted. That's what was happening.
I do remember that. Yep.
basically those bombs invoke the. I don't know if you noticed it yet, but like the differently colored hells. They
Oh,
basically
okay. For some reason, the thing I always remember from that era is when Instigator hit me with the symbol, and I didn't know it was supposed to be
and then you
important, so I
just said
just went,
no.
nah, nah, no thanks, I can't, I'm not dealing with that right now. And I canonically
That
avoided the
was such a
symbol.
that was such a fucking power move too. It's
It's funny because I didn't know, like, it was supposed to be a big deal, so I ended up accidentally, like, power moving against, Instigator. That's
you're
definitely the
accidentally
best.
iconic.
That is definitely like the funniest thing I've done on PT so far.
Absolutely,
And I
absolutely.
didn't even do it consciously, and it was like one of the first things I ever did. It was like the day Diarin came onto the server or something. I
Yeah, but anyway, the bombs invoke the differently colored hells, which are basically just environments where like in states of existence where the environment is like heavily modified to fit a certain archetype. Right? So basically, they're in the story. They're fucking around with those bombs until one of them accidentally goes off in the protagonist's face, and now they're kind of fucked.
does that like kill them or just like grossly
No,
disfigure?
no. The funny part is that it doesn't kill them.
How?
It's a like all it's meant to do is invoke that environmental archetype upon everything and everyone.
That's a classic.
Yeah, so he kind of gets fucked by the end.
Oh. It- oh damn. Yeah, I guess like, play stupid games, win stupid prizes.
Yeah,
It's oh wow. I
I'll be
mean,
right back. I'm gonna get a drink.
that's yeah. I'm getting snacks as well. I'm probably going to need to take like multiple breaks to refill my water. Like like we might be streaming for like several hours. Like this might be the longest one yet. I don't I can't stress enough just how insane this arc gets. Like this specific arc. It's
Wild, let me tell you that.
like I know that doesn't sound really like meaningful coming from, the story that's already involved some really insane shit, but like this gets crazy because like there are like full on story arcs that happen and it's still like as goofy as before. Cuz like story arcs don't really happen in an early AUL except for like I don't know, like at the very beginning with like the Bath Salts Empire. That's like the
And the
one arc
tumor
that
and
happens.
Gregory's.
The Tumors and the Gregories, they're kind of arcs, but like they kind of just splinter off into like random bullshit happening in the background. They don't really have like a clear conclusion or anything. In fact, the Tumors and the Gregories
This
are
is where the
still.
arcs come in.
I'm pretty sure they're still around, and they just haven't done anything.
They never went anywhere.
Yeah, but like
Like here,
Frozen Earth,
where we
starting in
get some
Frozen
arcs.
Earth, there's actual like there are actual like linear arcs. There are still like
You're about
tangents,
to
but
see
like there's actual like storylines going on.
you're about to see a lot of bullshit.
Yeah, but it's ordered bullshit. That's kind of the difference between early AUL and later AUL.
Right, right.
Hearing that you're like writing a story for Plasma Temple, it kind of makes me think like there is a lot of like short story potential in like the JC universe. Like in between the big book releases, we could have like some short stories that get made and stuff.
Right, right.
Like I was also thinking, and the audience is not going to understand what I'm talking about at all. Um, it might be possible to like put All in a Day's Work in the same like setting as the JC, um, because of like the aspect of the Gaian Federation that has been like added in. That well, no one knows what that means either, but it is at least in the synopsis for the book that I in the premise for the book that I came up with. So, I guess some people might know what that means vaguely. I was thinking like they have
But
a
yeah,
colony somewhere, and that's where like the city is.
there is totally potential for like short stories in our universe too.
Yeah, I was absolutely thinking so. Um, okay, I'm not gonna click on that DM without knowing what it is you actually sent.
And
Oh, breathing
it's my
cobalt.
story.
Okay, am I allowed to say its name on stream?
Yeah, yes, what? Yeah, who cares?
I don't know why I asked that question after already doing it. Okay, I'm kind of willing. I'm kind of waiting for Lobato to show back up, but I feel like okay. Well, I told him, and we can probably hold it off a little bit longer. I mean, if we're gonna be here for like so many hours, does it really matter? Hello, Dino XTV. Among Us lore, let's go. We have 3 whole concurrent viewers.
Damn.
Okay, so to everyone who's watching right now, to the, yeah, to the 3 people watching right now, I should let you know that we are waiting on Lobato to show up. For now, we might start if he doesn't show up soon. But like for now, we're waiting for him. So we're not like gonna get to reading right away. We're just talking about some other stuff on the side.
Right. I'm sorry, I still can't get over how he looks like Cave Johnson.
I know, yeah. Yeah, he does look like Cave Johnson, and he acts like Cave Johnson.
Who's to say he isn't Cave Johnson?
True. J.K. Simmons should dub his voice into English whenever he releases like presidential speeches. Like they should really commit to it. Like he's basically Cave Johnson IRL. Hire J.K. Simmons to translate his speeches.
That would be so fucking funny.
Honestly, my respect for him would like shoot up if he actually did that, because it would be such a power move.
It
would still be pretty low because like I disagree with him on every level, but like yeah, it would be a bit higher than before. Dino asks, "Is this a fan-made lore fiction?" Okay, so it's a bit difficult to explain. In 2020, the channel Game Tunes, which is basically like a content farm that like makes cartoons about video games and shit, they started making Among Us like themed episodes of like they made like a show called Among Us Logic, which had like comedic Among Us sort of premises translated into animation. And I thought that show was fucking hilarious for some reason back in 2020. I'm sure if I watched it now, it would be embarrassing. But I don't know. Maybe there are. I do remember there being some good gags. So basically, how this started, Among Us lore, is because I was so deep into that show back then. I got together with some of my friends on a Discord server where we were also like playing Among Us and shit. I got together with those friends, and we just started coming up with like random nonsense premises for future episodes. And then it ended up turning into like a huge overarching storyline that we came up with, and it became like its own thing. And then
Evolved.
it just evolved so far beyond what it was originally. Like the original episode
Yeah.
premises we put down were like player gets trained by Technoblade to win a game of Among Us. And yeah, and now like the most recent thing we did for this roleplay, which was like a couple hours before the stream even started, we've been we've been listing out events of an equivalent version of World War One that takes place in hell, with all of the countries being full of demons. And that's where we've been. That is where we've gone to from a player gets trained by Technoblade to win a game of Among Us.
And we have not circled back to the players at any capacity.
That's not exactly true. We do have them, like, we have the Among Us characters doing some things now. They're not, like, main characters, though.
Not.
There was a long stretch of time where they were just chilling in space, and then another long stretch of time where they were just stuck in Brazil, until I remembered that they were supposed to have plot relevance.
Shafted in their own story.
I sense Has-Been Hotel inspiration. It's not Has-Been Hotel, actually. Like, surprisingly.
It's not Has-Been Hotel.
Because I haven't seen Has-Been Hotel. A funny story.
Trust me, there's a lot more bullshit going on outside of hell.
True. I haven't seen Has-Been, so I wouldn't be, like, influenced by it.
Me neither.
I have seen Hell of a Boss. Lobato has seen both, so I don't know, maybe he put in some Hell of a Boss has been inspiration, but I wouldn't know. Like, I know I didn't take any inspiration from it. I mostly took inspiration from, like, I don't know, like, biblical hell. Well, not biblical hell, because this is unrecognizable from hell in any version of the Bible, I'm sure. Or, like, any interpretation.
He also took inspiration from Demon Slayer.
That is true. Yeah, a little bit of inspiration from Demon Slayer, but, like, only for, like, a small aspect.
Right.
Also, it would be a bit, like, dishonest to say I took inspiration from Demon Slayer, because I wholesale, like, included characters from the show, or at least one. Like, that's a bit more than taking inspiration.
Also, yeah.
Yeah, I took inspiration from Demon Slayer in the same way that Pal World took inspiration from Pokemon.
Yeah, that sounds about right, to be honest.
Except I didn't pretend it was anything else. The legally distinct Kuzan Mizutbuchi.
Oh my god.
It's just like his model is color swapped and then scaled to like some other size. It's legally distinct.
Gods.
And I got fucking like sued by the estate of Michael Jackson because Muzan is already basically Michael Jackson.
That would be so fucking funny.
It would be so funny. It would completely destroy my entire family's way of life. We would just lose all of our money. We would probably go into debt, into poverty. But you know what? It would be really funny.
It would be funny.
So, you know, kind of a mixed bag.
Yeah.
Do you have any other questions? Because I love talking about this. It's really funny. Like, it's always on my mind. I will gladly answer any question you have. As long as I do have the answer to it. What?
What do you think of Among Us Javier Milei?
I'm sorry. Wait. Hold on a second.
Yeah.
Okay, give me a second while I put this apple core away. And I'm gonna look at it. I'm mentally preparing myself. Is this gonna be the stream thumbnail?
If you want it to be.
I just basically reused the same stream thumbnail from last stream and just replaced the 4 with a 5.
I tried to give him new ones to work with then, because like that's like visually more interesting.
Yeah, I think so. You're right. The first two thumbnails are literally just the Among Drip image.
And then
And
I
then the
decided
third
to make
one is
my
the
own
Friday Night Funkin' parody.
with Alex Y2K.
It's true. You can't really tell it's him, but it's still really funny looking.
Yeah, yeah. See.
Among Us. Okay. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna change the thumbnail actually because this is it is
Yeah.
this is too good not to do. Live. Can I not do that retroactively? I have to go into YouTube Studio, I think, on my phone app. Right.
Um,
Uh, I now have to switch to my other channel on YouTube Studio. Now, if I go to live, if I go to wait, can I not? Can I not get to it now? I'm streaming. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna have to go and download it from the AUL Read Aloud group. Okay. I had to click onto the other screen. Let's go. Like I literally, I literally could not go anywhere else. I could not do it any other way. I couldn't really access the stream on my phone. So, okay. Among Us Javier Milei is now canon. It's real.
it's finally real.
It's real as fuck, dude. It's real as fuck.
Holy shit.
It really is just totally real.
Yeah.
Okay, let me confirm that this actually changed. It actually changed, yes. Oh my. It looks amazing in practice too. Just the white background and like his the fucking drawing.
Isn't it beautiful?
It is truly incredible. A work of art.
Oh, why thank you.
Truly wonderful. Like you have this is peak modern art.
Yeah. Yeah, this is arts, you know?
Yep. Just how it is.
Well, also, did you update the title to say Loboto and
I forgot to put your name in there.
yeah. Okay, Tommy Tallarico.
True. We, Greater of A's, attended the stream. This is so Tommy Tallarico coded.
Sorry. There we go.
Have you heard the recent news about AI art, the Sora AI software shit about animations? I have heard of it and I have seen it, much to my chagrin. I think it's extremely bad news if it isn't regulated as fast as possible. I think it could put a lot of creative people out of jobs and it could lead to the spreading of misinformation. But I don't think I have that much to say about it that other people haven't already said. I think it's just like
Yeah.
plain and simple, if not regulated, a very, very bad thing. And it makes me pretty worried for like the future of art.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I mean, we can hope that like people will regulate it because it's gonna get so out of hand so fast that like governments will basically be forced to do something. I mean, they will do something once companies start losing money. That is when the action will start. And not when it's affecting regular people, but once companies start losing money, that is when they will act. And hopefully they act with like such a strong hand that this stuff gets like really curtailed and just like regulated.
Yeah. Yeah, dude, you remember that AI video of someone made of Joe Biden saying he was sending people to fight in Ukraine. That
Yeah, like
it gets,
drafting people. Like if they
yeah,
made a
it could
more
get
convincing,
scary real.
yeah, a more convincing like video of that could be like very very problematic, and like especially with
That
like
that shit can genuinely
conflicts
start a
in the
war,
world
you
right
know.
now, like people can like spam post to Twitter videos that aren't real, videos that like seek to push like specific narratives, which like deeply deeply concerns me. Because then people who like post actual videos of stuff that's happening are going to be doubted as well, and it's going to be bad like on all fronts. People aren't going to really feel like they can trust many things on the internet anymore. And that's part of the reason why I nuked my social media because nowadays I don't know if I can trust most of what I hear said on social media at all, even if it's backed up with a video, because I've already seen people try and use AI images to depict false scenes of all sorts of shit, and it's bothering me.
Like you could be sitting in court right now watching video footage of you committing the most heinous crime imaginable, knowing you never even went anywhere near like, where it happened, and you just get falsely thrown into jail because of that, you know?
It's very true. I mean, like, obviously, like the rebuttal to that is that you need more than video evidence to convict someone. Usually, like, and in once this happens, video evidence is going to, I think, become a lot less important in courts. I don't really know how that sort of stuff works because I'm not like a legal person, but I would assume that like it'll become less trustworthy. And the inverse problem will also happen, I think, where like people will claim that like footage of them doing something terrible is just AI generated and they'll get away with it scot free. Like, imagine how many like YouTubers who are like getting exposed for like abusing their positions of power. Like, if someone leaks audio of them like doing something like awful or predatory, they can probably just say, "Oh, that's a voice model. They did that to slander me," and they might just get away with it.
Right.
And that also scares me like a lot.
Yeah, like they have to like, introduce regulations because there is not it like it's only a matter of time before someone does this with like a government official, and then they kind of have to like add
Yeah.
regulations, you know?
And I think like the White House did like nod to maybe doing something about it when like it happened to Taylor Swift, which I mean, I personally think that Taylor Swift should sue them and drive them to the ground. I would love to see that happen. I also think it's depressing that it took Taylor Swift being affected by it for them to do anything because people have literally like people have taken their lives due to the mental stress that's been caused by like fake AI, deep fakes of them like doing like terrible terrible things. Like, I have heard of people literally taking their lives and dying because they can't handle like the emotional distress that causes. And that just tells me, that just makes it so clear to me like it it's just so hard to feel that this can be anything but awful if it's not regulated. Like, I don't have a fundamental issue with AI programs being used to like better some aspects of life. But
That's
if it's
fine.
not
That's fine.
regulated, if it isn't, if we don't get to choose what the AI does, like if, especially creative like minds, like if we don't get to choose how this AI is implemented, it will like drive us out of jobs. It will drive us out of like being able to trust anything. If we can't impose limits, like it is very, very dangerous and it's deeply concerning.
We I feel like we developed AI with the expectation that it would get all the shitty jobs, so we would all have all the creative ones, and instead only the opposite is happening, you know?
Exactly. Yeah. There's a software where we can scan about AI arts, plus people who know where to look in the AI art image will notice the mistakes. Okay, so that's true for now, but AI technology is going to continue getting better, and the idea that we can endlessly rely on just spotting mistakes is just very short-sighted in my opinion. Not throwing shade at you, but it's been getting dramatically better over like the course of the last while, and um, I've seen people who are very good at identifying AI images getting tripped up by some of the newer ones. Like Bogleech on Tumblr before I deleted my Tumblr. Bogleech posted like an AI image of like a bird. And Bogleech is a fucking expert about biology. Like that is his main like thing. Like he knows his shit when it comes to biology. If you guys don't know, he wrote Awful Hospital. Lobato and I are fans of his. He knows everything there is to know about biology, about animals, about all that. He knows his shit when it comes to identifying a real animal, and he still got tricked by this AI generated image of like a bird. Like he still got tricked. He knew what he was doing. He knew everything about how to identify them, and he still got tricked. So, and that's just one example. I very much think that like before long we're not going to be laughing at like the fucking goofed up fingers and like the merging and stuff, because AI is going to get good enough to not do that. So it's going to become harder and harder to discern, and the main problem is not that the AI looks stupid. It is that the AI is going to be used to replace a lot of artists if not regulated, because companies will skirt any responsibility when it comes to paying money as much as they can. They will always take the decision that gives them the more money, unless like workers kind of like unionize and organize too, you know, like demand better conditions. So, I mean, I think the best bet is, I guess, union action, and that's the best bet for most things in society. Like artists need to like get into unions and just strike to hell and back. Like I'm thinking we need more of 2023's big creative strikes. Like we need to see that on a huge scale in order for this to be solved, I think. And I'm always an advocate for like union action and stuff like that. So it would be great to see. And yeah, there was a 14-year-old girl who took her life because of the fake generated images and with videos from Sora, I believe. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about. It's vile. It is genuinely terrible. Like, I can't condemn that in the strongest possible terms. When I hear about stuff like that happening, it makes me ashamed to be human. Because, like, obviously it's still humans who are using this technology to, you know, ruin the lives of other humans. Like, that's what I think people need to understand about AI. AI is not inherently the problem. Like, the AI isn't... We're not in danger because the AI exists. We're in danger because other people can use it. Like, you know... It's not AI that's the threat. It's companies and governments, like specifically oppressive governments, using it to ruin the lives of average people. Yeah. And there is... yeah, there's... Now, the good news is, Dino also brought this up, and you brought this up as well in chat. There's there's software where we can scan AI arts. There's programs that you can poison models with. Yeah, these are things that are going to be artists' line of defense against AI in the coming years. And as AI technology develops, so will these programs. So while it's going to get like difficult to spot AI art as it continues getting better, it will still become easier, I think, to poison AI art, or at least it'll like... the poisoning tactics will increase like at a similar rate, because a lot of artists are working together to make sure that happens. Right? Yeah, we're getting pretty far.
Inbreeding, right? Like it's using itself.
Oh yeah. The AI is inbreeding, and that could also be a problem for it. But I can't imagine. I'm like that. I hope that happens, but at the same time, I feel like AI companies are just gonna find some way of circumventing that. There is other good news. Like, I heard that AI companies have just in general been losing a lot of money. So if like venture capital decides they're not really a good investment anymore, then, you know, things might end up getting screwed over. And maybe it'll go like the route of NFTs, where like, you know, NFTs seemed like they were going to be a very big thing, and maybe like conquer a lot of the economy back in 2021, but
And then they
no
didn't.
one who fucking talks about NFTs anymore. Like no one. We're probably the first person to mention them, according like to you. We're probably the first person who we're probably the first people who've brought up NFTs as far as you remember for like 2 years. So
Yeah, probably. I mean,
I mean,
yeah,
when's the last time you heard someone else mention them? Yeah, so
there's. I
I
mean,
hope
the
that
closest I ever come is like walking NFT bros on Twitter or the bots.
yeah, but like no one like the mainstream doesn't really. I don't think the mainstream is concerned with NFTs anymore because like back in 2021, like a bunch of celebrities were talking about them, like a bunch of celebrities were shilling them, you know, like there was a big stink about them, and then well, I mean, and now they just fell
Look at
off.
them now, you know.
Yeah, AI is probably like a bit of a different ball game, but like if artists make it as unprofitable as possible for companies to use AI, then at that point we're basically I mean, at that point, venture capital is going to give up, and that's usually how these things kind of take off. So if we can stop that, I mean, hopefully that's going to be, that's going to be sorted.
Right, right.
This is actually a very interesting discussion. I know we're not like reading the role play right now, but it's nice to just like talk about like this topic.
Okay, yeah, and thanks for the good question here.
I hope the same kind of happens with AI to suddenly flop and drop down. Yeah, I
Yeah,
mean, it's hard to tell. I mean, I think AI, like a lot of companies, are banking on it much more than NFTs. I feel like with NFTs, some companies were just like kind of, dipping their feet into them a little bit. But now I feel like a lot of companies are going the AI route, and I think they're like really committing to it. So I can foresee it getting like a lot more pervasive than NFTs. There are a lot of people who think that like in 10 years, maybe 15 years, that AI will be like in every facet of our lives, which if it's not regulated, if it's not like specifically doing the things we want it to do, I hope that's not the case. But like people like Moist Critical have been saying that, and I can't say I think they're wrong necessarily because I do think companies are going to majorly push this. Um, so it really depends on like what workers do in order to like kind of sort that out, like get regulations imposed or maybe like backtrack progress by like halting it with like strikes and stuff. But like it would be a bleak future if we do see like AI just conquer like the creative arts or something. Like imagine movies that
I
have
doubt it will.
scripts entirely written by like Chat GPT and shit, and like they have like AI
We,
deepfakes of actors, so like actors aren't getting any
yeah,
jobs anymore. Like they bring people back
we
from the
are.
fucking dead. They already have done that before in movies like The Flash, which is
Yeah.
grotesque and I hate it.
Didn't the
Um,
guy who didn't the guy who played the Superman there like kill himself because he thought he'd never be able to escape his role as Superman? Like that's so fucked up, dude.
yeah, one of them. I don't know his exact name. I think George something. There was also Christopher Reeve, who distinct from that guy. Christopher Reeve though did indeed die, and I think you've just got to let people rest. Like it's so weird and so grotesque. Do you think movies are gonna have to use like have fucking disclaimers? No AI was used in production. Like I
That would
feel like
be
that's gonna be a thing that
fucking
that
just tilted again.
yeah. Oh, and the biggest shit I seen that's so embarrassing for a company to do was an art tablet company used AI generated art to promote their tool. That is
Oh
like
dear.
so out of touch with like artists if that's like their main audience because the vast majority of artists do not want AI art to become pervasive at all. Like I don't know if I'm in a bubble. I don't think the majority of artists want AI art to be like a big thing. Like it's considered like extremely, I guess, disrespectful to like the work they put in, and it's also considered like completely, passionless.
Right.
And mind you, the same company used real artists' art this year before to promote. They commissioned the artist and it was good. So, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Companies will start, like, they'll start relying on AI if it can make them more money. Because who wants to pay actors or writers or artists to do your work when you can just get a chat model to do everything for free? Like, that is the logic that these people are running on. It's grotesque. It's devoid of like all like anything that makes us human, but it'll make us money. It'll cut us corners. So fuck it. Let's do it.
You've heard about Willie's chocolate experience, right?
I have not. I've seen videos about it on my
God.
recommended. I haven't checked it out yet.
Oh my god.
Are you gonna explain this to me live?
Dude.
Because I want to know.
So basically, in Glass, there's this event run by AI Bros, right?
Oh my
that
god.
was advertised exclusively with AI. Here, I can try to find one posters. Hang on.
Jesus
Just give me a
Christ.
sec.
Imagine selling art tablets towards people who want to create art, but you promote it by AI. Yeah, that is just so brazenly disrespectful. Like, the nerve. I almost admire the audacity of that company. Like, I will admit, like, that takes some fucking gall. Like, some sheer fucking gall. But, like, yeah, it's also super depressing and just antithetical to the concept of art itself. Like, I am offended by the knowledge, because I'm working on a book right now. I am offended and worried by the knowledge that many of the books that get published in the near future could just be people getting, like, chat models to write with, like, stolen words, stolen phrases, like, other people's work. They could just be getting chat models to write everything for them, and they will still get success to the same degree as, like, someone like me or someone else who puts, like, hard work into their books. And I don't think that's fair. So I hope that there's also, like, tools for checking books for AI as well. That's what I'm hoping happens. I mean, I don't really know if there's a reliable way to do it.
Look at this poster. I want you to look at this fucking poster.
Okay.
And tell me if you notice with it.
Okay. This is like those fucking Pixar posters with, like, the misspelled words and shit. Like, what is going on here? Enshrining entertainment. Catgigating. Live performances. Okay, that was most technically spelled right, but it looked weird. Karchi tons. Exarsurtre lollipops.
Dude, the M has an extra leg.
Wait.
The M
Oh my god, it does. It's the Super M.
Dude, look at
It's the Super M. I gotta show this on stream. Hold on. Wait, no, I am showing it on stream. It's showing up on stream right now.
has a dice of sweet teats.
Hold on. I need to make sure it actually shows up on the part of the stream that is, Okay, yep. Pass the dice of sweet treats. Or sorry, sweet teats. The R is fucking merged into the T. What the hell is going on? They've invented, like, new letters. Like, this is the basis for a new language.
Yeah, so it just took place in this depressing ass warehouse, and like there were only a couple actors, and kids end up crying, and people called the police over this because they fucking hated it.
Call the fucking police because you hated the event so bad.
Dude.
And, like, imagine going to a concert and all the songs, like, suck ass, and they suck ass so much you call 911 and, like, order an arrest on the band.
Dude.
Arrested for bad songs.
There is an Oompa Loompa there. Yeah. They're, they're,
Oh my god. No, this person actually looks
then
like sad, like fundamentally sad on the inside. Like that expression literally says, "What am I doing with my life?"
oh my god. And then right and then there is also another actor playing a character called the Unknown. There's just like an evil chocolate maker that will just stalk the fucking
What?
guests.
What? Okay, okay. I just thought of this. This is fucking insane to me. Okay, like the AI poster.
Yeah.
What really gets me about the AI poster? So, look, if you are
Yeah.
so lazy, well, okay, so you're lazy, right? Like you want to generate an AI poster for your event. You don't want to hire a real artist. You don't want to pay money for a real artist. You don't want to learn how to do art yourself.
Yeah.
You want an AI generated, a poster, of art. Um that's, that's one thing. I can at least understand that. But you can't seriously be bothered to write the text yourself? Like, I'm assuming they wrote the text into the prompt to get those words, right? So, like, why would you not just edit the AI art and just put the text over top of it in, like, some program like Paint.net? Paint.net is free.
Do you
I
not,
could do this better in
do you not
Paint.net.
have
I can do it right now
do
in,
you
like, 5 minutes.
do you not have access to Microsoft Paint or
You can do
something?
this in Microsoft Paint. You don't even need Paint.net. You don't even need layers. Like, at the bottom, at least. Like, you can just delete everything. Use the fill tool of that color. No one will notice the discrepancy. Just put down the text. Just write the fucking text yourself. Like, you have access to fonts. Like, this blows my mind. How lazy these people are. Like, how fundamentally lazy. And I hate the term lazy, okay? Because I think the term lazy is 9 times out of 10. It's a made up nonsense word that people used to explain like being overwhelmed, like having like various, problems like with like stress and all that, and like not being able to function right in an environment. I'm autistic, so I don't like the idea of laziness that much because I feel like it's a lack of understanding for like how people's minds work in certain situations. But like if there is a true meaning of the word lazy, it applies to the people who would do this. Because what the fuck? It boggles my mind just how lazy like someone would have to be to do this. Like not just to generate the poster, but to not even put down the text as like an overlay by themselves. Something that would take like 2 minutes. I can prove it would take that long because while I'm waiting for Lovato, I'm gonna put it into Paint.net right now, and I'm gonna write the text at the bottom. Assuming I can figure out what words these are supposed to be in the first place, because I don't honestly know.
The guy playing Willy Wonka was apparently given like a 15-page or something AI generated nightmare blunt rotation script, and all of the actors were just encouraged to improvise.
This is that is fucking no. I'm. This is the most. I can't believe this is real. Like if you told me this was real. If you told me this was real like 5 years ago, I never would have believed this would happen. Like this is so. It's so weird.
The guests were also given like a couple of jelly beans and like what was it, a quarter of Costco lemonades or something? I don't remember.
Are you serious? Is this real?
Apparently.
What?
It's all over Twitter.
This is what we're in for if this shit isn't regulated. It is so bad and so embarrassing on every level. I think I found an accurate looking font. Okay, that's good. A somewhat accurate looking font. Is there like a Okay, I have Gil Sans MT. Okay, you know what? This is good enough. It'll if I do like condensed bold, maybe would that? No, that's too condensed. That is well, that looks nice, so I'm just gonna keep it like that. Hey, can you tell me what the word catcading is supposed to mean?
Good question.
I can figure out most of them, but like
Hmm,
the that one.
captivating, maybe? I don't know. Captivating?
Yeah, well, let's just assume that's the case. Oh, captivating live performances. That's probably what it meant. Okay. That I just figured that out now. Uh Okay, entertainment is at least spelled right, so I don't have to change the really like the hard to change the really hard to edit, part at the top,
The word above it, you could have to change that.
Well, what is it supposed to be? I have no idea.
Enriching.
Oh yeah, that might be it. Um a paradise of sweet treats. I'm trying to make sure I didn't.
Who's good idea?
Okay. Like I can fix this shit in like 5 minutes. Like that is how bonkers this is. We've been streaming for an hour. We still haven't started reading. Okay, at some point we really have to just start, like whether or not Lobato's here.
Yeah.
I'll give it until after I'm done editing this. Okay, let me use the eraser brush. I'm in paint.net right now if anyone's curious. It's a really great program for stuff like this, and it's free.
So I've heard.
Okay, wrong layer. Okay, no, turn anti-aliasing off for this. Okay. So we're saying it's supposed to be enriching, right? Like that's what we're going with?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
That's what we're going with.
I'm just glad that the word entertainment is intact so that I don't have to edit that because that would be like the most annoying part to do. Okay, now to find another font.
Completely fine.
I guess it's because that was the word that had the most emphasis put on it, probably. So the AI was like...
fun convo about AI to have. I agree. I agree.
I think like the AI was probably focusing on that word specifically, so that's why. Okay. This is not going to look as good, but... Well, actually, it will look better because it's not AI generated, but it won't look as good as if it was a real poster.
No matter how you put it, it will objectively look better.
True. And it will be much more... I'll put in more effort.
At least it will be readable.
True. Okay, so the font is kind of weird, but it works. It works.
That's fine.
I'm posting it in our DMs now.
Enriching entertainment, captivating live performances, catchy tunes, extraordinary lollipops, or a dice of sweet.
Oh, that was me just doing a typo, I think. I didn't notice that somehow.
Two typos.
I somehow didn't notice. I still did it better. Okay, so I was doing the text. I was overlaying the text on top of the AI text, so I wasn't really paying that much attention. 1 second. Let me fix that. Guys, guys, I know what I'm doing. Please believe me.
Or dice.
What was I doing again? Was it Gil Sans MT?
Oh my gosh.
I won't lie, I kind of forgot what font I even used. I can fix it, guys. Don't worry about it. I think it was bold condensed, something like that. Paradise of sweet treats.
And spell treats right this time.
Yeah. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Okay. I Okay.
Oh,
That still
it's
took me like less than 10 minutes. Like, and I probably
ab-
spent more effort on
absolutely
this than the
insane.
actual person who generated this poster.
Actually insane.
There, it works now. Don't make fun of me.
Now you want to start reading?
Yeah, I think we should probably start reading at this point. At least it'll be
Alright.
human made. Was a fun convo about AI to have. I agree. It was.
Yeah, it was, honestly. Right,
Okay,
so do you want me to start?
it has been over an hour. I do think we should probably start. I'll just DM Lobato and tell him we're starting now. We
You want me to? It's LBP.
yeah, you can do LVP. Let me just scroll
Okay.
down so that can actually be caught on stream. Okay, are you gonna Hello?
Concert has reached its
Oh, there we go.
concert has reached its midpoint. Hundreds of Carcass Fucker fans lie dead from various substance overdoses.
True. At this point, the
Great start.
Scottish police intervene to try and shut down the event as it is a public safety concern. Yeah, that yes.
Yeah. No.
Dude, this is so Travis Scott coded.
True.
Oh god. The crowd members in their Oh, sorry, no, I didn't read. I'm not supposed to read that part. They don't get far before thousands of crowd members push them back.
Jesus. The crowd members in their virulent stupor begin beating upon the police officers to get them to relent.
One police officer cries out in terror, "No, wait, we're supposed to do that to you, not the other way around."
The crowd collectively says skill issue.
In the meantime, the production... Oh, I think this is actually the first time he was ever mentioned. Okay. In the meantime, the production manager of the
shit,
Sovereign
here.
Lads, Duncan Galloway, launches a coup against the Scottish government. Oh, no, the moment he's mentioned, he automatically does a coup. He doesn't get a casual introduction at all.
Oh, God.
Like, the very first thing he does in story is coup the Scottish government. Like, instantly. Like, we learn he's their manager, and then he just instantly does a coup.
Jesus Christ.
So he launches a coup against the Scottish government, expels Prime Minister Nicola Sturgeon, who I think was still in office by the time this happened, by the time we wrote this, as she is not now. He declares that Scotland's ideology is now lunaticism, meaning the country will henceforth be managed in the most insane and stupid ways possible. He immediately legalizes the use of all drugs, which is actually kind of based, in my opinion. Okay, don't take that like super seriously. And permits mass death at concerts, so Carcass Fucker and the Sovereign Lads can carry on without any further interference. This I will not even claim is based as a joke, because that's just dumb. But of course, it is the ideology.
To start, Carcass Fucker is put in charge of the military.
For context, for those who missed the last stream, Carcass Fucker is a band. It's a death metal band, or sorry, no, I think. Wait, is it death metal or black metal? Like, I keep forgetting.
I think it's black metal.
Yeah, black metal.
I think it's
okay.
black metal.
Yeah, I know that if LBP was in this call, he would be like he would get on my ass so hard for not remembering which exact type of metal it is. So, like, thank God he's not here. Wales terrified by the new Galloway administration in Scotland and the constant Cold War between Wokington and Fuckville. Oh yeah, we got to that part before in the last stream. Decides to join the Arctic Coalition for safety. Ireland follows suit.
When the concert concludes, the 45% of concert goers that aren't dead are inducted into the military trained for combat.
I like how that aren't dead had... You know it's bad when concert goers that aren't dead has to be specified as a category. Galloway assembles specialized bagpipe divisions whose purpose in the army is to blast obnoxious bagpipe music at the enemy until they die.
Carcass Battalion, as it is known, are given weapons deemed to be true cult enough for use by Carcass Fucker.
The V is supposed to be a U, right? In like Roman,
Yeah, I think
in
so.
Latin. Yeah, okay.
Probably.
We can just we'll just say it as a U. Scottish scientists end up artificially creating a unicorn, and Galloway immediately appoints that unicorn, of whom is named Crag Corn, as his Minister of Economics. I don't know why economics specifically, but well, okay.
I don't know. In response to the bagpipes division, it doesn't work.
Disappointed by the results, Galloway tells his soldiers to make the bagpipe music even more obnoxious.
Oh, fuck.
This results in the soldiers dying themselves during the test.
In the process, another new music genre called Bulgarian bagpipes is invented.
I don't think you can say... You can't say his whole name. It's a blood incantation. You will die. Just say Lickfold. It is actually canon that this guy's name... Well, when he's alive, if you say his name out loud, you just die instantly because it's a blood incantation. So, like, we're replicating that in real life.
Yeah, that's what made choking to death was. Anyway, Lickfold suggests...
Yeah, I revived him off screen. Don't worry about it.
Suicide. Giving them a role like suicide bombers.
Galloway exclaims that this is an excellent idea and does exactly that.
It works with rampant success.
However, Galloway is displeased to hear of the emergence of Bulgarian bagpipes and intends to sue Bulgaria for copyright infringement. He sends an expedition to New Mexico, and the explorers find Saul Goodman frozen in ice. I don't know why he was frozen in ice, but he is. Saul is brought back to Scotland, where he is unfrozen, and Galloway immediately appoints him as the Minister of Law, which... okay. He then gets Saul to sue the entire country of Bulgaria for the existence of Bulgarian bagpipes.
Yeah, Bulgaria says they've never even heard of Bulgarian bagpipes before.
Yeah, apparently Bulgarian bagpipes just got developed completely independently of the Bulgarian government.
Yeah.
Also, the Bulgarian government is just, like, inexplicably on Earth now. I don't know if that's ever been explained before, but they just are now. Saul tries to... I know that it's still technically part of Frozen Earth, but, like, Bulgaria is just there for some reason. Saul tries to explain to Galloway that this was probably a misunderstanding, but Galloway is drunk and won't concede.
Lickfold's Livesey walks into Galloway's office and demands that Galloway allow him to send the Carcass Battalion into Bulgaria.
Galloway says, "Yeah, sure, lad, whatever."
It's then revealed that Lickfold's name is actually an ancient blood incantation that kills those who try to say it specifically through septic shock. Somehow.
I didn't know that you were the one who introduced that plot point. I thought it was LBP. This explains why so many people had mysteriously been dying lately.
Lickfold throws a flashcard into Bulgaria with his name written on. You just read it in their heads.
Galloway passes a law that makes it mandatory for the Bulgarians to say Lickfold's name, forgetting that Scottish law has no effect on Bulgaria. Saul facepalms.
Bulgaria successfully sues Galloway into oblivion.
In desperation, Galloway turns to Craig Corn for assistance. Craig Corn responds to his woes with nay.
Lickfold sends the Carcass Battalion into Bulgaria.
Galloway interprets the nay as, "You should send your army to mass murder Bulgarians immediately," and makes that exact order to Carcass Fucker and the military.
Luckily, Lickfold was already doing that. Bulgaria successfully sues Galloway's corpse into oblivion for war.
I guess he died?
I don't know.
I guess the, sues him into oblivion is supposed to imply death.
Like...
But he's alive. He's alive. That's what you need to know. He's by all accounts alive. Oh yeah, I forgot. Dino is actually from Bulgaria, so
Oh god.
it's kind of weird that Bulgaria is such a featured country in these role plays because we think of it as a meme a little bit.
Yeah.
Don't worry, Bulgaria is kind of like OP, so like whatever bad happens to Bulgaria kind of just gets reversed in the grand scheme of things. Galloway
I think it's
tells
owned by loan sharks
Lickfold
now.
to take his entire army and leave Bulgaria, only to invade again so it can be on his terms.
Electoral does this. However, we put on earmuffs, leaving Galloway no choice but to surrender, as all of their weapons are based.
At this point, Scotland is rapidly collapsing. Like, I can't begin to imagine why. Hundreds of thousands of people take to the streets to protest Galloway's insane leadership. Remember what I said about how Javier Milei is like literally Galloway in real life?
Yeah.
They are the same type of leader, for the most part. Galloway responds by passing a law that makes protesting punishable by the death penalty. This results in protesters being gunned down en masse, legally.
Yeah, I feel like we're just looking at Cave Johnson if he decided to go into politics instead of science.
Yeah, pretty much. Demo Man TF2 lets out a scream of intense agony as his comrades die around him.
Lickfold personally takes to the streets. The protesters run in fear at the sight of a 7'4" dude building a super heavy tank walking towards.
Remember the days when Lickfold was only 7'4"?
Only 7'4".
Well, he's probably like a fucking like 2 houses tall at this point.
Odds.
No, they don't. They're Scottish. Scottish people don't have any self-preservation instinct.
Can you confirm
which is true? I think it's true in the stereotypical sense. I think in real life, Scottish people are just kind of like people.
Their guilds run in fear, dragging the people along with them.
But we don't really have realistic depictions of people groups in this roleplay.
Yeah, I don't know if you've noticed.
We don't really have realistic depictions of much of anything in this roleplay, come to think of it.
Yeah, see.
At this point, the Arctic Coalition has had enough and orders Galloway to immediately step down from leadership and let the people bring Scotland back to sanity. Not back to reality, but, I mean, it made me think of Eminem. Galloway responds to their demands with, "Fuck off, ye peasants."
Lickfold seconds this. Also, his name has to be added alongside the word sauce in the dictionary as a second forbidden word.
Exactly. Bulgaria is not always noticed by others, and I'm only really happy to see people notice it for real. We need to dedicate whatever. Okay, no one's gonna get this reference yet, but when we write a book about the Carcass Arc, can we dedicate it to Dino? Yeah. Like, can we put like an acknowledgement that says this book was written for Dino? I can't reveal why that makes sense, but it does.
It just does.
In America, Willie from The Simpsons feels a great disturbance in the force. I've never watched The Simpsons. I assume he's like a Scottish guy.
Meanwhile, the Carcass Division has successfully invaded Bulgaria. Bulgaria just blows itself up again. Stops the invasion.
I feel like it would stop more than just the invasion, to be fair. At this point, the Arctic Coalition, mainly Canada and Russia, begins stationing troops in Wales and Ireland to launch a 2-pronged attack into Scotland. They ask Ganymede for military access into Fuckville so they can more easily commence the operation. So basically, the Arctic Coalition are invading Scotland now. If you guys aren't paying attention, I'm giving you exposition now. They wanted to depose Galloway for being bad.
Yeah, the Carcass Division swiftly hurries back into Scotland.
Some of the troops misinterpret the commands and position themselves on the backs of live whales instead of the country of Wales.
Since the war is indirectly allied with Scotland, Ganymede accepts.
Alright, the Ganymede is against the woke mob at the moment. Right, okay. The Arctic Coalition begins an invasion into Scotland and gets fairly far, but is halted once they run into the Highlands.
The tank is made obsolete as attack wheels become the new combat vehicle.
I like how that's just offhand mentioned, and then tanks just continue being used in future arcs.
Yeah.
Galloway reaches out to John Ohio and asks for his help in the conflict.
Oh, fuck, John Ohio's here.
Yeah, John Ohio's been around for a little while. He was kind of big in the last stream, which is convenient because Lobato was part of it.
Carcass Division virulently assaults the invading force.
John Ohio agrees after debating his next move of Carcass Fucker, as in he agrees to help Galloway.
Lichfield says that they should airdrop dead fetuses full of nitroglycerin into the Arctic Coalition armies.
Why is the word fetuses spelled like that? Dude,
I don't know.
This looks like the AI-generated text on the Wonka poster. It literally looks like the poster.
Oh my god. The bodies of the people who tried to say his name are gathered up en masse in preparation for a makeshift bombing.
It's like medieval city siege corps. Like throwing the diseased bodies over the side of the city to infect people.
Lichfield is somewhat disappointed they aren't using fetuses, but decides it's better than nothing.
Jesus Christ. Okay, Poseidon Air, who, remember, I think he's in charge of the woke mob at the moment.
It's hard to tell.
Poseidon Air decides to have the woke mob join the war since one of its colonies is already involved. Woke Wesley protests because he doesn't want to fight on the same side as the Ohioans. However, Poseidon tells him to shut the fuck up and cry about it. Wesley reluctantly has Wokington join to defend Scotland. The Arctic Coalition waits to see if Ganymede will have Fuckville join on their side in response.
Lichfield meets with Poseidon to discuss strategy, but it quickly devolves into Lichfield bouncing album ideas off Poseidon. Meanwhile, Ganymede carries support to the Arctic Coalition.
Honestly, old Lichfield kind of makes me a bit sad because, you know, he before all of the evil shit that Lichfield did, like he had like some amount of a personality, like he was very enthusiastic about like black metal, and in some, you know, he had some redeemable aspects to him, and he even like, well, I don't want to spoil this yet. And nowadays, you know, it's not really like that. His whatever personality he did have has been kind of eroded away by the Gore Slurper. I think this is back when he was still a Satanist anyway, so. I can't believe I'm saying these sentences completely seriously. Did you already read this line here that you wrote?
I did, yeah.
Okay. Galloway bursts into the meeting room with Lichfield and Poseidon and starts rambling about how much he hates his wife in a drunken state. I don't know.
Lichfield suggests crucifying her on an inverted cross and sacrificing her to Satan.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, I mean, I you know, regarding what I just said about Lichfield, I'm not saying he's not an evil piece of shit. He's pretty evil. Like, he doesn't really start off as a good guy. I should probably rephrase that.
He just gets worse, is the thing.
Yeah. John Ohio recommends instead claiming her as Ohio territory. Poseidon remarks that this is probably not a good idea. Probably.
Yeah. Probably, huh?
Wesley sits in the corner of the room with his arms crossed as if he's in timeout.
Lichfield looks at Wesley menacingly.
John Ohio reminds Wesley that he will be transformed into a mime if he does not participate. I don't know what he's talking about. The meeting?
Lichfield agrees, but nobody understands what he says.
Wesley asks for a peer-reviewed scientific source proving that he will be transformed into a mime. John Ohio cites cryptic symbolism in his dreams. Wesley can't prove this wrong, so he agrees to participate.
Lichfield leaves to go command the Carcass Battalion. Unfortunately, no one can understand a word Lichfield says, as they exclusively speak in incantations that kill random people when spoken. Except for them. Their blood sacrifices to Satan protect them. His RE interprets his orders as do a human wave attack and leave metal. Fortunately, this is what he was trying to say. The army is very intuitive. Their human wave attack is very successful as their black metal screaming demoralizes the invaders, as do the bagpipes.
Meanwhile, somewhere in the world, someone trips mouth first onto a choking hazard and dies from asphyxiation. I love Gamma's vague posts so much. Like, we have like a whole storyline going, and then out of nowhere, Gamma will just come in and be like, some random fuck dies somewhere. And that just gets glossed over instantly.
Buckville recovers the corpse and starts forcefully rearranging their skeleton into a battleship somehow. The Arctic Coalition wonders this only to have fake IP addresses and stock pictures of houses thrown their way. The Arctic Coalition also wonders how they're
a lot of lines for you. Oh god.
By a bunch of dudes in black metal outfits with weapons out of some post-apocalyptic movie. No, you're good. Canada and Russia turn into Australia in terms of climate and environment. Gas becomes a highly sought-after resource. Due to a technicality, they were forced to shut the Arctic Coalition. Their citizens die of heat stroke. Some people survive by selling their soul to Satan in exchange for heat resistance and $1 each. A new genre of music is invented in the formerly Arctic Coalition called grey metal. It's just black metal, but water shitty. Yeah, basically the black metal equivalent of doom metal.
Like, I know what that means.
Quoting it ominous, it's just slow because the artists are shit. The singers are usually 6-year-olds with high voices as opposed to actual black metal screaming. As they are only 6, fatal headbanging accidents are quite common. Lichfield organizes a group of black metal fanatics to assassinate the grey metal bands as they aren't too cult enough. By fanatics, I mean the most fanatical of all the fanatics. Grey metal enthusiasts start calling upon Satan to ass blast the black metal fanatics. Satan ass blasted them instead as he agrees with the black metal fanatics. The grey metal enthusiasts become a darker shade of grey, aka they begin to speed up in doing somewhat good punk screams. This leads to an increase in fatal headbanging accidents.
At some point, they're going to invent 50 Shades of Grey.
Oh. Eventually,
I hate
all
myself.
the 6-year-old
Why'd I say that? That is terrible.
Fucking hell. Eventually, all the 6-year-old vocalists break their necks and die, so the bands are forced to solely do instrumentals. One band decides to form an orchestra with all the bands.
As you do.
Fuck. Playing bagpipes instead of headbanging, screaming, it just ends up sounding like a wet fart. One band makes a concept album about a man getting an erection, describing in detail all this. Number one is trending.
The thing is, I could actually believe that, like, a black metal band or, like, what sort of band is this again? Okay, darker shade of gray bands. Yeah, I can imagine, like, some metal band making a song about that.
The band gets rich, snorts fentanyl-laced cocaine, and dies.
Fentanyl-laced cocaine? What does that even mean?
No. Sex
Dude, what if someone makes the movie Fentanyl-Laced Cocaine Bear as the sequel to Cocaine Bear?
Oh. Holy shit, dudes. That would be crazy. As sex music becomes its own genre, people go to concerts just to occasionally straight up see band members fucking.
To be fair, I feel like there is an actual industry for that. Like, that's not unbelievable to me.
Yeah. The boss pits are just massive orgy piles. Meanwhile, Lickfold looks at what the grey metal scene has become and decides to send all the bands flashcards saying, read this aloud, and done his name. It doesn't work. They're too busy fucking. About half the army is dead purely due to blood incantations. He decides to bomb the sex bands. Holy
I like how that wasn't the first thing he tried. He went through that extremely, like, elaborate plan to get them killed, and then when it didn't work, he was just like, oh, okay, I'll just bomb them, I guess.
Just bomb them. The bombs instead start having sex as well. They detonate in place of ejaculation, so it still works. Holy shit.
Cocksmithian armed forces begin attacking the sex. Finally, a message that I can read. Also, I don't know if it was ever explained who the Cocksmithian armed forces were. Like, this is just one of those things Gamma brought up once, and it never went anywhere.
And never again. The blast from the bomb starts having sex in the bomb's place somehow.
It's like the fucking
Forces.
TNT explosion entity from the Minecraft entity list.
Oh god.
It's active
The,
TNT or
co-
area effect cloud or some shit.
the Proxmithian armed forces accidentally start participating as well. The result is a giant ball that escapes the sex layers and starts ravaging the streets, taking in unsuspecting victims Amari style.
Does that even do?
Glyptold instead opting to command his army. He then has the bright idea to create a virginity ball to counteract the sex ball. He mandates that every virgin in Scotland be drafted into the anti-sex company and conglomerate into a ball. Lickfold understands how bad the smells are as a result of every Scottish virgin being grouped. He then mandates his labor servitors to wrap a chain around them again and again until they form a ball. In the process, he forgets about that funny little thing called ventilation that worsens.
Wait,
Also,
ventilation? Like from
wall.
vents? Like the imposter would go through?
Holy fuck, dude. He also tells us to punch a hole in the wall. This releases tension in time for the ball to form, which is promptly released in the path of the sex ball. Holy shit.
What is happening, dude? I'm fucking done.
I don't know.
Okay, I think this is actually the official end of the Arctic Sorry, not the Arctic Coalition, the Frozen Earth arc, because it's not frozen anymore, technically. By now, the former nations of the Arctic Coalition have restabilized and are ready to reform it. But since the climate is no longer cold, they decide to rename it to the Flame Coalition. Once the Flame Coalition is established, that just sounds so stupid. Like, that sounds like something Elon Musk would come up with for, like an X slogan. Yeah. Like, blaze your glory. Once the Flame Coalition is established, the war continues as they launch a second invasion into Scotland. I just imagine all of their troops were just, like, awkwardly standing, waiting for the Alliance to reform and receive orders again. Woke Wesley deliberately sends the least amount of reinforcements he can get away with.
Oh my god. Okay. The sex ball members convince the virgin ball members to engage in sex, weakening the virgin ball and strengthening the sex ball. The rest of the ball members attempt to make the sex ball explode.
As the Flame Coalitions... I forgot that was even a plot point. Jesus Christ. As the Flame Coalition's forces advance into Scotland on their way to capture a town, Galloway decides to nuke the town before the Flame Coalition can get there. Yeah, Galloway just nuked his own fucking town. It's not even a big city. He just nuked a random town because he didn't want it to fall to the Flame Coalition.
Christ.
This just creates more flames, but these ones are radioactive. The Flame Coalition decides to rename itself to the Metaphorical Flame Coalition to avoid confusion. The MFC continues its advance into Scotland, but is eventually halted by the Bagpipe divisions. Poseidon... Yeah. The bagpipe noises are simply too unbearable for the MFC troops to carry on. And then Gamma later specified, not me, Poseidon the god. And then I don't think that's ever that's ever touched upon again. Woke Wesley gets very excited internally when he hears the news, hoping he'll be able to take control of the woke mob, and is able to call for an election to get himself into power. But then he reads the clarification on the news and realizes that the one who died was Poseidon, not Poseidon Air. He crosses his arms in frustration. Meanwhile, the MFC takes time to plan out how to bypass Scotland's bagpipe divisions. Since Canada and Russia sustained immense damage from previous ecological catastrophes, this is how you must have felt reading all those lines, Jesus. The war effort has been mostly taken over by Norway, Denmark, Wales, and Ireland. Norway asks for permission from the other nations to send Vikings to raid the northern coast of Scotland, and the others approve. This is 800 AD core or something, I don't know, like, no. Vikings used to raid Scotland. Norwegian Vikings begin launching coastal attacks at Scottish military targets. At one of the attacks, the drunken guards wake up from their alcohol-induced slumber in the middle of the night to see massive Viking warships landing at the coast. Now that Scotland is under attack from two sides, with Wokington barely sending in support, they desperately need a way to repel their opponents. They ask the Ohioans to launch an invasion of Norway from the land of former Sweden. Galloway is too incompetent to negotiate strategies, so instead Saul Goodman does it on his behalf. Saul explains that Ohio invading Norway would force the Norwegians to put all their might into defending their land and take pressure off of Scotland. Oh my god. Okay. So Lobato is saying that he can't join at all. Or he won't. He probably won't join. Alright, editing him out of the title. Goodbye. Fuck you. You don't join my event, you don't get in the title. No, I'm kidding. I understand. I get it. Okay. Now, if I was really out of my mind, I could do a stream tomorrow with him that is also AUL reading. If I really wanted to torture myself that badly. I'm just saying.
You could.
Or I could do it on any of the days of his spring break, I guess. The Ohioans launched an invasion of Norway using an elite fleet of battle whales and a single tamed dolphin. Saul is confused and points out that the Ohioans could just go across the Norwegian border and carry out a land invasion.
Lickfold, meanwhile, is mustering his armies to beat back the MFC invaders.
And it's spelled as invadets. While the Ohioans are distracted, Gotland launches a naval assault on their land, trying to claim it and re-establish Sweden. Even though the land technically was never theirs, since the Ohioan land was overlaid on top of the destroyed Swedish land, they still want to take it in their thirst for vengeance. Finland supports Scotland's naval invasion and tries to ensure that Ohio too doesn't immediately wipe them out. About Saul saying he's confused about the Ohioans not just instantly, invading Norway from the border, John Ohio admits to flunking geography in every grade and only graduating because he sent death threats to his teachers. Somehow that worked.
That's the Beanley style of graduation.
The funniest part about that gag is that it worked. Like, it shouldn't have. He should have just gotten, I don't know, sent to juvie for it.
This is also on 19 federal watch lists.
I don't think sending death threats to your teachers would be enough to get you on 19 federal watch lists, but I guess it would maybe get you on 1 or 2. Saul remarks that John Ohio might be the second most unqualified world leader he's encountered in his life after Galloway. The MFC fortifies their lines in Scotland, fearing that a counterattack will soon begin.
Lickfold orders 1/5 of his soldiers to attack the right flank and another 5th to attack the left.
The MFC tries their best to repel these attacks, even though they don't know how to counter Lickfold's troops.
Lickfold then sends the rest of his troops charging towards the very front of the line, which is less defended due to the soldiers being reallocated to the flank.
The MFC soldiers are forced to fall back significantly.
Lickfold drives the MFC soldiers into a marshy region.
This is disastrous as they are not equipped to handle such terrain. Ohio troops laugh while swimming past on the back of their single trained dolphin. Dude, I'm just imagining the fucking dolphin rider zombie from PVZ.
Oh my god.
That's what I'm mentally picturing right now.
Oh god. The Carcass Battalion, however, is wearing rain boots and also standing on hills. Lickfold reveals that he has a PhD in anarchistic warfare because it's fucking metal.
I love that John Ohio isn't educated and Lickfold is. The MFC commander loudly exclaims, "What the fuck?"
Carcass Battalion then starts using salvaged AK-5Cs to gun down the trapped MFC troops.
This battle ends in carnage. It's a complete disaster for the MFC.
Carcass Battalion descends into the swamp to clear out the survivors and take trophies. Their rain boots protect them from the swamp.
At this point, MFC morale is running low. The MFC nation start to debate if maybe Scotland is beyond saving. Suddenly, a hero arrives, easily storming through the swamp as if it's the same as a flat plain of grass. It's Willie from The Simpsons. He is here to save his country.
Hey, hang on. The Carcass Battalion is confused and asks him his purpose. Unfortunately, he's caught in Fuckville's second sex ball.
He then beats the sex ball to death with a mop.
Bob engages in sex with Carcass Battalion returns to
The Carcass Battalion returns to the capital. Your voice cut off a bit, so I'm just reading that line again
that.
for, yeah.
Okay.
The second hero joins the fight, pledging to stand up to Galloway alongside Willie. It's none other than Tavish Finnegan de Groot, the Demo Man himself. The Demo Man rallies thousands of Scottish countrymen and mutineer soldiers to his side and starts a rebellion against the Galloway administration.
Lickfold offers the rebels free Carcass Fucker tickets if they kill Demo Man.
However, these rebels are steadfast in their conviction. They refuse to take the bribe. Demo Man reveals that he has taken preventative measures against this exact scenario by pirating Carcass Fucker concerts and giving his soldiers free access to them already.
Lickfold then starts reciting the Quran, knowing everything he says is illegal in the hopes of killing the rebels.
That's not how you spell the Quran, by the way. You put the apostrophe in the wrong spot.
Ah, shit.
I think it's QU and then the apostrophe. Let me look that up. Yeah, it's QU and then wait. I guess it's.
I had it right.
Oh my god, you were right. I've always seen it spelled the other way.
I'm on the Wikipedia page and it says the Quran, also romanized Kur apostrophe on.
I guess maybe like the Quran, like you could just spell it without the apostrophe in general. Hello, Parker Sampson. I have never seen you in my chat before. Welcome.
Yo.
Yeah, it doesn't work as referring to Lickfold's Quran recitation.
Lickfold says no, turning it into a death incantation, and then tells the army to kill itself.
The army tells him to fuck off. Willie covers up the death incantations with very loud bagpipes. Demo Man explains that his Scottish blood is immune to death incantations, which is not true because Scottish people die from the incantations later on in the story. But maybe like his own blood is immune. At this point, he and his forces charge at Lickfold. Galloway at this point has heard about the news, and in order to stop the rebellion, he passes a law declaring that rebellion is now illegal. He fails to realize rebellion was already illegal and he didn't do anything. This is just Ben Shapiro banning crime logic. It is literally the Ben Shapiro banning crime logic.
Lickfold orders a third of his troops to form a wedge and charge into the middle of the man's army as the other 2/3 charge to the sides. Fuckville is confused to who they're allied with.
I think they're allied with the MFC, right? Because they're against the woke mob.
I genuinely don't know.
I know that they are. They're with the MFC. I've been paying attention so far. At least I think. Galloway failing to not be stupid for 5 seconds decides to temporarily legalize the act of starting a rebellion and then re-illegalize it in an attempt to stop the rebellion. However, this is a fatal mistake. In the brief window of time that starting a rebellion is legal in Scotland, Demo Man and his forces surrender and end the rebellion. Then they immediately start another rebellion before Galloway re-illegalizes the act of starting a rebellion. The entire Scottish military realizes they can't stop the rebellion because it started when the act of starting a rebellion was still legal, and therefore Demo Man's second rebellion is completely legal. Galloway has accidentally doomed his administration because now Demo Man can rebel as much as he wants as long as he doesn't end and restart the rebellion henceforth. Now, I skipped over one line because it doesn't fit in with the rest, so you can read that now.
Yeah. I get you, don't worry. Lickfold offers to engage an honor duel with Demo Man to decide the fate of Scotland. The drummer of Carcass Fucker reminds Galloway of ex post facto laws and just tells Galloway to remove the ban. This way, the rebellion can be re-illegalized.
Galloway listens and removes the ban. Not the band. He keeps Carcass Fucker around because they make sick music.
Rebelling is no longer banned.
At that moment, millions of Scottish civilians rise up against Galloway's administration. The Scottish Empire, the Scottish Army can't put these rebellions down because they're perfectly legal.
The drummer clarifies that he meant the ban on ex post facto laws.
Galloway says it won't work and instead goes with a much stupider option. He decides to pass a law illegalizing the act of being a civilian.
Everyone is now legally mandated to be a criminal.
The Scottish military can now arrest any civilian for any reason, whether they're rebelling or not. At this point, the woke mob decides to step in, and the Silent Heir personally tells Galloway to stop being a fucking moron or he's going to lose the war. Poseidon plans to occupy Scotland for himself and continue the war from there if this madness continues.
As everyone is now
losing my
legally a
shit,
criminal.
dude. This is so fucking funny. Lunatic's Scotland.
As everyone is now legally.
Lunatic's Scotland is great. I did not remember how fucking funny this was.
This is a good idea, I think.
True.
As everyone is now legally a criminal, all Galloway-owned territory just kind of explodes. Millions of deaths.
I don't know how that would even make sense. This includes Galloway's house.
Carcass Vicar are some of the few people alive.
Galloway dies with his last words being, "At least my I need to read that in the Scottish accent. Galloway dies with his last words being, "At least my wife goes down with me."
Joke explanation. Yeah, why?
Unbeknownst to him, his wife survives the explosion. She then steals his fishing gear and leaves.
Small army protects. Carcass Vicar returns to Ohio for a concert. He takes the time to sponsor some premium wife-beating boxing gloves for when the little bastard just wants to watch over the kids for once in your life.
This is so Beanly Core, Jesus Christ.
True.
It is actually just Beanly Core. Hey, we add 4 people, sweet. Parker Sampson says, I've seen some of your older content a long time ago. Glad you're still YouTubing. Not only am I still YouTubing, I plan to go all out this year with some really cool content. So, I have a new channel for that stuff now. It's in the description, so I would recommend checking that out if you want to see what I'm up to in the near future. But it is nice to see someone come back from the old days and you know, check in on me. Because I haven't had that happen in a long time.
He's cooking.
Yeah, it's true.
He is cooking. Stay tuned.
With Galloway dead, former Prime Minister Nicola Sturgeon is able to retake control of what's left of Scotland and immediately orders a reversal of every policy Galloway carried out. As Scotland renounces lunaticism and becomes a normal fucking country again, albeit with barely anyone left alive. Demo Man and Willie are awarded as war heroes.
Carcass Vicar goes on tour throughout Ohio.
The MFC welcomes the new Scottish government into its alliance and helps rebuild the ruined country, bringing in refugees who fled the war up until this point to repopulate. However, the war is far from over. Scotland's naval assault on Ohio 2 is still happening. Yet the fucking island. What a significant moment.
Wow. Bleakfold tries to reform the Carcass Battalion to stop the naval assault.
The woke mob's elite troops have to accompany Carcass Fucker at all times while they're on tour to make sure no one tries to assassinate them.
Fuckville launches yet another sex ball at the woke mob.
Woke Wesley tells Ganymede that he's going to launch a full invasion of Fuckville if he doesn't order this practice to be stopped.
Bleakfold requests for Posey to promote him to general of the woke mob's military so he can reform the Carcass Battalion. He reminds Posey that he was the only person who made any sort of progress in the Scottish MFC war.
Wesley warns Poseidon against giving Lickvold a position that powerful, claiming that Ohioans can't be trusted and Lickvold might be an asset in their quest for independence.
In response to Wesley threatening to invade, Ganymede crushes almost all of Europe using a spare planetoid as a warning to...
Jesus Christ, is that how Two-Rup shows up?
Probably.
Mother of fucking God. Oh, jeez. This is incredibly awkward as the spacefaring governments of most of Europe were about to land back on Earth and reestablish their countries.
They're offered a consolation prize in one baked bean.
I like how it says consolation prize, not just consolation. What did they win? Like, were they on a game show?
No. Sorry. Lakeville takes the opportunity and instructs his 20 remaining Carcass Battalion soldiers to begin construction on an artificial country called Carcass Lands.
The returning governments decide to fish up the wreckage of the planetoid and reform it into Europe 2, which they land on. The government of France claims this name is boring and instead suggests the name Turup, which is not as boring but also sounds kind of stupid. Everyone else agrees and this is made official.
Due to Carcass Land's presence, Europe is slightly deformed compared to its previous incarnation.
Poseidon is still debating whether to listen to Lickvold or Wesley. He decides to compromise by giving Lickvold the command of his specific battalion, but not of the entire Woke Mob armed forces. Wesley then contacts Lickvold and tells him he is not allowed to construct an independent country while he is still a citizen of Ohio 2, and therefore under the dominion of the Woke Mob.
Lickvold asks where it says he can construct new countries in the contract. The rest of Carcass Fucker agree with him.
Wesley points to a clause in the Woke Mob Constitution that says civilians of colonies and protectorates of the Woke Mob may not form their own countries, and then points to a clause underneath that says, because I said so. Wesley explains that this was invented by Woke Tony himself, the founder of the Woke Mob, and he does not intend to disregard the wishes of the late leader. Also, this is inconsistent. The founder of the Woke Mob is supposed to be John Woke. Woke Tony is not the founder, but I guess, fuck it. He's just called the founder here.
Yeah. Lickvold then rebrands Carcass Land as an extension of Ohio 2. He also uses whiteout on this, effectively.
Wesley strictly warns Lickvold that any attempt at declaring independence will be met with an immediate military intervention.
Lickvold reassures Wesley that nothing of the sort will occur.
And it never
With that
did.
sorted out, he organizes a migration into Carcass Land via another concert. They hold an epic black pedal Bulgarian bagpipes cross concert. This one features their brand new album, Large Intestine Robin. As Bulgarian bag an infamously lethal genre, about half the people there die. Has become fanatics and join the newly reformed Carcass Battalion. They are then sent to an impromptu training camp.
Poseidon calls a meeting with Wesley, John Ohio, and various other Woke Mob government officials to discuss plans. It comes to attention that technically the Woke Mob central government doesn't have any land, nor are they an official country. They're just a mobile government with colonies. Poseidon decides to occupy the most rich, fertile, and prosperous bit of land on Earth to become the main homeland of the Woke Mob. Greenland.
Lickvold offers military support. Buckvold offers military unsupport, somehow. This weakens the Woke Mob.
From there, Poseidon establishes the Woke Mob as an official country, the Woke Pyre. This is just a branding thing, as the Woke Pyre doesn't have an emperor at all.
Lickvold says that's pretty unmetal, but it doesn't press the issue.
The Woke Pyre decides to use the genius strategy of declining the military unsupport, immediately reversing its effects.
Carcass Fucker gets a new member, a Scottish bagpiper, turning Carcass Fucker officially into a black pedal band. It also now has 12 members. Jesus Christ. The members of Slipknot roll in their graves knowing they've been surpassed. The resulting cacophony of black metal and bagpipes can be heard all the way from Europe, despite the lack of air and space.
The Sovereign lads, who ended up not being arrested since they technically didn't contribute to any of Galloway's crimes, even though he was their manager, still vocally support Carcass Fucker as brothers.
Lickvold offers a merger of the two bands.
The Sovereign lads decline the merger, but agree to more collaborations.
Wickfold deems this acceptable and forms a secret organization dedicated to nabbing civilians of non-woke pirate countries and turning them into black metal fanatics.
The MFC, which is now joined by various European countries, renames itself to the Sane Nations Coalition, or the SNC. You know it's bad when you have to make a coalition like that.
Yeah, yeah. Wickfold, in his quest to kidnap people and assimilate them into his armies, accidentally sets up camp on the sun.
The SNC begins to investigate civilian disappearances all across Europe and the Arctic countries, trying to get to the bottom of these cases.
The sun becomes a black metal fanatic and corpse paints itself.
This causes the sky to become all fucked up and edgy. Like, I'm thinking of like a fucked up, demented version of the sky. Like just a glimpse into my twisted world. Most would go insane looking at it.
It's just reds. It's not blue, it's reds.
True. Just a taste into my twisted, fucked up worldview.
My insane brain. I'm like the jungler.
True.
As the sun is close to the sun, however, the sun gets evaporated by the sun. Yet again, Earth is darkness.
The sun mourns its own death.
Wickfold deems this metal as shit.
The SNC declares a global emergency.
He has more opportunity to nab civilians now.
In the meantime, Gotland is still launching naval attacks at Ohio 2, and the SNC woke war is being perpetuated specifically by Gotland.
The attacks have been quite persistent, as Gotland hasn't figured out yet that Ohio 2 is landlocked.
This isn't true, by the way. This was a miscommunication between us. At this point, the governments of Finland, Norway, and Denmark all tell Gotland that they should probably chill out now.
An extra layer of land is erected around Ohio 2.
Yeah.
A lot of crap happens. Ohio 2 declares itself landlocked so that naval attacks become useless. Due to this, Gotland gives...
Oh my god, is that real? Oh.
I just read down.
Oh, that's amazing. The lore is that Ohio obliterated Sweden, but then placed a bunch of land over top of Sweden called Sweden 2, but woke Antonia renamed it to Ohio 2, and then LBP forgot it was named that.
Yeah.
Gotland refuses to recognize Ohio 2 as a landlocked country and continues the attacks.
Missile, seeing as Ohio 2 is landlocked, stop moving.
The leader of Gotland, Sven Sverrig, is that a real person, or did I just make that up? I think I went to like a fantasy name generator and got Swedish names or something. The leader of Gotland, Sven Sverrig, argues that this is not how the laws of existence are supposed to function. God personally descends from the heavens and explains to Sven that in fact he rewrote the laws of existence specifically so this could happen. He also declares that his name is actually pronounced Jod before ascending back to the heavens.
Isaac Newton turns into a zombie just to tell Sven fuck you before sitting back in his coffin.
Sven just stands there in silence.
Isaac shambles back to his grave. He becomes a black just Scotland to Carcass fucker.
As in Sven does, not Isaac Newton. This isn't valid because Gotland is a republic. The parliament simply holds a vote of no confidence and ejects Sven from the country. Sven was the imposter.
0 remaining. He pisses on a rug before diving into the ocean.
He then emigrates to Carcass land.
Player was the other imposter. Crewmates win.
I think it should be immigrates to Carcass land, because emigrate is when you leave a country.
Yeah.
But whatever. The new president of Gotland decides to end the war once and for all. The woke SNC war has officially concluded.
Fuckville decides they haven't had enough war. Wickfold sends his agents to nab the population of Gotland. Meanwhile, Fuckville declares war on Wokeville and drags the NSC into it.
It would be funny if I know I didn't put this down as a response, but it would have been really funny if I just said, due to a fatal typo, the SNC doesn't get involved. Every single nation in the SNC releases a statement saying, "Wait, no, please don't."
Half of Fuckville is turned into a sex ball and launches itself into space.
The new war ends up being a one-sided war because Fuckville declared war on a country that doesn't exist. Because there is no Wokeville. I just forgot about that. That's not a real thing.
Oh my
It's
God.
Wokington. The new war ends up... Yeah, Ganymede's advisors remind him that Wesley's protectorate is actually named Wokington.
He declares war on Wokington and drags the NSC in it, but not before sending some troops to Wokington.
The war only occurs between Wokington and Fuckville because Fuckville dragged into an alliance that doesn't exist, because it's the SNC and not the NSC.
He sends troops to Wokington where they're never heard from anyone again. Close enough. Fuck it. Lakeville dabs some civilians from Fuckville.
Once again, Ganymede's advisors have to remind him that it's the Sane Nations Coalition and not the Nations Sane Coalition.
Ganymede blames this mistake on liberal media. Canada recommends renaming it to the Sex Nations Coalition.
Every other nation in the alliance says no.
Canada sinks into the ocean. Poseidon Air drowns. Holy fuck, there's no Canada.
I'm okay, did this actually just get... I think this just got ignored, and we forgot about it.
Yeah.
Woke Wesley, upon hearing the news, releases a statement professing how sad he is about the Wokepire's great leader, Poseidon Air's passing. He then immediately starts advertising his political campaign as he starts running to replace Poseidon Air.
Poseidon Air immediately comes back to life purely to oppose the campaign.
The election is cancelled because Poseidon Air's term isn't up, and the only reason it was called in the first place was because he temporarily died. Wesley releases another statement saying, just kidding, lol.
Fuckville's skeleton battleship picks up Poseidon Air and drops him off on Karen.
Behind Wesley's back, the Wokepire's Senate starts negotiating with Ganymede and pledges to sell Wokington to Fuckville in exchange for Poseidon Air's release.
Fuckville agrees, dropping Poseidon Air off in a Wokepire colony.
However, Wesley overheard everything from his spies and calls out the Senate for negotiating this deal without his consent. Or, yeah, they spelled it wrong. The transaction of land is completely illegal, as he was not informed. As such, the entire Senate is immediately terminated, and has to be replaced.
Ganymede's fifth sex ball lands directly on top of Wesley.
Conveniently, Wesley, with his high positions... with his high position as Secretary of Colonial Affairs, it starts pulling strings and getting politicians loyal to him into the Senate as it's replaced. After Poseidon Air is brought to safety, the Senate, now stuffed full of Wesley's allies, revokes the deal with Ganymede and declares that Wokington will not, in fact, be sold to Fuckville.
He unfortunately can't manipulate the giant-ass sex ball off his body.
Wesley's staff have to forcefully remove the sex ball.
They don't remove it quickly enough for Wesley to get out of the way of the sixth and much larger one.
The process repeats a few times. Eventually, Wesley stops getting hit by the sex balls, but the trauma he has endured will never go away.
Woke Whitney steps out of the shadows.
Was Woke Whitney actually mentioned before this? I kind of forgot.
I don't think they were.
Hold on. Woke Whitney... Sorry, I can actually look this up. We saw Woke Whitney old. No, this is actually the first time.
I remember typing this out in class.
I don't know why. Why does it say Wesley is in shock? He certainly didn't expect to see Whitney, even though we don't know who that is.
Septic shock. He's on the verge of being traumatized to death.
Wesley asks Whitney for moral support.
Ow. Wesley is hospitalized due to septic shock.
He recovers from this, but he vows revenge against Whitney for not helping him. A few days later, Poseidon Air's secure location in Greenland is suddenly leaked online. Since the woke Fuckville war is going on, Fuckville would benefit a lot from exploiting this.
Fuckfield drops him off on Karen again.
Diplomats on behalf of Ganymede ask Wesley and the Senate to sell Wokington to Fuckville for real this time in exchange for his release. Wesley and the Senate vehemently refuse. This leads to Poseidon Air being executed on Charon for some reason. Ganymede
responds with Wesley's IP address.
Wesley corrects Ganymede as the IP address was off slightly. Once Wesley hears of Poseidon Air's execution, he releases a statement expressing great sadness. An election is called, and with the support of the Senate, Wesley is easily sworn in as the new leader of the Wokepire. This is bad news for Ohio 2 and Carcass Land. Ganymede orders his troops to... Oh, no, that's right.
Ganymede orders his troops to shout Wesley's IP address at Wesley's troops.
Now that Wesley has finally achieved his goal, he can tighten his grip on the Protectorates more than Poseidon ever would. And one member of the Wokepire, however, is quite suspicious of this. That member is Hydrium, Poseidon's assistant. He himself has a fair amount of political power in the Wokepire, but not nearly as much as Wesley. Hydrium thinks of Wesley's actions as odd, but he decides he can't do much about it right now. Fun fact: I don't think Hydrium ever came back in this roleplay ever. I think this is the only time he was ever mentioned.
All of Wokington now knows Wesley's IP address.
Rip son killed by son, says Parker Sampson. True. Yeah, the thing is, Hydrium is like Poseidon's assistant in another roleplay we're doing, which is the Jonathan Crisis, which is the basis for the books. And yeah, he's mentioned here in AUL, and I don't think he ever comes up again. Like his plot point being introduced, this is unironically a Greg Sleeper virus situation. Wesley manages to change his IP address, but not before all his devices are flooded with Dream Not Found fan art by online trolls. All his devices crash, and he's forced to buy new ones.
His eyeballs also self-destruct out of self-preservation.
He has to buy new eyeballs as well.
Yeah.
Wesley and the Senate pass a law illegalizing the action of being a Dream fan in retaliation.
Oh my god.
This raises his public support immensely. Fun fact, I don't know if this law was ever repealed or sorry, no, it was actually I think it was repealed by Whitney at some point. I don't know. We get to that later.
Unfortunately, this does not include the Bad Boy Not Found fan art and the 90-day clause modification clauses.
Is still in effect. I don't... What is that? Is that like the rule that you can't change a law for 90 days?
I guess. I don't know.
It also doesn't cover the various other Dream SMP-related ships.
Even more unfortunately, Ganymede finds out where he lives and nails terrible fan art to every surface in his house.
Wesley's staff wonder how Ganymede personally made his way through all their defenses to his house just to nail shit to it.
Wesley's tiger's skull crumples up like a piece of paper within the first few seconds of entering his house.
He has to get a replacement skull.
and brain.
At this point, philosophy teachers in Wokepire schools start using Wesley as an allegory for the ship of Theseus thought experiment in class.
Yeah, more unfortunately, his replacement brain ends being giveaways.
Somehow, someone in Wesley's staff thought this would be incredibly funny. Wesley tries to immediately sell the entire Wokepire to Scotland, but thankfully the Senate sees what's going on and overrules him. Galloway's brain is extracted from Wesley's head and replaced with a clone of Wesley's original brain. All this is happening while the Fuckville Wokepire War is still going on. Wesley decides to assemble a massive army with the purpose of eliminating Fuckville once and for all.
Ganymede peels Fuckville off the earth like a banana peel and places it in the air. This show the This throws a bit of a spanner in Wesley's military and navy assault plan.
Wesley realizes with horror that Fuckville has successfully repealed the law of gravity.
Isaac Newton re-rises from his grave to tell Wesley to eat ass. Fuckville soldiers defy gravity to assault Wokington.
Wesley begins launching air raids on Fuckville.
The Navy is disbanded in favor of all-terrain/air units.
Meanwhile, the Wokepire Senate desperately reviews the Woke Constitution, trying to find any hidden clauses allowing them to repeal the law of gravity.
They successfully find one and repeal the law. Except they can't defy gravity. They realize they instead repealed the law of gravy, whatever that is.
This simply makes gravy an illegal substance, which is not helpful at all. Fun fact, I don't know if that law was ever changed afterward. I think gravy was illegal the entire time. The SNC releases a statement saying that Ganymede is defying the fundamental tenets of existence by not abiding by gravity. All nations of the SNC orders Ganymede to stop, or they will side with the Wokepire for once. I mean, technically they're not defying gravity. Ganymede's just... Oh, no, he did place it in the air, so it does count. Yeah, okay.
Ganymede reminds the SNC that they're a large-ass planetary body and that conventional laws of gravity do not apply to large-ass planetary bodies.
That is completely wrong, by the way. They do. The law of gravity applies all throughout the universe. Not in this one, though. The SNC argues that it does apply to land masses like Fuckville.
Ganymede declares Fuckville a large-ass planetary body.
The SNC rejects this declaration and once again orders Ganymede to put Fuckville down. If Ganymede refuses, he'll effectively be at war with the entire world. This is a really dumb reason to go to war with someone.
Ganymede does so at Mach 12, effectively blowing up the entire northern hemisphere.
The SNC considers this an act of war and sides with the Wokepire.
Ganymede argues that the SNC never said how quickly they should put down Fuckville.
The SNC states that they aren't declaring war on Ganymede because Ganymede defied their wishes. Ganymede, in fact, obliged by their wishes. Instead, they're declaring war because, as a direct quote from the SNC's General Secretary, you blew up the entire fucking Northern Hemisphere.
Seeing how they're no longer allied with the SNC, Ganymede slams Fuckville up and down against the Earth about 26 more times at Mach 19. This proves catastrophical for the stock market.
I don't think catastrophical is a word, but okay. While the Wokepire and the SNC are struggling to figure out how exactly to fight Ganymede, things get worse. A mysterious fleet of warships... Oh no! A mysterious fleet of warships appears in the skies above London, which is under the administration of Wokington, and this fleet starts bombarding the city. Wesley initially suspects this to be Ganymede's fleet, but it turns out to be none other than a fleet from the Bath Salts Empire, which, by the way, still exists for some reason. I think they got released by the Tumors off screen or whatever. The gentleman who has been carefully watching all of this unfold has now taken advantage of the perfect opportunity to reclaim the UK for the BSE.
Ganymede grips a warship with one hand.
The BSE troops touch down in London. This is the first time BSE forces have been on Earth for untold months? Over a year and a half, in fact. Yeah, okay, that makes more sense. Relatively.
Ganymede patiently waits for the BSE to reclaim parts of Earth.
Since some of Earth is still unoccupied due to various catastrophes, the BSE begins setting up new territories with little resistance while obliterating the local Wokington forces in London. It isn't long before the Skeld crew, floating above Earth, catches on to this. Player argues that the gentleman has to be stopped before he becomes a threat again.
Ganymede proceeds to blast space-boosted Bulgarian bagpipes at all of Earth. This proves even worse for the stock market. Player responds with, oh.
The BSE, while initially successful, is quickly repelled once Wesley sends reinforcements to London. The armies of the Wokepire push the BSE troops all the way to the cliffs of Dover. As a last resort, the BSE troops start mass dumping bath salts into the English Channel.
Jesus Christ.
All the
BBC.
This is such a
The
funny
BBC
gag.
has to spend a bit cleaning up the bath salts before they can start broadcasting again.
This leads to a temporary drop in transphobia.
Only temporary, as Matt Walsh suddenly gets promoted to head of the BBC once the bath salts are cleaned up.
He's finally graduated from Wokington's competitive war team. The BSC
I
attack
forgot about that.
on London has been successfully repelled, but the BSC has not been fully removed from Earth again yet. Scotland and the Wokepire team up to create woke pipes in an attempt to counter Ganymede's Bulgarian bagpipes.
They sound like shit. Literally.
This was
Fart sound effects come out.
This was intentional as the ears of the Fuckville soldiers start melting. Unfortunately, the same goes for the Wokepire soldiers. Saul Goodman, who escaped Scotland during the fall of Galloway's administration, sues both sides for war crimes. Somehow this pauses the entire war.
Halfway through the trial, he gets surprised waterboarded by Ganymedes. Lickfold uses the opportunity to nabbing soldiers from both armies discreetly.
Wesley tries to arrest him, but the writers step in and tell him he doesn't know because the word discreetly was used. The arrest plans are cancelled at once.
Saul Goodman continues to be waterboarded.
Half of the courtroom is destroyed because Ganymede is way too big to fit inside.
Lickfold requests permission to biologically engineer a parasite that turns people into fucker fanatics.
Every single person in the court tells him to fuck off, including Saul Goodman, who is still being waterboarded.
Denied on the grounds of it being denied. Lickfold leaks footage of everyone in the court fucking their own mothers.
The entire jury has to be replaced. This delays the trial several weeks.
Lickfold offers to cease leaking the footage if this parasite request is granted. Ganymede swaps out the footage for footage of Lickfold singing the opening theme of My Little Pony in the shower. Lickfold counters by replacing this with footage of Ganymede unironically Fortnite dancing.
The jury claims this is impossible because Ganymede doesn't have limbs.
Yeah, it's hard to tell Ganymede's dancing because he's a big fucking ball.
As such, the footage is dismissed. Wesley pipes up and asks who the fuck is even being tried at this point, and for what. Saul Goodman tries to make an argument while he's still being waterboarded.
Lickfold shows footage of Wesley saying homophobic slurs in a conversation.
Wesley disputes this claim by saying he can't be homophobic because he has the word woke in his full name, which, by the way, is funny because the Wokepire and the woke mob, they're not called that because of anything like progressive. They're called that because the guy who founded them was named John Woke.
Yeah, John Woke.
So that's not even a defense.
Recites the entire Lickfold recites the entire Doom Eternal Marauder speech in reply. Ganymede forcefully renames him to Broke Besley.
The name change is dismissed by this court as it has no legal basis.
Lickfold creates a legal basis.
The jury, out of fear of Lickfold, decides to charge him with every crime in existence. They then immediately find him guilty on all counts.
This necessitates them saying his name, killing them all. The charges are Lickfold deciding to turn on in Bloodspeak, which also take down the judge as well as half of Two-Rup.
Technically, this doesn't matter because Europe has already been replaced by Two-Rup. So because of a fatal typo, Two-Rup does not get destroyed.
Lickfold, seeing how the judicial system has been killed, permits himself to make the parasite he wants to make and leaves.
The jury is replaced again. The third jury tries to revoke his permit, only to realize he already left with it.
They mauled too hard, causing their heads to explode.
This requires a fourth jury to sub in.
Their legs fall off as soon as they enter the courtroom.
After several more weeks, a fifth jury comes in. At this point, the trial has cycled through 5 different juries and no actual progress has been made. Saul Goodman, who is still being waterboarded, tries to use flip cards to explain his arguments. He accuses both Fuckville and the Wokepire of committing war crimes and cites the use of Bulgarian bagpipes and Wokepipes, as well as Ganymede slamming his own country into the earth and blowing up the entire northern hemisphere multiple times. He makes a very compelling case. The judge calls Wesley to speak. Wesley argues that his development of the Wokepipes was a necessary retaliation against Fuckville's use of Bulgarian bagpipes, and therefore he only used them out of desperation, not out of desire. Saul refutes this by saying, okay, but it is still a war crime. The Scottish representative speaks up and says, didn't you work for the Galloway administration? Saul counters by saying he was forced to. All of this is going on while he's still being waterboarded by Ganymede.
The representative for the Carcass Battalion says that war crimes should be legalized because they're metal as fuck. Ganymede duct tapes, superglues, and welds a wet cloth to Saul Goodman's face to continue waterboarding him. He then starts reciting various IP addresses. One of them is his own.
The court staff have to hook up feeding tubes to keep Saul Goodman alive.
One of them is secretly an assassin and tries to button Saul Goodman with a baseball bat.
The jury finds this assassin guilty of attempted murder.
Shucks, he says, as he's marched up to the only open prison, which happens to be in Carcass lands.
The jury finds Ganymede guilty of war crimes, but it's not really possible to imprison him because he's a moon.
He decided to pick away at his surface to make him a more manageable size.
He then promptly corrects himself by instead saying, "Aw, geez," in a Boston accent after the writers decided it would be funnier if he was Scout TF2. For some reason.
Jeez.
However, technically, this falls under the umbrella of grievous bodily harm, referring to the picking away at Ganymede. However, technically, this falls under the umbrella of grievous bodily harm, meaning the jury themselves are arrested and tried before yet another jury.
Jesus Christ.
This process takes yet more weeks.
The arrested jury is indentured to servant battalion.
After the 5th jury is found guilty of GBH, the 6th jury takes over the trial. Wesley continues to argue he only commit war crimes out of necessity.
Carcass Battalion representative states that bagpipes are not forbidden in the Geneva Conventions.
The Canadian representative argues that the Geneva Conventions, by the way, Canada sunk into water, so they're just back somehow.
I don't know.
They just rose back up out of the water, I think.
Yeah.
The Canadian representative argues that the Geneva Convention could not possibly have accounted for bagpipes that could massacre people just by being played at the time it was written.
Saul Goodman is still being waterboarded. The Carcass Battalion then just says, then that just makes it legal.
The SNC doesn't have a good argument against this, nor does Saul. Wesley asks the SNC why they're even siding with Saul since he's allies with them, and Saul is trying to sue him too. Every SNC representative reminds him simultaneously that the only reason they're supporting him is because Ganymede is worse.
Carcass Battalion representative suggests making Ganymede listen to Carcass Fucker's music, and he doesn't elaborate on how this will help.
At that point, a representative from the Bath Salts Empire bursts in and sues both Wesley and Ganymede for illegally establishing countries on rightful BSE territory.
The suit fails to get anywhere, as the BSE hasn't owned any part of Earth for decades. Or something like that.
The BSE representative states decades schmecades and refuses to drop the suit.
Ganymede drops the representative onto Karen.
The Carcass...
Carcass says that the BSE should listen to Carcass Fucker.
It turns out the BSE representative was just another loan shark the whole time who thought filing a lawsuit over stupid reasons would be funny. We already got to the beginning of the loan sharks in the last stream, but this is one of the early moments of them.
Oh my god.
Another jury... What?
Another. The trial has amounted to literally nothing for several months and suggests giving up.
Another juror states that technically Ganymede's guilty verdict still stands from the fifth jury.
At this point, it's a miracle Saul Goodman has managed to survive being waterboarded for several months.
The first states that they would just change the penalty for Ganymede's crimes to being picked to a 700th of one's original size and thrown into a cell.
Sorry,
second...
I was supposed to read that.
I forgot. Sorry.
Where the loan
second juror points out that this falls under the GBH and would get them arrested like the fifth jury. A third juror suggests inventing a shrink-weight ray on the spot.
The first states that this is an amazing idea.
So what were you saying earlier about the loan sharks? I kind of glossed over that.
I was just looking up where the loan sharks get introduced proper.
Right. Yeah, we got to that part in the last stream with Lovato and I.
Damn.
Saul Goodman is only remaining alive through constant injections of determination. If this goes on much longer, he will end up with more of it than even a human body can handle and turn into an asalgamate.
Carcass Battalion representative says that this is pretty metal and votes to let it happen.
Just then, an advisor shows up and points out that technically, since Ganymede isn't subject to SNC law until they sign a peace treaty, this entire trial was worthless.
Ganymede does a troll face.
The trial ends and the war resumes.
Yeah. The soldiers continue to mysteriously disappear.
After several months, Saul Goodman finally isn't being waterboarded anymore.
He's being fireboarded instead.
He immediately claims the Guinness World Record for longest lasting waterboarding victim. His finger is partially melted from the strain. The Carcass Battalion
representative tries to beat his records.
The SNC and the Wokepire, along with its subjects, call a meeting to discuss strategies to take down Ganymede.
Wigfold suggests using suicide bombers to blow it to pieces.
The SNC dismisses this idea on the grounds that it is impractical and stupid. Wesley suggests using nukes. John Ohio suggests using suicide nukers.
Wigfold seconds this. He also announces that the parasite is finished.
Oh god. Oh god. Every nation in the SNC votes against all current proposals.
He offers to show a live demonstration of the parasites.
The SNC instead demands that the parasite be immediately destroyed.
Wigfold states that they just finished it and offers to prove its worth.
Crazy Dave from the hit game Plants vs. Zombies suggests Wubby Wubble. Why did he show up at the meeting? Because he's crazy!
He's crazy! Lungy Zombie drags him out of the room.
The SNC compromises and tells Lickvold to demonstrate the parasite in a safe testing ground.
Carcass Battalion member is sent into a safe testing ground in front of all the SNC leaders. Ganymede places their country directly on top of the testing ground, and the SNC leaders by extension. Then lifts it back up. Thankfully, the testing ground was subterranean. Unthankfully, the southern hemisphere is now a wasteland.
By the way, this just gets ignored by the rest of the messages. Like, no one cares that the entire northern hemisphere blew up. It still basically exists, and so does the southern hemisphere.
Yeah.
The SNC leaders await the testing.
Oh boy. The parasite, a black creature the size of the average cockroach resembling a centipede, is introduced into the man's body. Immediately, he begins to convulse as his muscle mass doubles in the span of a few seconds. Attempts at speech develop into gargled clunk screams, and his tongue quintuples in length and splits into three. Consider this blades at helping on the end of each. The arms grow out, his back and all his fingers grow long claws. The pigmentation of his face is drastically altered, creating a natural corpse face. He stands up straight, uttering something in the death tongue as long. Ram-like horns sprout from his forehead, and his teeth sharpen into 2-inch long fangs, completing his transformation.
The leader of Wales
fuck.
asks why this would ever be useful on a large scale in any situation.
Lickfold states that they could be used as effective shock troops as well as for intimidation. I'm sorry, I'm gonna get another drink.
Totally understandable. The SNC leaders instead debate amongst themselves about whether or not this should be permitted. Have you guys been enjoying this great roleplay so far? This incredible work of art? This true masterpiece? This is what AI bros want to take away from us.
All right, I'm back.
Alright.
Mutated is restrained and dragged away.
John Ohio suggests instead trying to make parasites more akin to those cool monsters from Resident Evil 4.
Lickfold states that this is much more metal.
The leader of Finland asks if Carcass Land would be interested in helping develop an antidote in case of emergency.
Lickfold reluctantly agrees. He also authorizes work on the much more potent variants.
Wesley pledges to help fund this project as he is concerned about potential ramifications of the parasite.
To demonstrate the combat capacity of the parasite, Lickfold gives numerous death row inmates weapons and forces them into an arena with the mutants.
One onlooker remarks, "This is just like Stranger Things 4. He is immediately shoved into the arena. The death row inmates are all suddenly abducted by the SCP Foundation.
Lickfold flips off the MTF agents and grabs a batch of new inmates. The new inmates are also given weapons.
I'm sorry. When I saw MTF agents, I read that as fucking male to female transgender.
Oh my fucking... This is so Safcore.
No. Saf would be the other way around. Yeah.
Other way. FTM.
Yeah.
This is so Safcore.
It's so reverse Safcore. The leader of Ireland suggests releasing a mutant directly into one of Fuckville's population centers.
My apologies, Saf.
I like how all the SNC countries are like, please be careful with this mutant. We don't want it. We don't like the implications of this. Please take as much care as possible. In fact, we don't even recommend you go through with this. And then Ireland, on the other hand, is like, release the mutant right into Fuckville. Release it right now.
Release it into Fuckville. Ganymede replaces their cotton candy lobster. This spooks the living shit out of everyone, including Ganymede.
Ganymede is so traumatized by this that they have to take time off leading their empire. Their second in command, Europa, takes over for a while. Europa and looks at the situation on her and exclaims, "What the fuck?"
Ganymede replies with a troll face. This gives them the confidence needed to take charge once again.
By that point, Europa had just finished the legal paperwork to change the name of Fuckville to the Lunataran Protectorate. Immediately after this name change was officiated, Ganymede returned to their position of leadership.
Ganymede takes a big poopy dump all over the paperwork somehow, and reverts the changes somehow.
This results in Fuckville legally having been named the Lunataran Protectorate for a single minute and no longer.
Europa is dropped off.
Europa claims that they did this for the good of the Empire. They insist that their enemies would take them more seriously if they didn't name their colonies shit like Fuckville.
Ganymede replies that it's funny.
Europa states that war supersedes comedy.
Ganymede says that you have to be unpredictable when it comes to war, and that he is, in fact, being unpredictable.
Europa argues that the legal name of Fuckville being switched for 1 minute before being switched back also inadvertently ended up being unpredictable, and therefore they should be pardoned.
Ganymede argues something involving the Big Bang Theory for reasons unknown. Europa's brain cells self-destruct. They're then reinstalled.
Europa claims that they have been a loyal servant to Ganymede this entire time.
Ganymede picks up Europa off of Carrick, but leaves him with a warning.
Europa understands. Europa also reports the update on the civil war with Callisto and Io, which is still going on, by the way. That's been a thing since I think the third stream. They explain that Callisto and Io seem to have disappeared from their positions in space, along with many of their forces.
Ganymede uses /kill on them to send them back to spawn.
This is retconned because one of the writers had plans.
Ganymede does a troll face.
As it happens, the Callisto and Io have actually gone to Earth and signed an alliance with the Earth's moons, of whom calls themselves Luna.
Lickfold says that an artificial moon should be created to fight Ganymedes.
Recent events result in Callisto, Io, and Luna teaming up with the SNC and the Wokepire to form one giant coalition against Ganymede.
Lickfold uses a high-powered radio to broadcast Carcass Fucker's new single, Murder Stalactite, into space.
This causes the International Space Station to explode.
Lickfold states that this is quite metal. He also decides to hold a military parade with the Carcass Battalion, which somehow now numbers in the 100,000s.
That's not alarming at all.
Yeah.
Oh shit! I went back a little bit. People around the world are watching in concern. I fucked that up. Unnerved by the sheer numbers of the battalion.
Parade doubles as a concert as Carcass Fucker is on a large parade float playing the new single. Ganymede sets up a basketball court and starts playing basketball with Earth.
As you do. Everyone wonders how this is possible since Earth is much bigger than Ganymede. At this point, the SNC finally begins a land invasion into Fuckville through Wales and Scotland. Wesley joins in, invading from Wokington. The troops find the day-night cycle incredibly confusing as the basketball game is still going on.
Lickfold sends a case new to be released in case of emergency, or if they feel like it.
Or if they feel like it. Meanwhile, the SNC call an internal conference to discuss what to do with the Wokepire after Ganymede's defeat. Russia's leader insists that they should prepare for war against the Wokepire as they are still an enemy, just an ally by circumstance. Most others agree, but they want to be careful and discreet about this. Canadian General Sean Marshall. Oh
fuck!
This is the beginning of the Sean Marshalls. Canadian General Sean Marshall is deployed to the front lines to begin a siege of Liverpool, a city under Fuckville's control. Although he quickly realizes Ganymede has renamed the city to Liver Penis, which is okay.
Yes. Yeah. Side of Earth that Ganymede hits against the ground during their game of basketball just so happens to contain all of Sean's forces.
It also contains the city of Liverpool.
Ganymede grabs a random moon and molds it into a new and improved liver penile.
I love how you just decided that the name I chose for what the city was renamed to was a completely different name.
Yeah.
Millions of people have died from this collision. Ganymede is convicted of genocide several times over, but this is effectively useless as no one can actually apprehend them. Luna does try to stand in Ganymede's way, but not with much success. Callisto and Io approach from behind to begin rapid-firing asteroids at Ganymede, but Europa shows up to defend them, starting an asteroid shootout.
Lickfold remarks that they should corpse paint Luna to invigorate it.
This idea is approved.
Luna is properly corpse painted, causing a 666.666 increase in effectiveness.
Luna destroys the basketball court and puts Earth back in its right place.
Wakefold is satisfied with the metalness of this and goes back to overseeing the development of the stronger parasite.
The asteroid shootout between Callisto, Io, and Europa continues, or I should say it continues. Io then pretends to get hit and sneaks behind Europa before erupting in every single volcano on their surface simultaneously. Europa is scorched and seriously injured.
Ganymede gives Europa a band-aid.
This also causes a quite spectacular meteor shower on Earth. Oh, that was your line. My bad. As a preventative measure, every country in the SNC passes a law that bans meteors from landing in their territory. That's...
Yeah.
That will work.
Ganymede fires 152 quintillion, 816 quadrillion, 278 trillion, 482 billion, 637 asteroids into their territory.
The meteors turn around and hit Ganymede instead. Callisto takes... No, I keep reading... Oh, fuck.
Damn.
Callisto takes the opportunity to throw a flaming comet at Ganymede, damaging them further. Further? What the fuck?
Ganymede simply...
Further.
Ganymede simply declares no.
The comet responds with yes.
As Ganymede launched asteroids instead of meteors, Earth still gets pulverized. Ganymede grabs the comet and starts violently shaking it around. The comet instructs Ganymede to kill itself now. It doesn't work.
They tried the Beanley strat.
Yeah.
However, while this is going on, the anti-Ganymede coalition has successfully occupied much of Fuckville.
Ganymede simply gets Fuckville to fold in on itself, crushing all of the anti-Ganymede coalition troops to death.
This also kills all of their own soldiers.
Ganymede grabs Callisto and forcefully fashions them into more soldiers.
The formerly English Fuckvillian soldiers who weren't in Fuckville, when it folded in on itself, realized Ganymede sees them all as disposable. They defect to the SNC. Now Ganymede's army consists of beings formed from Callisto, not Englishmen.
Ganymede forces them to stop defecting somehow.
The Carcass Battalion sends a mutant to deal... No! To deal with
Carcass Battalion sends a mutant to deal with the Callistian troops.
Luna forcefully unforces the soldiers to stop defecting.
Ganymede forces Luna's face to defect.
This is fine because they don't have a face.
Ganymede carves him a face. He also turns to newly created soldier English.
The face simply detaches from Luna and joins Ganymede's side. The now English soldiers instantly become 10 times more obnoxious. However, they're still unable to think for themselves, since Ganymede specifically created them.
We also begin talking about how more good things have come out of the UK than Infant Annihilator. The mutant admits that Infant Annihilator is a great band before beginning to slaughter the troops.
The SNC decides to send more forces into Fuckville, assuming Ganymede won't waste more lives.
They think wrong.
At this point, tens of thousands of soldiers have died, as well as millions of English civilians. Ganymede is once again convicted of genocide.
Ganymede says, "Hope."
Io manages to find the leftover pieces of Callisto and reconstructs them with other random rock pieces. The asteroid shootout continues. Unfortunately, SNC morale is incredibly low. The SNC calls another meeting where the leader of Norway suggests there isn't really much they can do in a war against a literal god in the form of a moon, and they might as well cut their losses and sign a treaty now. The leader of Ireland disagrees and claims that if they surrender, Ganymede will be able to do whatever they want with humanity. The leader of Norway states, Gamma just says, hello. Just disconnected from anything.
Power move.
The leader of Norway states that they'll be able to do whatever they want regardless, and that humanity should just accept their fate gracefully.
The representative of the Carcass Battalion shows up and suggests creating a giant myth to blow up Ganymede. Ganymede puts on a coat and starts playing the piano like Dr. Evil, while still in an asteroid shootouts.
The leader of France points out that they already tried nukes to no avail.
The Carcass Battalion says they could try shooting people with jackhammers at shooting people with jackhammers at Ganymede to chip it down. Ganymede
Ganymede.
accidentally crushes the play the first note due to it being human-sized.
The leader of Wales bonks the leader of France over the head because, as it turns out, they didn't actually try nukes. As it happened, the SNC refused the proposal because it seemed too stupid at first, but now times are getting desperate and the SNC votes in favor of nuclear warfare. Nukes are promptly launched directly at Ganymede.
Ganymede uses a really large fan to repel the nukes. The Carcass Battalion constructs a larger fan to repel the nukes back. Ganymede simply moves out of the way and watches as the nukes miss due to the laws of motion regarding space.
Unfortunately for the SNC, that was their entire supply of nukes.
Fortunately for the SNC, solar wind blows the nukes back towards Ganymede. Unfortunately for the SNC, Ganymede moves out of the way again. Even less fortunately, now they're headed for... Now the Carcass Battalion uses again.
The SNC attempts to intercept as many nukes as they can.
Ganymede grabs the nukes midair, bundles them up into one big ball of nukes, then hurls them at Earth.
A bunch of Carcass... No, my bad.
A bunch of Carcass Battalion members use the fan to propel themselves into the nuke ball and detonate it prematurely.
The Bathsalts Empire, which still has holdings on Earth from its latest invasion, attempts to intercept the nuke ball before it lands. Unfortunately, they get caught in the premature explosion. This proves very bad for the stock market.
Laughter moment from Ganymedes.
The wreckage of BSE warships crashes down upon Earth, causing a lot of damage in and of itself.
The Carcass Battalion also equips a few thousand of their ranks with 50 bombs and shoots them at Ganymedes.
The Norwegian government, however, has had enough of this war and surrenders to Ganymede, citing, "We can't fucking win, they control the laws of existence itself," as their reason. This makes them the first SNC member to give up.
Ganymede turns stacking on and plays a +5 card to launch the bombs back at Earth before turning stacking back off.
The SNC immediately issues an order to the other members not to surrender at all costs.
They detonate themselves prematurely so that they don't do any damage.
That's referring to the bombs, I think. However, various other member states think this is hopeless and leave the SNC surrendering as well. Half of Turup has officially laid down its arms in days.
Lichtvold states that he'll defeat Ganymede himself if he has to.
Woke Wesley releases a public statement declaring that regardless of what happens to the SNC, the Woke Pyre will not stop fighting.
Woke Whitney suddenly comes up behind Wesley and snaps his neck before promoting her NFT line. God, I remember when I wanted to make Whitney an NFT bro before making her a dream stand. Holy shit.
Whitney seemed like a drastically different character back in the old days compared to now.
Yeah.
Wesley unsnaps his neck somehow. He then sentences Whitney to death for NFT promotion. Wesley's head falls off and two heads grow in his place, which is
related to that.
That's just unreal.
Whitney holds up
just ignore that.
Whitney holds up an NFT of a get out of jail free cards.
Unfortunately, it has no value because the crypto market is terrible. Someone brings up Morbius. That person is promptly shot in the head.
Carcass Battalion constructs a massive speaker, and Carcass Fucker plays the most brutal song, the Entral Slurper, into space, turning every remaining moon into a fanatic and causing them to attack it.
Wait, every moon?
Meanwhile,
in all of space?
Yeah,
every moon in the universe?
I guess. Damn. Damn, that's... Whitney scribbles over the NFT value graph with a marker.
Hold on a second. I need to look this up. How many moons are in the universe? Hold on a second. I don't know if there's a clear answer on this. How many moons are in the Milky Way? Let's look that up instead. This is a microcosm. Let's see. I'm taking a look. Okay, so in the solar system alone, there are 290 moons. So even if it's
Oh
just this
dear.
solar system, um,
Hmm.
Wesley has to remove both of his new heads and then tapes his original head back to his neck. Meanwhile, the surrendering nations ask for Ganymede to send a representative so they can discuss a peace treaty.
Ganymede sets down Callisto's face.
Callisto begins to bleed. Its face was cut off. This does not happen because Callisto isn't made of flesh. Oh, apologies. Callisto's face isn't in any position to negotiate, however. Correction, Callisto begins to leak Callisto liquid, whatever that means. Soon the rest of Callisto takes their face back. The surrendering nations, impatient, decide to personally meet Ganymede to discuss a treaty. The Norwegian diplomat asks what Ganymede's terms are. Some shit happens that... Yeah, whatever, I don't really care about this.
Ganymede crashes into Earth to discuss the peace treaty. Volt goes up to Wesley and requests to send a mutant into the conference room to kill all the leaders and induct all their armies into the Carcass Battalion.
Tuesdays. Wesley claims that this will likely make the woke pyre very unpopular in the eyes of the SNC. But he also realizes that the SNC is on the ropes, so he permits it.
Lickfold gives the order.
Wesley issues an ultimatum to every remaining SNC country to disband their alliance and join a permanent alliance with the woke pyre in order to be spared.
The armies are promptly forced to listen to Carcass fucker incessantly, soon turning them into fanatics, after which the brutal training regime begins.
The SNC is furious at this turn of events, but it's not like they really have a choice. The brutal training regimen consists entirely of slurping snail cider. Russia, Canada, Wales, Ireland, Scotland, Finland, and Gotland all abide by Wesley's wishes, meaning their armies are not Carcassified.
The rest are.
That or they surrender to Ganymede prematurely.
Ganymede's crashing into Earth blows them up instead.
Ooh, Jerry appears for some reason.
Whoever that is. Lickfold uses Ganymede being on Earth as an opportunity to send suicide bombers at it.
The Norwegian diplomat once again asks Ganymede for their terms.
Ganymede states that they simply have to rename all of their territories to stuff like Fuckville and Liver Penile.
Censorhead is immediately silenced by the secret penis assembly, whatever that means.
I don't know.
The French diplomat asks if they can still maintain their independence as long as they go along with this.
Yes.
France ends up renaming Paris to Penis.
Ganymede is pleased. Lickfold tells Ganymede representative to duel him to decide the fate of the war. Ganymede decides to send himself, wiping out the remains of numerous SNC countries. He slides through the earth. As Ganymede enters the arena, he does not notice the hundreds of landmines have been laid out due to his immense size.
Currently, the only remaining SNC members are Denmark and Iceland. They refuse to bow down before either Ganymede or Wesley, meaning they stand against the might of two nigh unstoppable armies. So these are the ones that are Carcassified, basically. Wesley sends woke pyre forces through Ohio 2 to siege down Copenhagen. Miraculously, the Danish forces are able to repel this first attempt at invasion.
Some stuff
Wesley is furious at the recent loss.
Lickfold suggests sending mutants.
The Danish respond with, "You can't spell Copenhagen without cope." Wesley is so mad that he permits the deployment of mutants.
15 mutants are airdropped into Copenhagen.
Danish soldiers attempt to fire at the mutants.
Mutants are surprisingly agile and jump around as they charge towards the soldiers. Once they reach the lines, you already know what happens.
The writers respond with, "No, we don't."
The soldiers are quickly ripped to shreds by the mutants' claws, pummeled through by their armored footfalls, and chomped by their razor-sharp teeth.
The Danish soldiers fall back and attempt using guerrilla tactics to take out the mutants.
Mutants, being very undisciplined and few in number, are not affected by guerrilla warfare nearly as much. They begin tearing apart everything they can find, in the process uncovering several Danish hiding spots.
At this point, Copenhagen is very much at risk of being overtaken. The Danish Air Force attempts to blow up the mutants from above.
The mutants use the bombs to jump up and attack the plane. Jesus Christ. Lickfold says that this is rather metal. Pro cult, perhaps.
The Danish fight with everything they've got, hoping they can somehow defeat the mutants.
Their efforts are in vain, as the mutants at last rend asunder the last Copenhagen.
The fall of Copenhagen forces the Danish army to fall back. Woke Wesley's armies manage to sweep the rest of the country, and it is annexed into the Wokepire. It then becomes the province of Wokemark. With the exception of the island of Copenhagen, which is given to the autonomous government of Carcass Land.
In honor of this victory, Carcasshagen becomes the base of operations for the mutant forces, or the Flenser Company. 10,000 Carcass Battalion soldiers are moved to Carcasshagen, which begins to be transformed into essentially a huge fortress.
A fun fact, this started out as a black metal band, and now it's like a massive army. The entire SNC now consists of Iceland, which just so happens to be right next to the central territory of the Wokepire in Greenland.
In celebration of the Wokepire's victory, Carcassfucker holds a concert in Carcasshagen.
I'm assuming they renamed Copenhagen to Carcasshagen after they took it. Wesley starts a naval invasion of Iceland. In desperation, Iceland calls upon every other nation on Earth to join the SNC. However, most other countries have dropped out of the war, have become servants of the Wokepire, or have had their armies Carcassified. France insists on not joining any other conflicts after they just barely managed to escape decimation from Ganymede by renaming Paris to Penis, and Norway, Germany, Spain, and Italy, and other such prominent European countries agree. However, for some reason, Brazil is willing to join. Iceland accepts the assistance from Brazil. Wesley continues to advance his forces into Iceland, only for all of them to slip on the ice. Brazil begins sending troops to Iceland to assist in the battle.
Lickfold pledges to only step in if Wesley seriously needs help, saying he should be able to have something to his name.
Jesus Christ, that is one hell of a backhanded compliment. Oh god. The troops all slip on the ice. Eventually, Wesley comes up with the genius idea of mass-producing Zambonis for his army. The Zambonis allow the Wokepire to successfully conquer Iceland, although Iceland's government and many refugees flee to Brazil. Iceland is annexed into the Wokepire, and Brazil now stands as the only remaining member of the SNC.
It is promptly renamed to the Brazil Coalition.
Now that Ganymede has calmed down, many European countries still around change the names of their capital cities to ensure that they won't be in danger again. Brazil enters DEFCON 1, or DEFCON -1, whatever that means.
Lickfold reveals that progress on the stronger parasite is about 3/4 done.
Brazil's Trusted Seven are commanded to begin activation of the Machine. Italy renames Rome to Rectum, Spain renames Madrid to Madrip, Germany renames Berlin to Berlin, and Norway renames Oslo to Viking Pissshire, which is like, it's not even close to the same original name.
That's
they just came up with a bullshit name.
Carcass Land cities already have a ridiculous name, so they are exempt from Ganymede's wrath.
Woke Wesley's top scientists reveal that they've developed an antidote to the mutant parasite. The antidote is tested and functions as intended, changing a mutant back into a regular human being.
However, it is unable to create antibodies, and thus mutation can be redone if another parasite is introduced.
Brazil begins top secret commerce with Norway, which, by the way, is not communication. I think he meant communication, but commerce means, like, trade.
Trades, yeah.
Norway asks why they're being contacted. To ask if they have laser machine guns, according to Brazil. Norway claims they do not. Is there anyone who does? Probably not. Damn it.
Ligfold contacts the leader of Brazil if they want to host a concert.
Brazil seizes top secret commerce with Norway, or Norawi, as is spelled here. They also say
Yeah.
no to the offer from Lickfold.
Ligfold says, "Oh well," and has a concert in the capital of the Wokepire. It results in 300 new additions to the Carcass Battalion.
The Carcass Battalion is getting close to exceeding the size of the rest of the Wokepire army. Out of concern, Wesley begins mandatorily conscripting people from the occupied territories.
Ligfold secretly begins work on cloning technology. He launders the funds he needs through a front company that sells only boiling coffee. Meanwhile, Progressive on the Parasite Squared has finished. Ligfold requests an audience for a demonstration. Ligfold also has an animatronics of the band members made and places them on stages throughout the Wokepire and makes them play Carcass Fucker songs near incessantly. This increases Carcass Battalion recruitment rates.
After a
Jesus
couple
Christ.
weeks of this, Wesley can't stand the constant Carcass Fucker music being played and bans this practice within the provinces/protectorates of Greenland, Iceland, Wokington, and Wokemark. However, it's still very much allowed in Ohio too, in Carcass Land. Carcass Fucker has an ill-advised glam metal phase. This causes massive riots in Lesotho. Too bad no one knows it exists. I'm assuming they just left the glam metal phase after a moment. Meanwhile, although Ganymede is no longer at war with any nation on Earth, the War of the Moons continues. Callisto and Io work together to throw a flaming volcanic comet at Ganymede.
Ganymede uses a vast antivirus trademark to keep himself from any flaming trademark, volcanic trademark, comets trademark.
Callisto extracts various metals from their own body, sells them, becomes wealthy, buys Avast, and shuts it down so it becomes useless. They and Io attempt the same maneuver again.
Carcass Fucker's glam metal phase ends and they decide to drop a black metal album to go back to their roots. Massive billboards are erected across Carcass Land in Ohio too, showing the current amount of members of the military in the Carcass Battalion. That's replaced by the thousands, but when and whether the latter will overtake the former.
Yeah, that's totally not suspicious at all.
Yeah.
Wesley soon demands that the Wokepire-aligned nations start handing over 10% of their own soldiers to join the Woke Armed Forces. Just to be clear, Carcass Land is basically an extension of Ohio 2, which is a colony of the Wokepire, which means that Wesley is very concerned that they will be overtaken by their own subjects. Sorry, did I read this line? Wesley soon demands that the Wokepire-aligned nations start handing over 10% of their own soldiers to join the Woke Armed Forces. Okay.
Ligfold mandates that Carcass Fucker music be played for at least 3 concurrent hours in every Wokepire-aligned country.
Wesley and the Woke Senate both overrule and veto this. For now, Wokepire-aligned countries abide by Wesley's demands.
Ligfold reduces the mandate to 2.99 now.
This mandate still has no legal basis, as Carcass Land is a subject of the Wokepire and cannot make these sorts of mandates in the first place. Wesley tells all the Wokepire-aligned governments that they can feel free to ignore it.
Ligfold prays to Satan to make the countries not ignore the mandate.
Satan says he would, but he feels like giving Carcass Land too much of an advantage would make the story more boring. Brazil shows up again.
Now, what? Huh?
Did you miss it? What's shocking you too much?
I don't know.
Brazil shows up again. Did you miss it? Every time I see Gamma show up with the cup PFP, when my eyes aren't really that focused, I feel like we're about to read a line from Grigor for some reason. Like, it looks like Grigor at first glance. Satan tells Brazil. Okay, Lickvold agrees to Satan, to what Satan says earlier. Satan tells Brazil to get the fuck out of his fortress. He says, "You have your own hell. Go back there."
Lickvold agrees and gives up on the mandate.
"I do. This is my hell. Move over," says Brazil. Wesley remarks.
Lickvold reminds.
Meanwhile, Satan.
Lickvold reminds the Wokepire of his. Lickvold reminds the Wokepire of his request to demonstrate his new parasite, which was recently finished.
Wesley remarks, "Oh yeah, that." Meanwhile, Satan laughs in the face of the Brazilian representative. No. Satan is shot in the head with a laser rifle.
Wakefold sets up a demonstration area in Carcasshagen. The culture shock kills 3 of the would-be spectators.
Satan is shot in the head with a laser rifle.
Satan patches up the hole with a band-aid.
The band-aid shoots Satan in the chest with a fork. Somehow.
Band-Aid is apprehended by the Council of Adhesives for doing the exact opposite of its job. The Band-Aid is sent to Karen. A Carcass Battalion member is sent into the testing area, same as last time.
Wesley decides to fund research into an antidote that would work on the stronger parasite. Brazil removes itself from itself. Removes itself from hell. Brazil's trusted 7, whoever they are, finally activate the machine. The machine is a terrific weapon. Brazil uses the machine, which is, by the way, a nebulous thing that was never explained, to take over every country that isn't currently being used by any of the other factions or by another Rupert Cord user. I like to imagine the machine was just like... I like to imagine the machine was just like a fucking paint.net and they like edited themselves onto like the world map. And that's how it happened.
This includes Guam.
It's true. Most of the other countries, yeah, there aren't really any other neutral countries left.
Man in the testing area is subjected to the new parasite, which just resembles the old one, but with longer legs and colored white with the corpse paint-like pattern on its heads.
Brazil is able to take over many, but not all other countries. Meanwhile, the Netherlands, Belgium, and Portugal have all finally come up with new names for their capital cities. The Netherlands renames Amsterdam to Yamsterdam. Belgium renames Brussels to, I truly apologize for the fact that I have to say this out loud, Brussels.
Oh dear. Oh.
Portugal renames Lisbon to Ligma.
Wrong sound effects. My apologies. Man. Oh, fuck. Sorry.
This is the man with the parasite test on him, right?
Man follows in agony as new vertebrae are created between its existing one as his spinal cord extends, effectively ripping him in half as his skin rips under his increasing height. Muscle promptly begins to develop in the new space.
Probably content warning for gore and disfiguration. Like, graphic.
Yeah, no shit. Yeah. A new arm sprouts under each extends, whose fingers morph into keratinous claws. The man's existing muscles grow threefold, and his bones grow denser and larger to support the added mass. Curved segments erupt from the side of his head as leathery bat wings issue forth from his back. His knee violently snaps backwards as his femurs extend and split into an additional joint at his feet, transmute into cloven hooves. His jawbones protrude out from his face as they reform his head into a form like that of a horse, the skin of which promptly dissolves, its tissue being reallocated to the wings. His eye moves to the side of the head and turns it into ones akin to a crocodile's. A mane of thrashing-chinous tendrils grow out the back of his head as a leviathan's cross carves itself into his forehead. A tail similar to said tendrils issues forth from the man's, and his teeth sharpen into 3-inch razor-sharp canines, completing the transmutation.
After the test is complete, the main singer of the Sovereign Lads, Danny O'Donnell, reaches out to Lickfold with new album ideas. He also suggests Carcass Land take the land of a former country that is now unoccupied to expand its domain.
Lickfold agrees with this proposition and moves 3,000 Carcass Battalion troops and 15 Fluncers to take the new territory.
He ends up taking Poland. Wesley allows this, but very reluctantly.
Lickfold comments on how he just beat the Polish invasion fee record.
Jesus Christ. However, it is not because of his reference to Hitler's invasion of Poland that they're mad. They're mad because the word record reminds them of Dream's cheating scandal.
Being a 7'4" man now, if only built like the average super heavy tank, he has no problem pulping their skulls to paste and drinking their blood. However, they are mad no longer because they fucking dies. Lickfold suggests going to war, but he doesn't know who to go to war with.
O'Donnell says he'd suggest the neutral European nations, but he also says that invading them might provoke Ganymede's wrath since they pleased them by changing their capital city names.
Lickfold asks if they could perhaps forge a casus belli like in Europa Universalis Vor.
Brazil's first step of action is to begin mass-producing spaceships, i.e. submarines with water-bending powers, whatever the fuck that means.
Lickfold decides to hold a meeting with the leader of Brazil to see if they are worth an alliance with.
O'Donnell points out that Brazil probably wouldn't agree because they actually joined the SNC right before its last member, Iceland, was conquered by the Wokepire.
Lickfold argues that bygones can be bygones. Just look at America and Japan.
O'Donnell does look at America and Japan and reports back to him explaining that both countries' governments are still at space and their land is occupied by the BSE.
Lickfold elaborates that he was referring to the alliance between Japan and America before the world froze over.
O'Donnell replies, "Oh, yeah."
Lickfold ultimately decides to hold the summit with the CEO of Brazil.
The CEO.
He takes a metallified Viking longship to Brazil, accompanied by a bodyguard of 5 Flencers. On the way to Brazil, Carcass Fucker has an ocean concert.
This results in a group of whales joining the band and blowholing to the beat. The dolphins, being glam metal fans, refuse and hold their breaths in protest.
This causes them to die.
Hell.
This also disrupts the entire ocean food web. Millions of creatures would have preyed upon dolphins die of starvation. Lickfold notes that this is quite metal.
Not glam metal, unfortunately.
Lickfold says that glam metal is shit anyway.
The mass death engulfs all. None survive. Except the halibuts. They will endure. They will prosper. They feed on the wild ocean persimmons to survive.
Or at least they would if Ganymede didn't get other ideas regarding what to do with Earth's native species. Lickfold orders the ocean persimmons destroyed.
The halibuts cry out in pain as they are destroyed. Only young halibut John Halibut escapes, swearing revenge he is never seen again. He promises to return soon. Mind you, I want him to show up later. I don't think he ever did.
Yeah.
Hold on a second. 1 second. I gotta go do something. I'll be right back.
Guys, Poseidon's gone. I can call him a bitch-ass beta on his stream when he can't do anything about me. Poseidon the human is a bitch-ass motherfucker. He pissed on my fucking wife. That's right, he took his human fucking Gwilly dick out and he pissed on my fucking wife. And he said his dick was this big. And I said, that's disgusting. So I'm making a call-out post on my twitter.com. Beside the human, you've got a small dick. It's the size of this walnut, except way smaller. And guess what? Here's what my dong looks like. Oh my god. So, how's everyone doing? Got one person watching. It's like, it may be me. I forgot I made that thumbnail for the stream.
I have returned.
Yo, I did not call you a bitch-ass beta while you were gone.
I believe you. At this point, Woke Wesley is starting to get some serious concerns about Carcass Fucker. And not that they didn't already have them. Wesley schedules a meeting with John Ohio and asks him what Ohio 2's stance is on Carcass Land and Lickfold's antics, since Carcass Land is technically a subject of Ohio 2, which is itself a subject of the Wokepire.
Lickfold, oblivious to this, continues his trek to Brazil to converse with João Brazil, the CEO of Brazil. Some stuff happens.
Yeah.
Lickfold laments the slow speed of his longship and tries to get the whales to do a circle pit.
John Ohio says he kind of just lets Carcass Land do their own thing and doesn't really care what exactly they do as long as they don't get in the way of anything that's important. Wesley asks if there would be anything Carcassland could do that would cause Ohio 2 to change its stance. Hypothetically, of course, purely for the sake of the discussion.
The Carcass Battalion Carcass Wars orders the construction of Carcass tank divisions after hearing about the 7th Panzer Division. Tanks begin construction factories across all Carcass territory. Buckville deploys the Hog Riders.
This causes every neutral country in Europe to go into a panic as they don't know where Fuckville is deploying the Hog Riders. Everyone starts trying to point fingers at each other and compete to see who can rename their cities in the stupidest possible ways.
Carcass Land automatically wins because their city names are already stupid. Ganymede's plot to scare the neutrals into renaming goes off without a hitch. As a result of the chaos, Sweden gets renamed to Soundinglands.
This is effectively worthless because Sweden has not existed for ages.
Damn. It comes back to life as an undead nation purely to do so.
This is so Slowmania core.
True.
Gotland, consisting of the original Swedish government now allied with the Wokepire, tries to sue them for stealing the name Sweden, but it's pointless because they immediately changed their name anyway. The scuffed lawsuit results in hundreds of millions of dollars being paid to Sounding Land, which deals a hit to the economy of the Wokepire's trade alliance. Being an undead nation and thus automatically affiliated with the zombies, Sounding Land is promptly declared an enemy of the plant horde. As punishment for the fuck-up, the Wokepire orders Gotland to dissolve itself and be annexed directly. They reluctantly oblige, though some of the people migrate to Ohio 2 in Finland. Meanwhile, the remaining competition becomes so prevalent that it becomes an annual event for the continent akin to Eurovision. Every year, European countries attempt to come up with the most ridiculous possible names for their cities and compare to earn points. One town is named Bitchfield, and promptly becomes erased from existence by some random idiot with god powers who apparently has a copyright for that name. John Ohio says that, meanwhile, back in the meeting between Wesley and John Ohio says that he probably wouldn't like Carcass Land anymore if they did anything that works against Ohio 2's goals of complete global domination. Wesley is alarmed to hear that Ohio 2 has goals of complete global domination, considering this is information they've never disclosed before. He reminds John Ohio that Ohio 2 is still a subject of the Wokepire, and if it is to achieve world domination, it must be under the strict guidance and supervision of the Wokepire. John Ohio gaslights Wesley into believing that he has never said anything of the sort. Oh my god, I'm gonna have to get a huge amount of water after this. Wesley questions his own memories after leaving the interview room. His technicians who were watching the interview tell him that John Ohio did indeed mention goals of complete global domination, which prompts Wesley to get even more mad and march back inside. However, Wesley is somehow stupid enough to be gaslit again, meaning his technicians have to remind him of what John Ohio said again. This cycle continues several dozen more times before the technicians have had enough and finally get Wesley to walk out for good. Wesley's doctor, upon hearing the news, diagnoses him with gullible syndrome. Thankfully, he's prescribed medication called plotconveniencillin to prevent this from happening again. John Ohio then gaslights the doctor and the technicians into believing that he never mentioned anything about complete domination of the world and had gaslighted Woke Wesley about something completely different. The only person who knows the truth now is the janitor who was in the viewing room with the technicians. Unfortunately, no one takes him seriously. The gaslighting works so well that even the writers forget that John Ohio mentioned global domination. 2 lines of freedom.
John Ohio does not have global domination goals. He is a trustworthy individual.
At roughly the same time... Oh god, it's this part! At roughly the same time, many of the people of France are beginning to grow tired of being humiliated by their capital city's new name. Petitions are made to the government to rename Penis back to Paris. All of which are denied on the grounds that Ganymede will fucking obliterate us. Eventually, the dissatisfied civilians have enough, and thousands of rioters take control of Paris in a rebellion, or Penis in a rebellion, declaring a revolutionary government of their own. The rebels call themselves the Combattants de la Liberté contre Ganymede, or the CLCG for short, and I'm sure I butchered the French pronunciation, I am sorry, which means Freedom Fighters Against Ganymede in English. And yes, I did find it out via Google Translate. The rebels call themselves the... Oh, sorry, I already read that. The French army attempts to retake control of the city to no avail as the CLCG fortifies. The CLCG, fully occupying the city of Penis, officially declares that it has been renamed back to Paris. They also follow this up by shouting, Baise Ganymede, which means fuck Ganymede in English. Calling Paris Penis is henceforth made illegal by the CLCG within their occupation zone.
Ganymede responds by grabbing several asteroids and causing the biggest mass extinction event Earth has ever seen.
Despite blowing up the northern hemisphere like 15 times before.
Christ.
Somehow the mass extinction event only affects France. Civilians
just
from the
on
other
fire.
countries watch as all hell breaks loose across the border.
There is a perfect line of fire between France and the neighboring countries. The entire country of France, and only the entire country of France, is on fire.
This is like the one gag with Spain from way earlier in the roleplay.
Yeah.
Remember when they had to switch out their governments to stop burning? And like, you know, when Catalonia declared independence, they stopped burning and such and such.
Yeah,
I
remember.
They had to switch their government, and then this replacement government turned out to be the anarcho-fascist, communist, authoritarian, Darwinist theocratic rebellion, or whatever it's called.
The anarcho-fascist, communist, authoritarian, Darwinist, theocratic rebellion.
Yes.
Don't ask me how I have that memorized.
Same. Of the few survivors, those who crossed the border somehow stopped being on fire. The French ambassador to Ganymede, who wasn't in the country when this happened,
Jesus
begs
Christ.
Ganymede to undo what they've done, explaining that they could have crushed the rebels given time anyway. But it's incredibly obvious that the CLCG was kicking the government's ass before Ganymede stepped in.
Ganymede drops a chunk of an asteroid on top of the fire and tells the ambassador to start colonizing.
The ambassador does so and declares his colony as New France to avoid ripping off Samuel de Champlain. NNF so far has a population of 1.
Oh, fuck, dude. Dude, look, New France quickly built up its army.
It's Milo! It's Milo Delacroix!
Dude.
Soon enough, 100% of NNF's people have joined the army. The army consists of just the ambassador armed with every weapon you could possibly imagine, including a baguette launcher. His name is Ambassador Milo Delacroix, and from this moment forward, he won't take shit from anyone.
He immediately gets shat on by a pigeon.
He makes the point that pigeons are an exception.
Pigeons are actually using him as target practice.
Then he gets shat on by a seagull and has to expand his exception list to all birds.
The chicken decides to perch on him and also unloads. He does manage to tame a crow and convert it into a turret machine gun.
This is after he has the genius idea of turning the bird shit into more weaponry. Meanwhile, as can likely be inferred by this point, the country of France no longer exists. Spy TF2 is now from Quebec. The landmass completely crumbles away into the ocean, leaving the asteroid upon which NNF was established, and nothing else.
Carcass Battalion representative requests permission to take over New France.
Milo yells a bunch of French obscenities at him, which means no.
Milo starts feeding his crow Heinz baked beans as well as giving it milk.
The Carcass Battalion sorry, that's your line.
Member secretly planning a chain of events to give Carcass Fucker the rights to take over New France.
Somehow, I don't know how that would happen. The rest of the neutral two European countries are horrified by what has happened in France. Several other rebel groups who were plotting to rise up in tandem with the CLCG now decide that probably isn't a good idea anymore. As such, they remain in the shadows. Carcass Fucker reveals a that's also your line.
Marcus Wicker reveals a propaganda song they had written a few weeks prior and play it from blimps across Europe, causing many to trek to Carcass Land in order to join the Carcass Battalion. Milo's crow gains approximately 50 pounds from shit buildup alone.
Rates of hopelessness and depression rise throughout Europe as it begins to set in for civilians just how little they're able to defy Ganymede.
Carcass Battalion recruitment increases.
Governments in Europe do not like this fact. It's increasing because of people feeling hopeless to do anything else. That's important to note. Milo's crow effectively becomes a blob of crow. The two-rope governments attempt to use a very subtle propaganda campaign in order to convince their civilians not to join the Carcass Battalion. This subtle and clever propaganda campaign involves government agencies putting up signs and posters around their countries saying, "Do not join the Carcass Battalion."
Chainsaws of Carcass Fucker, that name, tells the governments to fuck off. Battalion agents tear down the posters.
Wait, are we gonna ignore the fact that Chainsaw is described as like a musician? Like that's an instrument for Carcass Fucker?
I mean,
Police. Police in various countries attempt to arrest these agents.
They are too elusive, however, and evade capture.
Bombs start being placed behind posters and are rigged to go off if the posters are torn down. However, Carcass Fucker thinks bombs are metal, so this does nothing to demoralize them.
The police start using plastic bombs. Oh, sorry. The Carcass Battalion agents tear anyway, as they have regard for their own lives.
This is because Carcass Fucker also thinks self-sacrifice is metal. The end result is just all the agents dying.
Due to most good recruitment goes up again.
A German politician named Adolf Hitler becomes very prominent and begins suggesting that Germany should become a fascist state in order to keep itself secure against Ganymede.
Carcass Fucker discreetly
German authorities quickly realize that Adolf is just the reanimated corpse of Adolf Hitler, with his mustache shaved off in the hopes that no one would notice.
They notice. However, there are two cleaning up body parts from the kamikaze poster removers to do anything.
The Germans wonder who the fuck brought Hitler back to life in the first place. All eyes fall on Dr. Edgar George Zomboss. Zomboss states, "I didn't do it, but if I did, it would be really funny." A trail of breadcrumbs eventually leads to the discovery that Hitler was revived by Joseph Stalin. This just raises more questions. Unfortunately, they can't find out anything else because one of the detectives was hungry and ate all the breadcrumbs.
The detective was actually a damn pigeon.
Lead guitarist of Carcass Fucker. Whatever.
Zarma Dragharhasko Vostapa abducts Hedolf, brings him to Carcass Lands, claiming it is to incarcerate him.
The German government thanks him for this and promises to stop trying to tell people not to join the Carcass Battalion.
Karma says, "You're welcome," in a thick accent. Unfortunately, he does so in Bloodspeak. Even more unfortunately, it's actually the improved version of Bloodspeak called Bloodspeak 2, where every syllable kills someone. Fortunately, Karma is immune to Bloodspeak due to it being part of Carcass Fucker.
Chancellor Erwin Kruckenberg signs an executive order to cancel all anti-Carcass Battalion propaganda efforts in Germany. Several other leaders of two European countries call him an idiot and a suck-up. Kruckenberg responds by leaking all their IPs on Twitter. Bafflingly, all of their IPs can be traced to the headquarters of the all-consuming black hole loan sharks. Every single two European leader who criticized Kruckenberg turns out to have been a loan shark this entire time.
They're all actually reverse mermaid loan sharks with human limbs and a shark heads.
Everyone, even lizard people and government conspiracy theorists, are shocked by this. Kruckenberg is able to grow more support for his party by using this to his advantage. He wins the next German election by simply calling his opponent a loan shark and immediately getting all of the vote. As such, he wins another term as Chancellor.
Drummer of Carcass Fucker, Pikulastin Tohaja, decides to hold a meeting with Kruckenberg.
Within this meeting, Kruckenberg suggests not only that Carcass Fucker should hold a concert in Germany, but that they should also invite Sabaton for a collab.
Pikulastin explains that all the members of Sabaton have long joined the Carcass Battalion, but he does agree to the concert in Germany once Lickvold gets back from Brazil.
Kruckenberg exclaims that this is quite metal. By now, the other two European countries have replaced their leaders. In Italy, religion is in a tough spot because there's a new group of people known as the Gannies. They worship Ganymede instead of God, which is seen as sacrilegious by the Catholic Church. Of course, most of this worship is motivated by fear, as the people know Ganymede is quite literally all-powerful and controls aspects of their lives. The Vatican bans worship of Ganymede and condemns the Gannies, but this isn't very effective since the Vatican is tiny. All the Gannies in the Vatican just move outward to Italy. The Pope asks the Italian government to also ban the Gannies, but the Italian government responds by saying that would be pointless, a breach of religious freedom, and a great way to get all of Italy consumed by hellfire. The Pope reluctantly backs down. It's not long, however, before the Gannies become a very popular religion in Europe. Since many Europeans have given up on trying to protest against Ganymede, they now resort to worshipping Ganymede. Rebel groups retreat further underground. Wesley calls a meeting with the Woke Pyre and all its subjects to discuss these recent developments.
Rhythm guitarist of Carcass Fucker, Fosterel Deleger Montiere, attends the meeting.
Woke Wesley's newly appointed right-hand man, Woke William, also shows up. This is his first.
God.
I think this is his first appearance. Woke Whitney is forbidden from attending because she tried to assassinate Wesley twice. I think that was just a typo. I think I just forgot the S.
World Deleger suggests letting the Carcass Battalion take over all the Ganny countries.
William points out that there are no Ganny countries, just Ganny communities in certain countries.
World Deleger suggests converting the Ganny communities.
Wesley argues that this would be very difficult for Carcassland to do, as so far Carcassland has been recruiting people who don't like Ganymede, not Ganymede worshippers.
Foster Odenlager says that it'll be a ghost nonetheless.
Wesley asks, how?
Foster Odenlager states that Carcass Fucker's music is very good for proselytism, and jihad is always an option.
Allah then strikes Foster Odenlager down for appropriating Islamic terminology. No, that doesn't happen. I made that up. Wesley allows them to try, but doesn't seem very confident in the idea. Remember how? Hey, remember how we casually just made the pillars of worshippers of Allah in the original Pillar Omiki project? Like they just canonically worship Islam for some reason.
That was so fucking funny too.
Yeah. Okay.
Anyway.
Read off of this.
Into the neutral countries and shoot bunker busters into the ground, which contain speakers to play Carcass Fucker music into the underground hideouts. Due to being in hiding, the gays cannot leave, and their will is eventually whittled away, and they become Carcass Fucker fanatics.
The Church of Ganymede quickly orders the Gannies who aren't converted to move. Although Carcass Fucker's plan was successful, the Gannies continue to grow in numbers regardless.
The blimps follow the migrating Gannies, whole playing Carcass Fucker.
At some point, the Church of Ganymede gives everyone free headphones, rendering the blimps useless.
Blimps simply descend and play music louder.
This forces the Church of Ganymede to provide multiple headphones and stack them on top of each other. Eventually, the church reaches out to Ganymede themselves, asking them to step in and stop Carcass Fucker from converting their worshippers.
Snipers posted on the blimps shoot the headphones.
This often has the unintended consequence of the Gannies being shot as well. Carcass Fucker is tried for war crimes by the European Union.
The Gorbits knock the headphones off other Gannies. Carcass Fucker simply says, "Fuck you" to the European Union.
Two European governments threaten to use their air forces to shoot the blimps out of the sky if Carcass Fucker doesn't call off the operation.
Carcass Fucker merely states that would give them a reason to deploy the rest of the Carcass Battalion into Europe. They also remind them of the mutants conquest of Copenhagen.
The TU argues that Carcass Fucker are the ones intruding on their land and committing war crimes.
Carcass Fucker argues that this was permitted by the rest of the Wokepire, so any action against them would bring the two Europeans to war with the whole Wokepire.
At this point, however, Wesley interjects and states that he does not want war with the rest of the TU and states that Carcass Fucker has done enough. As such, he orders a Fustral Delegar to call off the operation and leaves the rest of the Gannies alone.
Fustral Delegar calls it off.
Hundreds of thousands of Gannies still end up being converted by the end of the day. At the end of the day, as well as additional tens of thousands of non-Ganni bystanders.
He discreetly puts up an Carcass Battalion agent into one of the Ganni colonies.
I don't know what he means by Ganni colonies, because there aren't any. There's just Ganni communities.
I don't know, man.
I'm assuming a community of Gannies.
He convert to the Church of Ganymedes, allegedly.
The Church of Ganymede decides to rename its members to Ganymedians instead of Gannies, because too many people are allegedly referring to them as grannies.
People instead call them Ganymedians.
Actually, no, you can continue reading. Yeah. I'm just going to do something on the side.
Vostro de Legers wonders if satanic rituals can cause similar effects to the parasites. He decides to devise a ritual of transformation. He permission to forge a Casus Belli to invade a random neutral country to show the others not to fuck around the Carcass Battalion.
Wesley reminds him that this isn't an EU4 game.
Vostro de Legers suggests building a spy network, but then realizes that's also in EU4. He instead requests
like how that
permission
implies you can't build a spy network without EU4.
Damn. To just invade a random country nobody cares about, such as Turkmenistan.
Wesley says he doesn't really care.
Vostro de Legers sends 5,000 Carcass Battalion soldiers to Turkmenistan. Not being the strategist that Ligfold is, he simply has them mass charge into Turkmenistan. It still works due to the ferocity of the Carcass Battalion. He raise every building they encounter to all the wreckage into the capital, where they then set it on fire and decapitate all their prisoners of war and Turkmen citizens, then throw the headless bodies into the fire.
Oh, well, that's wholesome. The Carcass Battalion is, of course, condemned for war crimes, but nothing actually comes of this.
Vostro de Legers says that Iceland never signed any of the Hague conventions, so they don't apply to it.
Technically, this is true, so they can't be tried for war crimes.
Vostro de Legers grins a grinchy grin and has the agent he tell the Ganymedian horde to go to Turkmenistan, as it is the promised lands.
The Church of Ganymede, however, is not stupid and asks Ganymede themselves if the agent is correct.
The agent shows a forged contract with Ganymedes, saying that Turkmenistan is in fact their promised lands. It's written in shitty handwriting, as would be expected of a literary book. He claims that Ganymede is experiencing ball fart and is not up to conversation.
A few dozen thousands of Ganymedians listen and begin a march to Turkmenistan, but the rest of the church remains hesitant and suspicious of the agent.
The agent pulls out a piece of Ganymede taken from when it crashed into the earth a while ago, and uses it to claim profit.
One Ganymedian army decides to torch several church buildings and burn several priests at the stake because they refuse to join in on the crusade. They state that these priests and churches commit heresy against the wishes of Ganymede.
Varg smiles in his grave.
Little do they know that those priests and churches were right. The leadership of the church excommunicates the general in charge of the army, which leads to even more internal conflict. At this point, people are constantly torching each other because everyone is convinced everyone else is a heretic.
Ganymedian population dwindles rapidly.
As the Crusaders arrive in Turkmenistan, they await the next instructions from Ganymede. I don't know if they would be Crusaders. I feel like they would be more of pilgrims, because they're not actually, fighting anything.
Probably. They are ordered to march into a grand temple where they will find 3 miles southeast.
They oblige.
Sure enough. The temple is there. Hey, 1 second. I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick.
No problem. Are you guys enjoying this incredible work of art? Because I know I am. I know I am enjoying it. It's a masterpiece. A masterpiece. Enjoy this ASMR of me eating a snack. You just have to deal with it. I mean, it's just a literal masterpiece. Like, there's no writing problems in this at all. What can I say? What can I say? You guys all just think this is a masterpiece. It's just a masterpiece. Come on. Let's be real. Let's be real. There's no other way to describe it. No other way to describe it at all. Jesus Christ, we're not even at midnight yet. The stream's been going on for 3 hours and 40 minutes. We're still not at midnight. I can go for 4 more hours still.
Crazy, right?
Yeah.
Okay, Lauren pisses come and dies. No one knows why. Wigfold, having gotten bored of sailing to Brazil...
Wait, hold on a second.
Sorry.
We didn't... you're
Sorry,
reading
I
ahead.
thought you
You're
read
reading
the
ahead.
above.
I did not.
I thought you read the above.
Sorry, what is the last thing that was read here?
Sure enough, the temple is there.
Oh, that's weird. I should have just read that part. Okay. Meanwhile, with the Ganymedian schism still ongoing back in Europe, thousands of Ganymedians get fed up and convert back to the Catholic Church, once again worshipping God and not Ganymede. That or they become atheists, or I guess other religions. One man, Larton Moofer, shows up and writes a list of reasons why the Church of Ganymede is bad. This prompts internal conflict to grow even more extreme.
Lauren pisses come and dies. No one knows why.
He doesn't
Wigfold, having gotten bored...
come and die. He pisses cum and dies.
Yeah, those just happen unrelated to each other. Wigfold, having gotten bored of sailing to Brazil, returns to Europe to cause more tomfoolery.
A group of prominent Ganymedian officials meet up for a debate on whether or not the Crusaders or the anti-Crusaders are right, and realize something crucial. The Carcass Battalion agent told them that Ganymede couldn't possibly speak to them because they were experiencing Balfart. But as Ganymede is a deity, they would naturally be above such things as Balfarts. Sorry, such things as Balfart. And therefore claiming that Ganymede could experience Balfart is in and of itself heresy and must have been a lie. Armed with this realization, they quickly organize an army of supporters who try to reestablish order in the church.
They are deemed heretics immediately due to having a different opinion.
In response, they counter-deem the people who deem them as heretics. I love how the Ganymedian church is basically like a satire of the Catholic Church.
Yeah. This causes an eternal heretic deeming loop that lasts until all involved parties die of thirsts.
The writers resort to hooking up tubes to artificially keep them hydrated so they don't just die out and end the plot point.
They still continue their heretic deeming.
While the Ganymedian officials are deeming each other as heretics, Ganymedians from all walks of life continue to struggle for their beliefs. Many of the more neutral ones beg and pray for Ganymede themselves to show up and give a definitive answer as to which side is right. Ultimately, though, a lot of more people are convinced by the anti-Crusader side due to the fact that Ganymede experiencing Ballfire would be preposterous, and the Wokepire realizes the tides are turning.
The ones in Turkmenistan realize with horror they've been duped as the temple's doors slam shut, locking them inside as hundreds of Carcass Battalion soldiers come out of the shadows, weapons ready.
Meanwhile, Woke William travels to Carcasshagen to ask Carcass Fucker to come up with a better strategy because this one isn't going to work forever.
Wigfold decides to introduce another opinion to stall for time and discreetly instigate a small attack on Carcassland, which would give them reason to wipe out the Ganymedians. Ganymede descends upon Earth from a pair of angel wings, accompanied by a heavenly light to clarify that he neither has an ass to fart out of, nor does he have genitals to fart on.
This is the definitive answer everyone needs. The church is able to reestablish itself under the anti-Crusader ideology, but by now it's already too late because all the Crusaders have been trapped in Turkmenistan. Just one problem. All of these Crusaders just so happen to be also citizens of various European countries, all of whom are furiously ordering the Carcass Battalion not to continue to hold them hostage.
They are too late, as the hostages have already been slaughtered, barbecued, and eaten, not necessarily in that order.
Woke Wesley holds a meeting with the two European leaders and profusely apologizes for Carcass Fucker's actions and promises to reprimand them. The two European leaders state that they will not refrain from waging war if Wesley fails to adequately punish Carcass Fucker.
Wigfold begins rallying his soldiers on the borders of Carcassland, preparing to defend it to the bitter end.
Wesley, dreading the possibility of another war, immediately issues an order to Carcass Fucker to cancel all recruitment efforts in Turup and refrain from bothering the neutral countries ever again, and threatens to annex Carcass land directly into the Wokepire, disband the Carcass Battalion, and reassign the soldiers to his own army if Carcass Fucker does not comply.
Wigfold simply says, "Zoomy, can that is."
That is a fucking power move. That's like the Spartans like sending a declaration like that's like when that one like faction in Greece, I forget which one exactly, like sent a message saying they were going hang hold on, I need to find this. I think
Alexander the Great, or someone related to him.
Hold on, I want to look this up. If
I know
look
they
up the
just sent a
word,
paper
hold on.
on it.
If I look up, okay, so Alexander the Great's father told the Spartans, if we enter Sparta, we'll burn it to the ground. And they sent an entire letter back in reply that just said, if. I feel like this is the same energy.
No.
Wesley simply restates his orders, trying his best to look unfazed. The European Union sends him a transmission claiming he has 1 week to make Carcass Fucker comply with his orders, and if these demands are not met, war will be waged. Wesley repeats the same ultimatum back to Carcass Fucker before leaving, hoping against hope they will listen.
Wigfold orders his troops to begin fortifying the Carcass Wokepire border as well in speak. They dig massive spike-filled trenches, flood the area beyond said trenches with mud, and fill said mud with venomous snakes. And this occurs all around Carcass Land's borders. The entire Carcass Battalion is rallied together to defend. Massive piles of dirt are placed in the muddy areas, forming choke points. Massive artillery guns are wheeled in. Anti-aircraft batteries are also moved to strategic points.
Woke William warns Wesley of an impending threat from Carcass Land. Wesley simply responds, "You think I didn't realize that already?" Meanwhile, news of the two European Union's ultimatum against Carcass Fucker gets leaked, and Carcass Fucker fans all across the continent are outraged. Despite the TU and most of his own government telling him not to, Chancellor Erwin Kruckenberg still allows a Carcass Fucker concert to take place in Germany in the week leading up to the ultimatum.
The enraged Carcass Fucker fans mosh pit especially hard. This gives one little boost to Carcass battalion numbers before the ultimatum.
The fun ends once the German parliament removes Kruckenberg from his position as chancellor through a vote of no confidence on the grounds that he is complicit in war crimes and genocide by proudly associating with Carcass Fucker.
Kruckenberg is welcomed into the Carcass Senate that literally doesn't do anything but boss the citizens for no real reason. Because bureaucracy is metal.
After being invited, Kruckenberg decides to break every law he possibly can out of spite before fleeing the German police and sailing to Carcasshagen.
He is escorted under armed guard to the Senate building, which is right next to the Mutant Creation building. Meanwhile, fortification of Carcass Land's borders with the neutral countries is going smoothly.
The German government insists that Carcass Land must extradite Kruckenberg back to Germany so he can face trial for his crimes and add that to the ultimatum.
Lakevold states that Carcass has never signed an extradition agreement with literally any other country, so the Germans have no basis to defend us.
Well, even so, our people were among thousands you lured into a trap and brutally murdered, one German politician argues.
Lakevold says that this has nothing to do with Kruckenberg, as they are two totally separate events.
Technically, he's right. The Germans back down from the argument but continue preparing for war. At this point, Wesley begins to read the writing on the wall and prepares his own forces as he knows Carcass Fucker will not accept the ultimatum. He tries to propose the idea of invading Carcass Land, revoking their autonomy, and directly annexing them, but the woke Senate overrules him on the grounds that it would be unwise to make even more enemies on the brink of war, and on the grounds that they're already genuinely horrified of Carcass Land's capabilities.
Even a Scottish representative states that this is an awful idea.
As such, Wesley reluctantly agrees to not take drastic action yet. He does, however, begin mass-producing the aforementioned mutant gear in case of emergencies.
Local Whitney begins secretly producing mutant cure to revert people back into mutant. This will force Wesley to spend more time and more energy on other matters, which would in turn allow Whitney to get away with more schemes.
Somehow, Whitney has still not been arrested for 2 separate assassination attempts on Wesley. Yeah, she's just
Whitney
not
secretly offered a job.
She's just not been arrested for that.
Whitney is secretly offered a job in the Carcass Senate. She decides to accept the offer while still secretly working under the woke pyre with the ultimate goal of taking it over.
This is deemed acceptable. Okay.
This is what Carcass Fucker had in mind. It should be noted that Whitney's allegiance ultimately falls under the woke pyre. It should also be known that with enough Carcass Fucker music, anything can change. It should also be noted that you'll find a headless body at 261.19.5.835. It should also that they encroach.
GameTunes docks A's pay rate because of improper story formatting.
A tells GameTunes to eat ass.
They decide to start paying him negative money in response. Meanwhile, the date of the ultimatum has finally arrived. The European Union has collectively amassed 5 million soldiers on the Danish border. Wesley's forces, of course, are on the other side of the border, and they aren't exactly confident, nor do they have high morale. 2 European diplomats offer one last chance for Carcass Fucker to comply with their ultimatum. So, Europe all kind of broke out of the SNC before the SNC was made to bow down to woke Wesley, so they're independent, but Wesley still has a bunch of, puppeted countries in the former SNC. It'll come up later.
Yeah. Lakevold says, comply with this, and grabs his willy.
The Europeans interpret this as an act of war and promptly start invading Wokemark. Wesley's forces try to hold the lines with little luck.
Europe decides to play really depressing bagpipe songs to really, really badly to further decrease enemy morale.
The defenders of... Oh, my bad.
The defenders of Carcasshagen steal themselves. You're good, don't worry.
The Wokepire legions are unable to fortify properly for a while until Woke William, Wesley's aforementioned right-hand man, is sent to take control of the units. He's a good tactician, so he's eventually able to get the soldiers to hold the lines. He also lures thousands of European soldiers into harsh areas of Danish territory in order to pick them off strategically.
Woke Whitney invites Dream to film a manhunt in the middle of a war zone.
Since mentions of Dream are strictly forbidden in the Wokepire, this is what finally gets her arrested. Not the assassination attempts, but this.
Yeah, because of her inviting Dream, depression rates skyrocket. Whitney argues that she never mentioned Dream, only invited him. In saying this, however, she mentions Dream and is thus arrested.
The judge dismisses the first charge, but not the second.
Whitney manipulates the liberal media into accusing all the world leaders of being groomers. Somehow, this allows Whitney to escape custody.
All the false allegations are quickly debunked, but not before Whitney has somehow erased every record of her mentioning Dream at all. The judge, unfortunately, at that exact moment stubs his toe, causing him to instantly explode. The only person who knew Whitney mentioned Dream is now dead, and the replacement judge dismisses the entire case. Somehow Whitney is now off scot-free.
Meanwhile, Dream starts filming a manhunt in the war zone. It turns into a Minecraft speedrunner versus 9,162,841 Hunter special as both sides team up to kill him.
Dream ends up being shot 74 times in the chest. However, he gets really lucky, he didn't use any cheats at all, and manages to crawl all the way to the nearest hospital and survive.
Ganymede joins in by causing yet another mass extinction event on the hospital and only the hospital.
This finally takes him out.
As well as several newborn children.
Unfortunately, it also leads to the deaths of a couple hundred other people who did nothing wrong. Dude, this is just Israel.
This is
Dude.
Oh, God damn it.
The Dream terrorist organization was actually laundering the hospital for terrorist stuff.
Oh my God. There is a secret base on the hospital, guys.
The Dream stands have a base under the hospital.
Oh, fucking hell.
Oh, God.
Free Palestine.
True.
Yet again, Ganymede is tried for genocides.
The jury simply walks out on the grounds that they know it will be pointless, as Ganymede is effectively a god and can just resist all forms of punishment. Like, imagine trying to try God for genocide. Like, you probably could because of, like, something in the Bible if you interpreted it very literally, but how would you?
Thou shalt not kill. Oh, gods. Dream's charred corpse is launched back into Danish territory.
No one is even willing to bother finding them guilty, so at this point they pretty much have permission to commit as many war crimes as they want, as in Ganymede. The European Union forces and the woke legions begin engaging in horrific trench warfare.
Dream's corpse actively kills nearby plant life and starts causing nearby tectonic plates to split apart.
Oh, God.
Suddenly, the Carcass deploys a force of 40 flensers into the European trenches.
This proves to be a net negative for the European soldiers. I don't know how it would be anything but a net negative.
Eventually, they were forced to retreat and morale plummets. Watching your friend's entrails be slurped from their body does that to a guy, It all collectively become dreams. This automatically makes them even more depressed.
They ultimately decide against it, because by now that would apply it to millions of their soldiers. Because, yeah, that would be a bad idea, wouldn't it?
The defenders just shoot artillery at the defenses, knocking them down. They continue shooting their artillery, blowing up soldiers as well.
The TU, however, is able to find victory on another front of the war. They win a decisive naval battle over the Wokepire in the English Channel, and the Dutch and Belgian navies are able to land in Wokington. They begin a march throughout the English countryside and succeed for quite a while before Woke William is redirected to Wokington in order to halt their advance. Spain and Portugal decide to assist the invaders by sending naval support from the other side. Milo Delacroix allows them to pass through NNF waters in order to do so. However, he is unable to guarantee that the nearby crows won't shit all over the Spanish and Portuguese warships.
Now 200-pound crow decides now would be a great time for target practice.
Thankfully, the armada isn't damaged or made any less powerful. It's just horrifically ugly now.
This does reduce morale slightly. Also, the crow shaves off over 150 pounds in doing so.
The armada finally reaches England, and many Spaniards on board joke about how this time the English won't stop them.
15 flinters are airdropped onto the flagship.
Do you know the historical event that was referenced here?
No.
There was a
No.
Spanish armada that tried to conquer England back in the day of Elizabeth the First, and then they basically like
Yeah.
embarrassingly failed. So
Hmm.
they
That's not
prepare
right.
to launch a massive invasion into Wokington, only to realize they're attempting to land in the complete wrong spot, and the shore they're approaching actually belongs to Fuckville. It turns out one of the navigators decided to prank everyone else for laughs and input the wrong destination. The rest of the crew, however, isn't very amused.
Especially not since 15 murder mutants are now ripping apart the entire crew of their flagship. Ganymede grabs the whole fleet with one hand and gives it a death glare before dropping it back into the water.
I like to imagine that he just like cupped his hand around one ship and then just started like pushing it into other ships, crumpling them all into like one ball, and then just like and then just like lifting them all out of the water before like just flicking them each back into the water with his fingers just one by one. The fleet awkwardly makes its way over to the shores of Wokington with their dramatic entrance now ruined, and the Belgian and Dutch forces already occupying the area wave to them. At that point, however, the Spaniards realize their flagship didn't follow them, nor has it even
Ouch.
contacted them in a while, and thus they have to awkwardly go all the way back to their original spot looking for it. The Belgian and Dutch forces collectively sigh.
When they do find it, however, the Flunchers leap onto the nearest ship and repeat what they did on the flagship, then go to the next and the next.
Only half the Spanish Armada is able to escape. They then decide, fuck it, and carry out their invasion plan anyway, despite their reduced numbers, awkwardly going all the way back to the shores of Wokington yet again. They land, and the Belgian and Dutch forces ask why half their fleet is gone. The Spaniards simply reply, who cares, let's just get this over with.
Due to only having half the force they planned for, their operation does not go smoothly.
Unfortunately, while this has been going on, Woke William has been slowly forcing back the invaders using their terrible coordination to his advantage. Eventually, everyone is forced out of Wokington and back into the English Channel.
Carcass Land has only helped on one front, though to their credit, it was quite significant.
Queen Elizabeth I briefly rises from the dead just to say that the second Spanish Armada was even worse than the first one. She immediately re-dies after this statement. By now, the war enters its second year, and the TU's morale is collapsing more and more by the second. Oh, it's
Carcass
Murder
Ward
Fist.
murder
I
of
love
the
this
Carcass
guy.
tank division realizes that the Carcass Battalion's tanks are doing literally fucking nothing, and there's more than enough soldiers guarding the walls, so he takes it upon himself to launch a campaign into Germany.
The writers ask him to specify which front this campaign is starting from.
He says that he'll just cross the board because anything else would be disadvantageous.
The writers ask him whether he means the Polish or Danish. Oh, fuck. Whether he means the Polish or Danish border.
He means Polish. He also requests naval support to hit Germany's northern border. Rabid Dreamstand Army is effectively all True has left.
The TU desperately needs something to turn the tides of the war. They do still have some regular soldiers to combat Carcass Land's campaign, but not effectively.
Murder Fist's land force enters Germany and wreaks generalized havoc.
Generalized havoc as opposed to some other type of havoc. Meanwhile, Woke
Chaotic
William
havoc.
is finally able to land a naval invasion force in the Netherlands. He decides to paint himself orange, which causes the Netherlands to switch sides and immediately capitulate to him on the grounds that he reminds them of William of Orange. The Wokepire now occupies the Netherlands. Belgium is quickly pinned by William's forces, cut off from the rest of the TU, and swept with the Woke legions. Luxembourg, however, is a much more powerful country and is easily able to resist invasion.
However, Murder Fist's invasion force has pretty much steamrolled Germany due to effective blitzkrieg tactics and is now splitting in half. One to go through Belgium to hit one side off France, and the other to go straight on into it. Europe deploys the Murderfists surrenders out of fear as they don't know where the Hog Riders are. In fact, no one does.
Incorrect.
Italian is no longer capable of feeling fear. Their amygdala has been altered. The phrase "hog rider" is revealed to be a brown note phrase that forces fear upon people.
This still doesn't work because once again the Carcass Battalion cannot feel fear. The TU is greatly saddened by this.
As fear is forced upon people and not incited among people, Ganymede causes a third mass extinction event on Carcass Fucker territory. As it is now stated, one Cubic centimeter is on fire.
The TU immediately sends all the remaining troops, including the Dream Stands, to the front lines, believing this could be the turning point they need. The TU does not realize this until it's too late. Hundreds of thousands of troops are thrown into bloodbaths.
The Gora's worker platoon rends their flesh.
The Italians are able to start a small counterattack in Germany without much success. The only reason they aren't immediately killed is because they're hiding in the mountains.
The Murderfist division sets fire to Liechtenstein, Switzerland, and Austria, blocking Italy from attacking the Murderfist division.
Switzerland somehow sets itself on fire. Off fire. However, this isn't an issue because they were never part of the war in the first place.
Murderfist returns to Poland.
With Germany all but conquered, Kruckenberg returns to his homeland to serve as temporary governor under Carcass Land.
2,000 flesh rippers are left as a garrison. They fortify the area around Berlin as they don't really have time in an active war to fortify a whole ass country.
Kruckenberg corrects the garrison and reminds them that Berlin has long since been renamed to Brulin to appease Ganymede.
Dreamstand Army invests in Neo-Tank strength and support. Here's where I started incorporating Advanced War stuff. Oh boy.
Is that the first time?
Yeah, the Neo-Tank is one of the units in Advanced Wars that you can build.
Gotcha. At this point, the TU doesn't even really control the Dreamstand Army. Many TU officials seem ready to throw in the towel. However, at the same time, Wesley is still concerned at just how much power Carcass Land is amassing. As such, he decides to revisit the law he introduced where all the woke pyres, aligned nations, all the allied nations, the puppets, the satellite states, are forced to send 10% of their soldiers to join the woke armed forces. In order to amass even greater numbers, he ups the percentage to 25%. However, he makes a fatal mistake. None of the allied nations are willing to comply and see this as the last straw. Since the woke pyres are already at war, they take their chance to rise up, which results in the rebellions of Ireland, Scotland, Wales, Russia, Canada, and Finland. Immediately, all these countries join the TU. Even worse, a lot of Wesley's forces who were recruited from these countries simply decide to defect back to them.
At the same time, Whitney gets her hands on important Carcass Fucker documents.
The entire woke Senate condemns Wesley for making such a profoundly stupid decision. The Carcass... Yeah.
The documents are written entirely in blood script, which kills you when rewritten in any way, shape, or form.
Wesley tells the woke Senate to suck an egg and ignores all their advice. He orders woke William to continue his operation to shell Luxembourg into submission. William tries to emulate the strategy of General Ulysses Grant from the American Civil War during the siege of Vicksburg, but Luxembourg is an incredibly powerful country. He vastly underestimates their defenses.
Whitney hires blood script translators and waits.
After 8 consecutive attempts by William to siege down Luxembourg... Actually, I shouldn't read that yet. Follow up the blood script translator thing.
Oh, fun. The blood script translators are unfamiliar with blood speak and thus try to pronounce the words out loud to try to figure out the best translation.
After 8 consecutive attempts by William to siege down Luxembourg, the country still remains defiant. At this point, the 3rd year of the war has begun. Norway realizes that everyone seems to have forgotten that they exist, and meets up their forces with Finland and Russia. They decide not to invade Ohio too, as John Ohio hasn't actually declared war an official stance in the war yet, and therefore Ohio too is effectively neutral, even as a woke pyre subject. Instead, they move further down and attempt to invade Carcasshagen.
This goes awfully, as they are bottlenecked by the massive choke points the defenders built, and those that aren't gunned down fall into the spike trenches. Lickfold asks Norway why they're attacking Carcasshagen, seeing how he is, in fact, Norwegian.
Norwegian diplomats respond by telling him that he is a national disgrace on the grounds that he's a genocidal war criminal.
Lakefold responds with Vikings.
Norwegian diplomats give up trying to have an honest debate with him and simply leave after throwing a Soy Jack versus Chad meme at him.
Meanwhile, the joint army attacking Carcass has been royally fucked over.
The Russians attempt using bears to combat the mutants. The bears are about as vicious as them, but definitely not as strong.
And definitely not as skilled. They may be single-mindedly violent, but they still possess martial skill.
In the UK, what the fuck does martial skill mean? I think he meant mortal.
I don't know, man.
In the UK, things aren't looking too good for Wokington, with William, the best military leader, still attempting to siege Luxembourg. The TU is experiencing many victories on the Scottish and Welsh fronts. In the Second Carcass Wars, the Canadian general Sean Marshall attempted to invade Fuckville, only to be crushed when Ganymede folded it in on itself. Now, his son serves as the general of the Canadian Army invading northern Wokington from Scotland. His son's name is also Sean Marshall, the only difference being how his first name is spelled. As it happens, incidentally, Sean Marshall is a pretty excellent tactician and is able to occupy large swaths of Wokington. The Norwegians also have some minor victories, landing naval invasions on the coast of Wokmark.
However, they still cannot breach Carcasshagen.
It's increasingly seeming like the Wokepire in general is weak to the TU, especially with the new forces from the former Wokepire allies, but the Carcass Battalion is impossible to stop.
And they've mostly been on the defensive the entire time.
Wesley's skill and righteousness as a leader begins to come into question for many Wokepire citizens, soldiers, and politicians.
Lakefold suggests that these Wokepire citizens, soldiers, and politicians move to Carcass Land for a safe haven, reminding them that nobody has done jack shit in Carcass territory in 3 years of war.
Even William, Wesley's right-hand man, at one point comments from the battlefield, "I ought to overthrow the guy myself." When Wesley confronts him through a transmission, William says he's just kidding. Even so, Wesley begins to grow paranoid of everyone and everything around him, more so than he already was.
Meanwhile, the murderous garrison in Germany is expanding its fortifications. Now they encompass the German-Polish border to about longitude as Hamburg.
Luxembourg is somehow able to start a counteroffensive and push all the way to the Rhine River, while still being sieged down.
See kamikaze flesh rippers tunnel under Luxembourg's walls and explode a section.
It turns out that this one section of the wall was being used to channel dark magic in order to strengthen Luxembourg's troops. Somehow. In any case, now that the wall is destroyed, Luxembourg's insane strength quickly falls apart.
Several members of the Wokepire turned to Dreamstanism to cope.
William finally manages to shell Luxembourg into oblivion and occupy the country.
So many resources have been drained in the process, though.
William's soldiers count and report that it took them a grand total of 37 offensive to completely wipe out Luxembourg.
Jesus Christ. Remember, the kamikaze says, it only took one.
William insists that his soldiers gradually chipped at Luxembourg just enough for the kamikazes to find the right target. He also argues that if he hadn't kept Luxembourg busy, that they wouldn't have been open to a kamikaze attack in the first place. This feels like Tommy Tallarico struggling to come up with anything he did to claim credit for the Roblox oof sound.
True.
Wait, hold on a second. I gotta do something real quick.
Yeah. Tests.
Wesley starts to reflect on his recruitment tactics and comes to the realization that he probably didn't do a great job guaranteeing... Wait, no, I didn't. Okay. By now, entire armies of Wesleys have either been arrested for becoming Dreamstands, or they've defected back to other countries because they were conscripts forced away from their homes into the woke armed forces in the first place.
Wingfold calmly asks Wesley what the fuck he's doing.
Wesley starts to reflect on his recruitment tactics and comes to the realization that he probably didn't do a great job guaranteeing loyalty amongst his soldiers.
Wingfold says, "You should have followed my example."
Wesley points out that his example was depriving soldiers of their free will and turning them into mindless husks. He then realizes that technically, as unethical as that is, it definitely has been more effective.
Wingfold tells him he better get to work making some black metal.
It's now the fourth year of the war. The Wokepire has almost no morale, and neither do many of the TU countries. The TU is, of course, winning in the UK theater, but that's it.
The Carcass Battalion has unlimited morale. They're basically the black death corpse of the Krieg.
This is because Carcass Fucker pays for a monthly subscription to the morale service, which is sponsoring this stream, by the way.
Yeah.
Subscribe and go to www.morale.com and sign in with the code Among Us storyline bullshit poopy head to get 50% off on your Blorkus Schmorgish.
Like he said.
Yeah.
Anyway, that and their rigorous indoctrination program.
On that note, this story is sponsored by the Morale Service.
Are you feeling depressed?
I did the joke before I realized it was written down.
Holy shit.
Get 0.1% with our new coupon code, testicles. Anyway, Yorkshire ends up following the Sean Marshall's unit. This is a huge loss for Workington.
Murderfist succeeds in pushing up to the German-French border, taking all of Germany. The Autobahn is used to effectively transport supplies.
This leaves the remaining TU countries of the original feud to be Spain, Portugal, Italy, and Norway. Now, of course, they have support from Canada, Russia, Ireland, Scotland, Wales, and Finland.
Murderfist requests naval support to bombard Portugal and northern Spain, while he goes for a land invasion.
The Woke Senate approves. Wesley is not present as he is having a nervous breakdown in his personal quarters.
The invasion begins with the Murderfist making like Erwin Rommel and barreling into Spain in the confusion of the naval assault. Meanwhile, Plaguefucker leads his army of 40,000 flesh rippers through now scorched Austria into Italy.
Spain's army is well coordinated and is initially able to pick off quite a few of the invaders who don't really have a strategy.
Eventually, they make like Erwin Rommel again and begin randomly showing up on the Spanish side of the defenses somehow.
The Spaniards don't have much time to ask how this is possible before they're wiped out. Meanwhile, a faction hitherto not involved in the conflict, the Bath-Salts Empire, decides to take advantage of it. They decide they want a foothold in Italy, and since they occupy Northern Africa already, which is just a thing that happened on the side, don't worry about it, they prepare for a full-scale invasion. But then an advisor points out that invasions cost money, and the economy is already in shambles. So instead, the BSE comes up with a new plan. They start sneaking bath salts into pasta sauce, which works incredibly well. Within weeks, most of Italy is brainwashed into joining the BSE, which causes the country to immediately hand itself over to them. The BSE establishes the Protectorate of Saltoli.
However, they're still being invaded by Plaguefucker's forces. Fuck. And with no way to counterattack without gang-banging the economy, they are helpless.
The BSE decides to negotiate with Carcass Land and asks for only the southern part of Italy, while the northern part can go to them.
Plaguefucker replies with an eloquent "fuck you." Delacroix decides his nation has had too much peace and marches over to Italy.
Wesley, fresh out of his nervous breakdown, steps in and orders Plaguefucker to agree to the negotiations because he can't handle having more enemies.
Plaguefucker orders Wesley to win a battle.
Wesley reminds him that he's not a military commander. He's a politician.
Milo Millie Delacroix, and
Whoever that is.
full-size now 200-ton pro.
Oh
Like,
god.
he's not a politician, he's a military commander.
Wesley tells him to shut the fuck up and stop being a smartass. The BSE representative doesn't comprehend any of this debate in the negotiations room because they're high on bath salts.
Like fucker tells him to seize, malt, and most importantly, cope.
Wesley threatens to sue for peace and leave Carcass Land to fight for it by itself if Plaguefucker doesn't comply with his wishes. He also calls up the rest of Carcass Fucker to complain.
Milo's crow suddenly acquires diarrhea while pointed at saltily.
Plaguefucker. Sorry. Wait, A, do you think we might get to the end of the
bad.
Carcass Wars after by the time this is done, since we still have, like, a few hours left?
Jesus Christ. Plaguefucker luckily already reeks of excrement and gore, so this makes no difference.
Since Milo has been training for more and more crows, they all collectively start flying over saltily and shitting on everyone.
Within mere minutes, all of Saltily is caked in 3 feet deep shit.
The bird shit reverses the effects of the bath salt-infused pasta sauce. Somehow, this causes Saltily to revert back to being Italy. The BSC is furious.
Plaguefucker says that he can now resume his invasion and trudges through all the shit to commit murder. Italy's permanent newfound rough terrain makes that slightly more difficult.
Italy attempts to resume war against Plaguefucker, but the BSE throws several million lawsuits at them at once, claiming that since Italy willingly gave themselves up to the BSE, they have no legal right to break free.
And Italy responds by saying they were drugged by the BSE into doing so.
Saul Goodman decides to defend Italy in trial and manages to get all the lawsuits dismissed. This causes the BSE to lose even more money.
It's worth pointing out that Saul Goodman is still being boarded.
Elementally boarded, technically.
Oh, the BSE even has any money left to lose anymore.
I think we all wonder that.
Rebuilding. Milo's crows start rebuilding new French civilization. They all teen each other and die. Milo simply declares no.
As a matter of fact, the
So
BSE doesn't. As a matter of fact, the BSE doesn't have money left to lose. They're well into the negatives at this point.
Milo declares no, bringing all the crows back to life. He also decides to train various other corvids. Plaguefucker declares discusses a bus to appear squarely in the middle of
This is the first time this gag comes up. Holy shit.
Oh my god.
None other than the Riddler steps out, and he says to Delacroix, riddle me this. If a cab driver's called a cabbie, what's a bus driver called?
Bus manages with that weird warbling sound effects.
Meanwhile, Italy is able to resist invasion for a while by entrenching itself in bird shit. Never did the Italians ever think bird shit would be vital to the prolonging of their nation, but it seems that's the direction this war is turning.
Plaguefucker declares bus again, causing the ship to pile into a dimensionally transcendent bus, which vanishes with the warbling sound effect again.
Italy has to resort to normal tactics again, which isn't very effective.
It's quickly conquered.
Spain, Portugal, and Norway are now the last 3 original TU members. The Spanish and Portuguese governments read the writing on the wall and flee to Canada.
Milo gets his crows to cover Italy in shit again. He also sets up a bus stop just outside Italy.
Plaguefucker's troops leave. Yeah, sorry, that's my bad.
Before the shit, and they labeling it as cursed.
In any case, Italy is all but wiped out.
On the plus side, the Italians learn how to partake in a never-before-seen variation of trench warfare, as long as they plug their noses all the damn time. Fucker's forces go into Spain and begin helping to enslave its population and integrate it into Carcass Land.
All sides of the war. All sides of the war agree to let Milo take Italy for himself because no one else wants it at this point.
The Carcass Battalion is desensitized to awful smells due to being around sweat and rotting flesh regularly. Milo keeps Italy as a city-state. I don't think that's how it works, but alright.
How is the state?
I don't know.
Me when I
It's
make
just
it
one big city now.
true.
At least it's one big city. A quarter of Murderfist's forces go into France to formally conquer it and begin fortification.
Onlookers question the decision to make an entire country a city-state, but don't do anything about it. The Murder Fist's forces end up falling off a bunch of cliffs into the ocean, seeing as the landmass of France has been long since collapsed.
They claim it as the world's biggest and most metal pool. Also, the stragglers are set on fire by the still active extinction events.
Wesley releases a public statement addressed to Carcass Fucker, saying, "Who's the idiot now?" Meanwhile, William is finally getting something else to do as Wesley is reassigning him to the front in Wokington.
For good measure, New France is also kicked into more shit. Wickfold says, it's a pool. Chill.
William ends up coming face to face with Sean, and the two lead their opposing armies into the battle for the city of Manchester. After a long conflict, the Canadian TU forces led by Sean triumph over William's Woke Armed Forces unit, but just barely. The city of Manchester has officially fallen out of the Woke Pyre's grasp.
A massive fence is erected, closing off the ocean that was once France, claiming it as the Carcass Pool.
Unfortunately, Liver Penile remains oppressed as it is part of Fuckville, not Wokington.
Oh my god. Hundreds of thousands of slaves' carriages are slit, and the blood poured into the Carcass Pool to dye it reds. The new French corpses create elaborate structures using hardened excrements.
Milo, who sees this from afar, admits that this is very appropriate for France.
Lightfoot responds, isn't it though?
After William's loss in Manchester, the war doesn't really seem to be doing well on the Woke Pyre side of things. I feel like it already wasn't, but go off. The Woke Senate considers dropping out of the war and allowing Carcass Land to do its own thing, which is they can't because the TU declared war on them, but okay.
Carcass Land now owns most of Western Europe.
Wesley, however, is adamant that Carcass Land must be forced to behave. Since he has now mass-produced a mutant cure, he comes up with a plan to finally get rid of them, as he's grown sick of Carcass Fucker's antics. Against the advice of the Woke Senate, Wesley sends the Air Force to bomb all of Carcass Land's mutant factories with the cure.
Unbeknownst to Wesley, however, Whitney has already deployed the cure. This causes the cure to do jack shit.
Wesley realizes this much too late.
Lickfold knocks on his door.
By the time he gets inside the house, Wesley has already fled through his basement bunker. He enters a secure war room far away from his home in order to come up with a contingency plan.
Lickfold declares Wesley an enemy of Carcass Fucker.
The Woke Senate issues an order to Carcass Land to stand down as they are a subject of the Woke Pyre. They already know it's pointless, but they want to at least feel like they did something.
Lickfold responds with clearly this man is unwell. I'm not doing the voice anymore. My voice hurts.
Fair enough. At this point, every Woke Pyre official is in full panic mode as Wesley has probably just doomed everyone. Riots start in the streets as this panic extends to the regular civilians. Especially in Wokington, since, again, these are Englishmen we're talking about.
Lickfold then issues an ultimatum. Either you permit me to do what must be done, or you do what should not be done and die in the process.
Sean Marshall's troops continue to advance into England, realizing that the Woke Pyre barely has any soldiers left to hold him back. It quickly becomes apparent just why that is. Wesley has called upon William to immediately station his forces on the border with Carcass Land in preparation for a brutal invasion. From his war room, Wesley orders the Woke Pyre to activate every contingency plan in his arsenal in order to stop Carcass Fucker.
Luckily for Carcass Fucker, there are still defenders manning the walls.
The Woke Senate responds back to him, reminding him that multiple of the contingency plans, as in, responds back to Wesley, telling him that multiple of the contingency plans involve self-destruction, and Wesley has to clarify that he meant all of the plans except those ones.
All the plans except those ones involving the Guam.
Wesley decides to cancel all contingency plans, as none of them are useful. Instead, he decides to mandatorily conscript everyone he can find into the woke armed forces, regardless of whether or not they're of legal age, or whether or not they're even human. Even stray animals like cats, dogs, and raccoons are conscripted into the woke armed forces. The woke Senate is getting more and more ready to hit Wesley with a no-confidence vote with every passing day.
Grimfield wonders why they haven't done it already.
If a single more development were to occur, if a single other development were to occur to make him unfavorable, there would be no stopping it. In a last-ditch effort, Wesley makes a patriotic speech to all loyal Wokepire civilians.
Whitney's previous groomer allegations towards everyone come back into relevance when Twitter starts showing people the original threads. Ligvold has already long since admitted to grooming children for labor trafficking. Jesus Christ.
However, he insists that there has never been anything sexual about this. It's purely for creating child soldiers.
Yeah, great, thanks.
Oh, shit.
Whitney jokingly accuses Wesley of murdering
I love this part so much. Much to her surprise, Wesley breaks down from the pressure and publicly admits that he did, in fact, orchestrate Poseidon's death to take power. Which, by the way, he did that by basically goading Ganymede to execute him on Charon. That's basically how this happened. Wesley immediately backtracks once he realizes what he's admitted to, but it's too late.
In response to Ligvold admitting to grooming children, he then adds, except for Fetus Banger, I'm not sure what that guy's up to half the time.
I wonder what a guy named Fetus Banger might be up to. That's a bit concerning.
Whitney reveals she accused him as a joke.
The public does not care. Yeah. Wesley tries to play off his admission as a joke, but then woke William chimes in and says it's all true. William, much to Wesley's surprise, leaks all of the private documents proving he did orchestrate Poseidon's death. I don't know why there are private documents that prove that, but whatever. Wesley is shocked that William would betray him. William tells Wesley that this is for his own good, as he is clearly no longer stable. Wesley does not take this well, and instead tries to murder his own right-hand man on the spot. William, however, knocks him unconscious in self-defense.
Ligvold steps in.
I don't know why Ligvold is there, but he is, I guess. At this point, the woke Senate finally removes Wesley from power with a no-confidence vote. The vote is almost unanimous, with one single senator voting to keep Wesley in power. The single senator who voted in Wesley's favor also states that they don't actually want Wesley to stay in power, but they just voted for it to be more interesting than the other senators.
Ligvold steps in and congratulates Whitney on finally getting Wesley out of power. Whitney thanks Ligvold and announces her plans for the Wokepire moving forward.
I like how she just immediately decided that she was in charge now.
Yeah, that's a girl boss fault.
You can read this now, so that things don't get read out of the order, but, you know.
Okay. Mentioning anything related to MCYT is now legal, as Whitney is revealed to be a dream stan.
William suddenly gets onto the stage and asks Whitney what she's talking about. He states that the woke Senate has yet to elect a new leader, and she can't just declare herself as being in charge.
Whitney tells William to shut the fuck up. Ligvold glowers at William.
William tells Whitney to shut the fuck up and get off the stage until the Senate comes to a decision.
Wesley wakes up and morphs into a corn cob before passing out again. Blake Hooker walks onto the stage completely loaded into speech. In an age of penis songs, we the peeny weeny ding dong slong a dong. He then collapses.
Iconic character. By now, the woke Senate has sent in legions to break up the chaos and quickly organizes the city of London into an election ground. William, despite being on board with getting Wesley out of power, does not want Whitney to take charge of the Wokepire at all and campaigns against her.
Murder Fist also joins the election campaign to turn into the biggest tank in existence.
I don't know why Murder Fist is even allowed to be on the ballot, but he just is.
We may need. I don't know.
Of course, war with Carcass Land is temporarily on pause until the election is complete.
He uses the American YouTube political ad technique of accusing William of having a shit ton of money. This wins her the popular votes.
At least it does in the first round. William decides to make pledges to the people and explain his platform. He states that if he takes charge of the Wokepire, he will make amends with the two European Union and join forces with them in order to stop Carcass Fucker from rampaging over the entire world.
Murderfist says he will hand out free Bravin if he is elected.
William also explains to the people that Whitney has clearly been conspiring with Carcass Fucker to undermine the Wokepire, and if she wins, she'll just make the Wokepire a puppet of Carcass Land.
Murderfist says that William has no Bravin.
The Wokepire civilians definitely don't like that idea, so William does win the second round. It all comes down to the third round now, and Whitney has to turn the vote back in her favor.
Whitney asks William for his source.
William says he's speculating, but considering the fact that Whitney has tried to assassinate Wesley twice and is a dream stand, she's definitely not trustworthy. His supporters still agree with him.
Whitney asks how that's correlated to conspiring with Carcass Lands. Meanwhile, Murderfist claims that neither William nor Whitney has Branvin.
William says that there isn't really much you can do to prove it, but he asks earnestly if Whitney will do anything to stop Carcass Fucker's endless atrocities if she's elected.
Murderfist says he will stop the populace from not Branvin.
Truly
Whitney
an amazing candidate.
Carcass Lands will be barred from using public vending machines and restrooms.
Every bartender in Wokington and no one else besides them votes for Murder Fist.
Murderfist gives the bartenders free Branvin.
William... I can't get over the fucking Murder Fist interjections. I can't stop laughing. William argues that military action must be taken against Carcass Land or else they will continue to grow stronger and one day be able to conquer the entire world.
Whitney argues that public vending machine barring will demoralize them to the point of self-destructing. Also, Murderfist argues that Branvin is good.
William argues that it will not. He states that it's very obvious Whitney is just doing the bare minimum to make it seem like she'll try and stop Carcass Land. At this point, the argument is going in circles, and both candidates need to make a new point in order to swing the vote in their favor.
Murderfist states that Branvin will make all the troubles go away on a bonus.
Whitney says,
and that she's anti-war and wants to peacefully stop Carcass Lands.
William claims it's impossible to do that because Carcass Land is entirely driven by war. Many civilians, upon hearing that argument, they nod, as it is true that war is pretty metal and therefore something Carcass Land would be obsessed with.
Whitney asks if he's ever considered telling them to stop.
William...
Murderfist also asked if either of them have had Branvin.
William scoffs and claims Wesley did tell them to comply by his wishes multiple times to no avail. Since he realizes he has to make a new campaign promises, he says he will create public shame zones for dream stands.
Whitney invites every dream stand in existence to the argument just to see what would happen.
William's base is incredibly happy about the public shame zones for dream stands promise, but his vote completely tanks among all the dream stands in the Wokepire. A lot of that, which is a lot of people, by the way. This ends up being a double-edged sword. Also, William gets doxxed about 15 times on Twitter and has to remotely buy a new house from the Woke Senate every single time.
Murderfist offers to give dream stands Branvin.
Since William has been talking for a while, the Senate finally lets Whitney make another campaign promises. Whitney tells William... Oh, sorry, you already said that. William asks Whitney to explain what sort of campaign premise or promise she could possibly make with Dream's corpse.
Murderfist starts filling Dream's corpse with Branvin. He appeals to emotion by asking if this is what our Lord and Savior Dream would have wanted to die for. She says that under her rule, Dream's legacy will live on in the form of the official Dream religion, though people are free to celebrate their own beliefs as well. Murderfist says that Dream is now Branvin.
William decides to make a counterpledge that under his rule, Dream's legacy will be forgotten, and anyone who utters his name will be severely punished, as the very thought of such a vile being is in and of itself a pure evil.
Murphy's counterpledge is that Dream will be Bronvin. He says that this is literally 1984.
Referring to William's pledge, not Murderfist's, I think. This wins her the vote in the third round. Despite his best efforts, William has lost.
Murderfist lost by 1 vote.
How? Did Murderfist beat William?
Holy shit.
This is so fucking funny. Okay, William does win the local vote in Wokington, but most of the Wokepire votes in favor of Whitney. As such, the Woke Senate goes along with this and declares Whitney as the new leader of the Wokepire.
Murderfist floods southern London with Bronvin.
As one can imagine, William is not happy about this, as he could not stop Whitney from grabbing power out of nowhere.
He then flees in his personal slaughter tank.
However, William can't really stop the democratic process. As such, he stands back and lets Whitney take the stage and announce her plans for the Wokepire moving forward.
Some of the Bronvin leaks into new create a terrifyingly volatile combination of vodka and shit.
Whitney sorry, my bad.
In response to William, Whitney announces that Carcass Land will be blown to smithereens by the will of Dream's holy vibrator.
I don't... God only knows why that's a thing that it exists. There's just a vibrator that he inexplicably has.
Possess.
I don't know why. William exclaims, "Wait, what?"
They use it to communicate to him. They use it to communicate to him from beyond the grave.
It's true. Oh, it's such a dumb fucking plot point. William points out that he thought Whitney was going to stop Carcass fucker peacefully.
Whitney turns into a troll face. Lickvolt douses the vibrator in Bronvin. No.
William is perplexed, but decides to simply walk away without further comment, as he's not exactly opposed to the idea.
Lickvolt decides to hold a concert in the newly founded Carcass Pool and invites the entire Wokepire.
Since he fears assassination, William does not attend.
The Wokepire calls a temporary truce with Carcass Land to attend.
Neither does Wesley, who is instead transferred to a mental institution because of how badly the pressure of the war ruined him. This is Ankh character coded.
True. And also because he is now a corn on the cob.
Of course, for conspiring to murder a former leader, he's also going to be sentenced to prison once he's out. I like how he gets a prison sentence for conspiring to murder a former leader, but Whitney doesn't get anything for trying to kill him twice, even though he is also a former leader.
The entire Carcass Pool is filled up with rum, as it is deemed superior to Bronvin.
Wesley gradually turns back to normal from a corn cob, but remains in a poor mental state.
The concert begins and it opens with the entrail slurper. Plaguefucker attends and downs rum vehemently, compounding his plastery.
In the meantime, Lickvold is contacted by an old friend.
He asks who?
It's Danny O'Donnell from the Sovereign Lads.
Yeah. Lickvold says, "Hey, how's it going? I haven't seen you in a hot minute."
O'Donnell explains that during the time the war has been going on, he's acquired 50 different scientific degrees because he's been feeling bored. He offers to help with further development of mutants while also collaborating with Carcass Fucker to make new music on the side.
Lickvold agrees to this. Organizes a meeting in Warsaw, the only city that's kept its name due to how metal it is.
It is true. It is a really badass name for a city.
It does go hard.
In the meantime, yet again, delegates from the TU ask Whitney if they're still at war with the Wokepire now that she's in charge. The TU is willing to sue for peace, and even accept Whitney's help against Carcass Land and offers this to her. Since they too have an army of dream stands, it would only make sense, as they point out.
Whitney agrees to the deal.
However, this will not apply until the end of the concert.
Lickvold pitches the idea of making a real-life murder peds.
William is completely gobsmacked watching the news from his home because he didn't expect Whitney to do literally the exact opposite of what he accused her of planning to do. By the way, this is actually a pretty
It's kind of a
genius.
power move, to be
It's
honest.
kind of a genius strategy from her part because she's made William look like a fucking moron. A murder fist emerges from his floorboards and sorry, that's my
Murders
my
the
bad.
emerges from his floorboards and offers him rum, pronouncing it exactly like Dr. Livesey for some reason.
He decides to drink it, not having much else better to do. This might be the first. Might be the first hint of like Murder Fist and Williams like buddy cop relationship.
Murder Fist sits on the couch next to William and drinks some rum too.
William decides that Whitney is apparently more trustworthy than he thought and returns to his post as a general, although he also becomes the leader of an anti-Dream activist group in the process.
Murder Fist returns to a station in Gutsfuckerville, Germany.
He's welcomed by Kruckenberg, who now rules as the regional governor of the German occupation zone.
He offers Kruckenberg some rum.
Kruckenberg graciously accepts.
Chris inhales an entire bottle like a vacuum. He then pitches the idea of a massive rum distillery up north near the ocean.
Hell yeah, says Kruckenberg.
Slaves immediately set to work on the distillery. They fear testicular torture.
Oh yeah, that's that.
When he doesn't dump.
That happens.
Meanwhile, Infant Chopper, the leader of the Gorezerker platoon, readies his troops to rend the woke pious subjects as the concert draws to a close. Once the concert ends, the Gorezerkers plan to guard the exit while the Wrath Spitters rain down the machine gun fire from above. Unfortunately for them, Whitney manipulates liberal media into accusing all the world leaders of being Matt Walsh. The resulting confusion somehow acts as a smoke bomb for Whitney and her forces to escape completely. Carcass Landers are but not discouraged, mainly because they are incapable of being discouraged.
William decides to train his troops as extra protection for Whitney.
Meanwhile, Lickfold and Danny are in the secret mutant lab 666 miles below Carcasshagen.
Fun fact, I think that would be like... I'm pretty sure that would be like well into the mantle of the Earth.
Damn.
I'm pretty sure that's way under the crust. Hold on. At what point... How low does the crust go of Earth? It is 5 to 70 kilometers in depth at any, depending on where. So yeah, it is, and that's kilometers, not miles, by the way. How long does how deep does the mantle go? I don't know why I said I typed how long does the mantle go. That's kind of stupid, but whatever. The mantle goes down to, oh my god. The mantle extends from the crust to a depth of about 255 miles in the upper mantle, and then continues to the lower mantle, which extends from about 400 miles to 1,740 miles. Okay, so it's not just in the upper mantle; it's in the lower mantle, so it's pretty far down.
Wow.
Anyway, this is true. I don't know why I affirmed that for no particular reason. I didn't need to do that, but whatever. You wouldn't have believed it if I didn't say it.
Lickfold suggests a living tank so that they don't have to build cringe mechanical ones. Whitney gets the blood script documents translated only to find out that they're actually just cooking recipes. Disturbing ones at that.
By now, Matt Walsh, who's somehow still in charge of the BBC, has debunked allegations that every world leader is secretly him. Woke William is sick and tired of him, so he accuses Matt Walsh of child pornography possession just to have an excuse to arrest him. Surprisingly, he is actually right, because when the Wokington police raid Walsh's house, they find an entire 10 petabytes of CP. Walsh, while in custody, states that the liberals put it there. William does not have any patience for this, and has his troops airdrop Walsh into Carcass Land, because he knows Carcass Land will completely fuck him up. Wyatt Malsh ends up taking charge of the BBC in the aftermath.
Walsh is inducted into the Carcass Land for his medal actions.
That is something that I don't think William foresaw at all. However, it isn't long before a bunch of other senators assassinate him Julius Caesar style by stabbing him several hundred times. When each senator is questioned on why they didn't, their responses range from IDK I was bored to killing pedophiles is metal.
The senators that did not kill him argue that pedophilia is metal in of itself, so killing pedophiles is actually non-metal. The senators who argued the latter point are strangled to death with their own intestines.
Danny O'Donnell suggests that Carcass fucker should actually use all of the corpses left in the aftermath of the event for mutant testing.
Nickfold says that this is an amazing idea.
William ventures to Ohio too in order to inform John Ohio of everything that just happened, including the Third Carcass War, the removal of Wesley as leader, and Whitney's rise to power. He's asked whether he's going to take the side of the Wokepire or the side of Carcass Land since they're now on the brink of war with each other. Upon seeing William approaching, John Ohio hastily shoves his blueprints for a giant mechanical Ohio monster into his desk drawer. He then says he'll go with the Wokepire. William gives him a thumbs up and leaves, and now that the concert is over, the war does resume. The all-consuming black hole loan sharks sell weapons to both sides at prices that seem low until you realize that you have to make 80 more payments that were only mentioned in very, very small fine print. Both sides simply refuse to pay those additional payments. The all-consuming black hole loan sharks just kind of whimper a bit and move on. They're still making money anyway. Saul Goodman is disappointed, as he really wanted to take the cases to court. The loan sharks would have just disguised themselves as the entire rest of the court anyway. In any case, the war is now being fought between Carcass Land and the combined forces of the two European Union, former SNC, the Wokepire, and Ohio too. Oh my god, there's so many lines I have to read. Carcass Land is quite frankly at a bit of a disadvantage. A temporary alliance is formed between all of these unlikely friends, called the Carcass Crusher Coalition, or the CCC. Carcass Land is now at war with the following countries: Russia, Canada, Wales, Scotland, Ireland, Norway, Finland, Spain, Portugal, Ohio 2, and the Wokepire. Carcass Land is indeed outnumbered. However, they do have the perk of being insanely powerful. The CCC deploys Freddy Fazbear. There is still more! This isn't at all related to FNAF. The CCC just has a really skilled general from Ireland named Freddy Fazbear. This is a common gag going forward. His full legal name, in fact, is Frederick Fitzgerald Fazbear. At the dawn of the 5th year of the war, William calls a CCC meeting between prominent officials like General Sean Marshall from Canada, General Freddy Fazbear from Ireland, General Nikolai Sabatov from Russia, who I guess, we're just establishing that guy now, John Ohio from Ohio 2, and of course himself from the Wokepire. He tells them to begin strategizing and coming up with war plans. He emphasizes the importance of being tactical and even more so of thinking outside the box, as there is almost no conventional method of fighting Carcass Land's mutants. John Ohio recommends that Ohio 2 be given several metric tons of titanium for no particular reason. Marshall pipes up and asks for tanks to contribute to the war effort, right? John Ohio says, yeah.
You were like cutting out like while you were saying that, and periodically it was really fun.
Sabatov suggests maybe trying to get Candymeat to help, as they're the only one more comically overpowered than Carcass Fucker.
Candymeat donates one boulder to the war effort that lands directly off of the Wokepire headquarters. Everyone thanks him for his helpful contributions.
This boulder, but doesn't actually contribute anything logistically or strategically, but it's a really fucking cool boulder. Sorry, let me reread that. This boulder doesn't actually contribute anything logistically or strategically, but it's a really fucking cool boulder, so the Wokepire troops decide to leave it there as a monument. One particularly artistic woke-pyre soldier carves a cool face into it.
And replaced everything with cooking recipes in Bloodspeak. The physical manifestation of Wattpad jumps out of the internet and into the real world to beat up the hackers. The hackers declare bus all at the same time, and the Wattpad manifestation is hit by a bus. The Wattpad has hit so hard they fuse with the bus. It is now bus pads.
Outraged by the reports he's hearing from Wattpad, William tries to lobby the woke Senate to ban fanfiction in the woke-pyre.
Half the books in it have died from trying to read the cooking recipes.
Of those who are still alive, a couple doesn't agree with William on the issue of fanfiction. Most remaining senators, as well as Whitney, have yet to make any comment. William also realizes that with a good proportion of the former senators dead with their seats open, this is a good opportunity to pack the Senate with his own political allies. As new candidates run for Senate positions, William spearheads an advertising campaign to aggressively promote all the candidates who align more with his positions. His anti-Dream activist group goes around holding rallies and drumming up even more support. William himself even runs for a Senate position to add on to his already existing rank in the military as a general.
Whitney manages to get numerous Dream stands to run for Senate positions as well.
William briefly considers lobbying for Dream stands to be banned from the Senate as well, but he realizes that if this were to fail, he'd immediately alienate a bunch of senators and shoot himself in the foot, so he decides not to push his luck. His wisdom pays off, so he ultimately ends up winning his Senate seat, and several of the candidates he supported do as well. As it happens, William and his allies have done a good job amassing support, especially in Wokington, by spreading rhetoric about how Dream stands are a threat. Not a threat, a feat to the children. Not to the children, to the children, and to society.
He counteracts this by mandating that all newborns listen to Mask by Dream instead of anything even remotely educational.
Thankfully, this mandate is pretty much immediately overturned by the Senate, as it's considered ridiculous.
Not before an entire generation of children has their growth permanently stunted. So you're telling me that they overturned
yeah, this is what I'm saying. That's what I'm...
Order 66.
They overturned the mask mandate. And not the fucking execution order. That's what I'm fucking saying. This always gets me when I reread it.
Order 66. Dude, this is just like the United States government.
True. Especially with the funny wordplay of the mask mandate. That kind of makes it a bit more relevant.
Yeah, oh my god. Now, they're probably executed so they don't put the population. Their corpses continue standing Dream, much to everyone's dismay. Their corpses are then put in a blender.
The entire woke-pyre is terrified because it certainly wasn't their own soldiers who executed the children and then blended their corpses. They start trying to figure out who's responsible. William decides to use the opportunity to claim that Standing Dream killed the children.
Dream himself killed the children, actually. Whitney denies this on the grounds of William stupids.
William simply retorts, "I know you are, but what am I?" His kindergarten tier insults drum up even more support from his fans.
Whitney photocopies her elementary school grade
oh my God.
certificate to show to William.
Dude, okay, some random guy on my university campus, I just yelled out penis really loud outside my window.
Jesus.
I'm not even joking. It might have been caught on mic.
Oh, God.
That's kind of hilarious. Meanwhile, one senator... my university campus, if it was written by Vivzy Pop. Meanwhile, one senator in the woke Senate proposes a new law that will make blending a corpse illegal, so this will never happen again. Oh, so it was legal before this.
Or is it like the anti-lynching law where it was illegal before, but they're making it a law now just to stress that this is in fact illegal?
The thing is that anti-lynching... the thing is that if you lynched someone, you would still get arrested for murder because you killed someone.
Yeah, like,
In
They had
2022,
to.
they made it a specialized like federal hate crime. So now if you do it, you will get tried federally, not like locally, which is you would be tried
Yeah,
locally if you just did a murder, basically.
yeah, I was more so referring to how like back then, like lynching fell under killing, but in the South, no one really gave a shit. So like
Yeah,
they introduced
basically.
lynching laws specifically to force people to give a shit. You know?
It didn't really count as murder to them because they didn't see the people who they were doing it to as human, basically.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, since the
So
woke
I
pyre,
it
sorry,
might be
go
some.
on.
I'm thinking like the anti putting people in a blender law might be something like that.
That's funny. Meanwhile, since the woke pyre is now allied with the rest of the CCC, they released the Netherlands, Belgium, and Luxembourg as independent countries again. Woke William ends up being made King of the Netherlands because the Dutch still mistakenly think he's the reincarnation of William of Orange. And for some reason, a burning skeleton is saying that line. Don't question that.
Yeah,
That's
I
fine.
suppose. The mysterious individual has the blended child sauce mixed with phosphoric acid and tar, and then poured into the capital's water supply. These turn out to be the exact ingredients needed, assembled in exactly the right way to create nothing in particular. The water filter deals with everything, and in life in the woke pyre goes on as normal.
I mean, is as normal as it could be in the woke pyre. The water's chemical structure becomes just slightly different than normal because of remaining nothing particles, however, causing it to become extremely toxic to ingest.
The annual woke pyre water drinking festival occurs following day, causing mass
Why
deaths.
why is there a water drinking festival? Why wouldn't it just cause mass?
Know.
Why wouldn't mass death just happen regardless because people drink water?
I don't fucking know, dudes.
Like, dude,
Walt Whitney passed a law saying that drinking water is possible by death. No one got the memo in time.
even
Less
less.
conveniently for the Woke division invades Wokemark. Woke William manages to hold off the invasion while Woke Whitney is clubbed for terrible decision making. The Murderfist division gets around William by having murder bullets flank his forces from both sides. Woke William resorts to accusing the Murderfist division soldiers of being dream stands. This gets several soldiers burned and suffocated to death in terrible fan art from enthusiastic dream stands. The rest of the soldiers gunned down William's forces. Woke William retreats to a choke point and baits the enemy soldiers into approaching, picking them off one by one and bottlenecking the enemy army.
Brazil is back from taking a good night's rest at your mother's.
This is true. The soldiers realize the ploy and walk around the choke point. They instead walk into the esophagus point where Woke William proceeds to pick them off from there. They realize they're getting nowhere and decide to shell William's position with artillery. Woke William uses his super CEO power, Woke Storm, this is another Advance Wars reference by the way, to deal global the enemy forces and weaken them. They call upon Satan to guard them from the storm.
They're still Satanists back then, Jesus.
Woke Whitney decides to help by declaring that invading soldiers are to be punished with death. This revolutionary new law helps repel the Murderfist division.
This invasion. Sorry, but you're still reading more.
Was actually.
Wait, how much? Wait, how much?
I'm still reading.
Oh my! Wait, can I use the washroom while you're doing this?
Yeah, you can use the washroom. Oh God.
It does occur to me that I can't really scroll, so people are just gonna have to. People are just going to have to listen to this visually. Sorry, audioly. So
I'm just gonna keep running my mouth until he comes back. That sound good to you? That sounds good to me.
Sure, whatever. I'll be back in a second.
All the one people watching, who is probably me, because I've had this tab open for 5 minutes now. I'm just gonna keep running my mouth. Anyway. The invasion was actually just a massive waste of time as groups of 5,000 Carcass Battalion soldiers tunnel out of the ground at various woke military bases and storm them. More bases are built on top of the old bases to crush the soldiers under the weight of about 628294729362836282961535822926653 bases. The massive base towers fall over and end up destroying even more valuable assets. A tornado suddenly spawns and picks up about half the bases. Anyone caught by the tornado is shredded to pieces. These are all Woke Pyre citizens. Woke Whitney sends out a new order for the remaining dream stands to start mitosing. Within only a few days, the population is back at a healthy amount. However, the dream stands are the exact opposites of productive members of society. This harms the woke fire's economy. Woke Whitney just tells them to be productive with to great success. They start building dream shrines. This never before thought idea is smart across countless spectating nations. The idea of just telling people to be productive. Oh fuck. Murderfists deploy supersonic chainsaw drones which fly around at Mach 1.5 and rend asunder any woke pirate citizen they encounter. Woke William is assigned to deal with the supersonic chainsaw drones. Being supersonic, small, and erratically moving, they are exceedingly difficult to deal with, and they tear apart thousands of soldiers and citizens alike. Oh my god. The police managed to arrest a lot of the supersonic chainsaw drones for murder and throw them in jail. The drones argue that the people were simply in their way and thus they have no blame for any deaths. The drones go to court with the police. Leading the prosecution is a still elementally boarded Saul Goodman. Look, the drones pull up a video of people swatting at them with baseball bats and claim self-defense. The entire woke pyre is invited to the court and a temporary truce is called. Somehow the whole woke pyre fits in the courtroom. My jaw is starting to hurt. So you know, my jaw is hurting. It shouldn't be doing that. Oh my god. Woke William argues that the drone struck first. Somehow the whole woke pyre fits in the courtroom, albeit not comfortably. Woke William argues that the drone struck first, therefore it was not self-defense. The drones pull up another video of a dream stand throwing a brick at the first drone to enter the woke pyre before it had attacked anyone. This means that the woke pyrians did indeed strike first. Saul Goodman points to the great dream hostess that was caused by the drones and argues that one dream stand provoking the drones does not mean every dream stand provokes the drones. Holy shit, how long does this go? Oh my god. Okay, I'm sorry. The drones argue that the dream stand mitosis means that all the dream stands had the same thought process, and thus any dream stand would have done so. This means the drones had reasonable cause to attack. Woke William points out that the dream stand mitosis happened after the civilian massacres. The drones point out that it didn't, and cite the screenshots where Whitney sends out a new order for the remaining dream stands to start mitosing. And yeah. No, Woke Williams starts gaslighting the drones. He also starts gaslighting gaslighting the drones accidentally, as in lighting them on fire with gasoline. The drones resist the gaslighting by electric arcing William. One word. Woke William resorts to calling the drones dumb. This wins the case, and the drones have to pay most of the divorce settlements. They pay $2 and leave. The rest of the woke fire returns to their homes to see Carcass Battalion soldiers just kind of vibing at the borders. Now that the trial is over and the war is resumed, they invade the woke pyre. Woke William calls upon the Netherlands for help. They make gas noises and shoot fireballs at him. Then they remember that they still think Woke William is the reincarnation of William of Orange, and they turn their attention to the Carcass Battalion. They then realize they are experiencing an obsidian shortage and thus cannot create a portal to the overworld. Woke Whitney just grabs a portal block from the creative menu and hands it to Woke William. Meanwhile, the Carcass Battalion is sweeping through the woke pyre due to the latter's. They shelled the courthouse, killing many soldiers that were still filing out and occupy strategic areas. A new treaty is made that simply tells the Carcass Battalion to eat shit. This drives many Carcass Battalion soldiers to kill them. No more joining in because suicide is. The Carcass Battalion then makes another new. Oh. Many of their own soldiers interpret this as, no, life isn't worth it. Go join those idiots over there. Go join what those idiots over there are doing. Clearly, they have the right idea. Why else would they be doing it? To improve the stock market? No, you dumbass. That's why I hate you. You don't have any brains up in that dome. Just a couple of cobwebs in a black mold colony. Your breath smells like shit. Your never loved you, don't love you, and never will love you. You will never find happiness as long as you live. You will never find pleasure in anything you do. You will never live up to your peers' expectations. You will never be of any value in the vast expanse of space. All you'll ever amount to is a speck, a bit of grit, a singular dead pixel. No one will live to remember you, and your contributions will ultimately be forgotten to time. Your wasted oxygen. would be better spent on a black hole.
Are you done yet?
He, re- he realized they're too stupid to read it and eat it instead. Having eaten the
What the
counter
fuck
tree,
are you doing? That can't be part of
the
AUL,
Carcass
right?
Battalion suicide rates continue to climb. They then eat the original treaty as it looks tastier. They choke to death the treaties. Murphys face palms and starts blasting Carcass Fucker to bore more out.
What the fuck are you doing? Hold on. Okay, wait. Where? Where are we here? Did you actually just keep reading? I thought you said you wouldn't do that.
October 30th. Oh my fucking god.
Jesus
Okay, so
Christ.
TLDR, the Dream Stands started mitosing, and they started getting massacred via drones. Then the drones and every woke pirate citizen went to court. They were paid $2 in divorce. There was a bunch of bullshit with treaties, and now we're here. What do you? My jaw hurts. Like genuinely,
I'm gonna take
hurts
over all
for
of
reading.
your lines for a little while, just so you can recover from that. I feel like that's just fair.
Yeah.
Okay. I just restocked on my water as well when I was after I
Oh my god.
Yeah, after I used the washroom, I just refilled my water at the common room. So there you go.
Oh my god.
Okay, what message did you stop on again?
Murderfist face pumps and starts blasting Carcass Fucker. Mr. Moreno.
This works, but by this point, Woke William and the CCC generals have ordered a massive counterattack. The Carcass Battalion is forced off the shores of Iceland and Wokington, but Wokemark is still under their occupation. Woke Whitney starts writing slanderous fanfics between Carcass Battalion soldiers that permanently taints their reputation. With convenient timing, Luxembourg regains access to dark magic and begins counterattacking Carcass Land in Germany. Again. Kruckenberg orders his forces to retreat to the Rhine River and fortify. The Carcass Battalion also uses dark magic to hold Luxembourg at bay while they finish defeating the CCC. By defeating the CCC, what they actually do is just prevent them from landing invasions to retake Wokemark. Woke Whitney orders for bases to be built directly on top of Carcass Battalion soldiers. Danny O'Donnell claims that the Western Front is very tricky at the moment and suggests the Carcass Battalion trudge through the wasteland from Poland to Russia to conquer the West. Or the East, I mean. This is done. Unfortunately, Danny forgot to account for the fact that winter is falling soon. Hello. The Carcass Battalion don't get far before many of their soldiers are encased in solid blocks of ice. It turns out that General Sabatov from Russia ordered the construction of air conditioners around the entire country to make it even colder in preparation for invasion. They play Carcass Fucker at max volume to vibrate the ice into oblivion. The ice reforms momentarily after it breaks. Sabatov orders the air conditioner operators to raise the power. They continue playing Carcass Fucker at max volume. At this point, it's just a matter of who has the strongest devices. Freddy Fazbear sends supplies to Russia when Freddy Fazbear from Five Nights at Freddy's steps out of the shadows. The Carcass Battalion soldiers use flamethrowers to warm up the environment. The Freddy Fazbear somehow convinces the entire Irish government to sue Scott Coffin for ripping off his name. Scott says, "Fuck you," and joins the Carcass Senate, bringing all the FNAF stands with him. I guess Scott Coffin is now canonically a member of the Carcass Senate, whatever. Freddy Fazbear joins the defense, while Freddy Fazbear joins the prosecution. Saul Goodman decides to throw a coin in order to decide who to argue for. The coin explodes. He ends up arguing for Freddy Fazbear. Scott Coffin Wozniak. Thanks, Gamma, for your contribution.
You Gamma, very cool.
Freddy Fazbear says Freddy Fazbear stole his name and cites his own birth certificate as well as Freddy Fazbear's. Gamma is also clubbed by multiple GameTunes employees for improper formatting. Freddy Fazbear cites his own birth certificate, which displays Frederick Fitzgerald Fazbear, his full legal name. And meanwhile, Lickfold Tech... I almost said it. Meanwhile, Lickfold reveals a line of sentient murder tanks. They are faster, tougher, don't need to refuel, and require no crew. It's just a bunch of people with the word tank scribbled on their faces. He says, "Wait, shit," and reveals the actual murder tanks. This blunder cost him his entire life savings. Somehow. Luckily, he has saved only 2 cents over his life. He is a big sender. Danny is generous enough to funnel millions of dollars earned by the Sovereign Lads into Lickfold's bank account. Lickfold thanks him for the generosity. Technically, Galloway would have been the one allowed to do that since he was the manager, but he died a long time ago, so who cares? Lickfold suggests bringing him back to life. Everyone in the room gets a visceral reaction. Danny points out that resurrection is probably impossible. Lickfold suggests a satanic ritual. Danny uses the word probably because considering what's happened so far, he can't be 100% sure. Nah, I think we're clear on this. I don't think there's going to be any revivals ever.
Yeah.
Lickfold also suggests a line of giant living mechs. He also sends his best satanic priests to devise a ritual of resurrection.
Woke Whitney suddenly bursts
now?
from Kool-Aid Man style. Yeah, I'm good now. Woke Whitney suddenly bursts into the room Kool-Aid Man style and points out how this is just like in Dream SMP when they respawn after being killed.
Woke William corrects her by saying that actually the Dream SMP only has 3 canon lives, which is true, but I don't know why he would know that.
Something go on, tell us, William.
Is he a closet Dream SMP fan?
True. Lickfold wonders what the fuck is going on. Woke Whitney doxes Woke William immediately 436857326959645794659645696959436588295436598765954365987264598726495872643 58968435896842358968794 times.
Did you have to say that entire number?
Yes.
Thankfully, he changed his address before this conversation, knowing it would happen. Instead, the house the Dream stands raid is occupied by some random Englishman who's really drunk. The Englishman starts beating up Dream stands left and right.
He then explodes into a tsunami of alcohol. This fells the rest. The Dream Stand army actually beats itself up first, so they can't be beaten up.
Brazil has set up the machine, but before they do anything with it, they decide that their first course of action is to wage war against Wokepire's army of Dream Stands. By the way, I think Brazil is still the only member of the SNC. I think it's just the SNC still exists with Brazil for some reason.
It's just Brazil.
Actually, it was renamed to the Brazil Coalition, I think. But whatever.
Yeah.
Local officials in Wokington passed laws banning Dreamstand military activity in their lands after they see the violence that has transpired. William stands behind them, but fears that Whitney will overrule these laws.
Lickfold approves of Brazil setting up the machine and proposes a formal alliance with Brazil, which is accepted. Lickfold deems this true cult. As the vast majority of Wokington of the Wokeville's forces are now Dream Stands, this cripples the military significantly.
At the next CCC meeting, General Sean Marshall exclaims, well, shit, in reference to the new alliance.
Joint Carcass Battalion Brazilian military force is assembled.
Brazil uses the Dream assassination nuke to assassinate Dream. It somehow doesn't kill anyone else, thus taking away Dream Stands as idol of worship. This does nothing because Dream already died a while ago. I just checked another DM. As a result, the nuke instead assassinates a person that looks exactly like Dream, but isn't Dream by accident. The entire world mourns the death of Rumpelstiltskin from Shrek.
Except for Carcass lands. Shane Dawson is also killed in the crossfire.
Woke William sets up a recruitment program for new soldiers to try and counterbalance the Dreamstand army. He decides to target football fans as they are the most aggressive, violent, and terminally obsessed with their interests.
They are too busy arguing about football to join the military. No, he specifically tries to recruit English football fans.
Woke William tells them that they can argue about football with their enemies, and this causes them to finally join. Brazil begins setting up classes all around the country about how to remember Lickfold's name. This, unfortunately, leads to high death rates, as Brazil forgets to account for the fact that his name instantly kills you if you say it out loud.
Lickfold face palms.
Brazil decides to deliberately teach students the wrong pronunciation to stop the mass deaths.
This works. Some of the people mispronounce the word correctly accidentally.
The Rumpelstiltskin stands are furious, and thus they decide to steal Dream's holy vibrator before throwing Dream's corpse into the all-consuming void, my favorite form of censorship. You will learn to love the ACV like family. Okay. William releases a public statement. Hold on. My brain fucking farted for a second. William releases a public statement in light of the current crisis, saying, oh no.
Terrible.
True.
The Dreamstand start engaging in meiosis, to which Woke Williams says, oh no. In all the confusion, Murderfist sends a massive force into Wokington. Some of the Murderfist soldiers get confused and start invading Murderfist territory.
The Dreamstand meiosis is so intense that Murderfist forces accidentally commit genocide by trampling over them. Which, by the way, is not that doesn't happen. That's not how genocide works. You have to prove intent.
This radically increases morale due to how metal it is. About 2/3 of the ground in the Woke Pyre is now just Dreamstands. The stragglers are repelled through sheer numbers alone.
The Woke Senate decides to build a massive fucking vacuum cleaner to suck up all the excess Dreamstands and then throw them directly at Carcass Land. Unfortunately, the vacuum also sucks up entire cities.
Yeah. And also Wokington's entire explosive storage. The cities start mitosing to build their numbers back up.
At this point, the Woke Senate realizes that the majority of the Woke Pyre's population is just Dreamstands now, and they simply pass a law that says, well, shit, I don't think we can do much about that anymore.
Murderfist forces simply just conquer everything they can in the confusion.
Brazil and Carcass Land begin building themselves an even bigger vacuum to suck up the Woke Pyre's vacuum.
The Dreamstand army resorts to creating a 10-foot replica of Dream and creating a new holy vibrator. This vibrator's vibrations are all off, and all of its orders are misconstrued. The Dreamstand army starts praying to Allah as a result.
The Rumpelstiltskin stands mistake the replica to one of Rumpelstiltskin, promptly stealing it.
A literal tidal wave of Dreamstand starts heading for Brazil. It cannot swim due to being so obese, and thus sink to the bottom of the ocean. There is no water. The Dreamstands are the way. They sink to the bottom of the air.
Isn't that what everyone does?
I don't know, man.
That implies everyone else could just fly. Brazil uses their giant, massive fucking vacuum cleaner to suck up all of the Dreamstands.
The vacuum cleaner looks at the situation and says, nah.
The vacuum cleaner decides to join the vacuum cleaners union to protest poor payment. Brazil and Carcass Land then build another vacuum cleaner, this time that actually wants to suck up the Dreamstands.
Carcass Fucker hires a Brazilian member, now having 13.
The new vacuum cleaner, yeah.
Vacuum quickly gets clogged up.
The new vacuum cleaner is stolen by Luigi to use as a weapon against ghosts. Millions around the world mourn the loss of the vacuum cleaner. Carcass, which I'm guessing is just the name of their alliance, because they haven't merged or anything, begins using the machine against the Dream Stands, quickly wiping out 3/4 of the Dream Stand army.
Lukefold attaches the power cable to his head and starts windmilling, increasing its power. The Dream Stand stalks the machine and tells it to self-destruct now.
The machine promptly ratios all of the Dream Stands. The Dream Stands commit mass suicide out of shame over this defeat.
Their corpses then ratio the machine all at once, as well as their reinforcements.
The Dream Stands are now zombies.
A huge wave of zombies approaches.
Carcass takes advantage of this to gain assistance from the plant horde.
Their intestines explode out of their bodies and turn to hair. They purchase new intestines from Home Depot. He's also turned to hair.
Crazy Dave personally travels to Sao Paulo for an alliance. To which John Sao Paulo agrees.
Yeah. Dream Stand Army accuses Carcass Fucker of engaging in necrophilia.
Danny responds by saying it's really just a branding thing. Oh, sorry, one. Okay. All the hair coalesces into the form of a giant grizzly bear that promptly goes on a Godzilla-esque rampage in Pissopolis, the capital of Carcass, which was recently renamed to Pissopolis in the annual Stupid City Names competition. I
don't know. However, it's made of hair, so it doesn't do much.
Since Carcass is an alliance and not a country, nobody actually cares about this city.
Blickfold wonders why his alliance with Brazil has a ship name.
Tumblr quickly answers that question in the worst way possible.
Whitney starts shipping the entire country of Brazil with Blickfolds.
John Brazil answers the question with, "It is easier than writing Brazil and Carcass Land." I like how the leader of Brazil's name changed from João Brazil to John Brazil.
They hold democratic elections.
True. But all of the candidates have the last name Brazil.
Blickfold replies, "Makes sense."
The entirety of Brazil attempts to assassinate Woke Whitney. Danny releases a public statement claiming that polyamory is pretty metal.
Blickfold corrects him, saying that polygamy is, as love is not whatsoever.
Danny simply responds with, "Okay."
Ganymede watches the situation from the sidelines while eating popcorn.
He quickly hides any record of his wife's existence from Carcass officials.
Choke explanation. I hate my life.
It's actually not. That's actually not why. He's doing that because he just heard that love is considered unmetal. Like, Danny and his wife, you know, they actually have, like, a good relationship. Like, John Ohio randomly decides to murder his wife, which is interesting because I don't... I think she's alive later. Maybe he remarried or something.
I don't know, man.
GameTunes asks why this happens in the story, and the writers respond with, "Okay, so the joke is, wife bad." John Ohio issues a new law in Ohio, too, that all wives must be publicly executed. The only kind of marriage allowed in Ohio, too, is now gay marriage between men.
Oh dear. I think Saf would like this.
True.
Populations in Ohio to decline.
Many Ohioans, out of fear, are quick to divorce their wives to prevent them from being executed.
Blickfold doesn't know how to feel about this. Misogyny is metal, but homophobia is also metal.
The
This
woke
is so beanly core.
True. The woke Senate decides to step in and overturn the law on the grounds that it's cruel and unjust. John Ohio brings up the topic of... John Oiho brings up the topic of lesbian marriage. They issue an order for John Ohio to financially compensate all the families he's ruined.
John Ohio manages to get away with giving them 1 cent each, as there is technically no price for a wife.
Still, the wife executions have thankfully come to an end, for now.
Carcass Battalion assassins continue killing wives. When asked why, they say, because it's metal.
Since Carcass Land is no longer part of the woke pirate, the woke Senate can't do anything about it. When asked why he did any of that in the first place, John Ohio just says, "Nah, the writers needed to give me something else to do." The Bath Salts Empire decides they really, really want to get involved again for some reason. They start attacking Spain and Portugal from below on a third side.
They slip on their debt and fall into the sea.
They decide to send their air force instead.
The Air Force has extreme debt turbulence and crashes.
They decide to forget that Air Force ever existed and immediately conscript a new one. They then send the new Air Force to bomb Soane in Portugal. Fatal typo moment. Spain and Portugal. Unfortunately for them, all their pilots are either high on bath salts or secretly loan sharks, making this largely ineffective. Portugal is the only country that ends up being bombed at all because the general issuing the order misspelled Spain as Soane, causing many of the pilots to confusedly fly around the whole planet looking for a place called Soane.
They die of testicular torsion.
I don't know why. As a result, Brazil puts forth an alliance with other countries behind doors. The loan sharks fly away and use their newly stolen planes to more effectively collect money from debtors. The BSE continues to launch attack after attack until they finally make progress. They manage to, amazingly, occupy the vast land of Gibraltar. It's promptly renamed to Gibraltar. Spain and Portugal decide not to counterattack because they don't give a shit about Gibraltar, and also because neither of them own it. They were only able to occupy it, as in like the BSE troops, because its actual residents were all out to lunch, gone fishing, or some combination of the two.
Rickfeld decides to walk into Wilkington and conquer it himself.
Somehow, every single Wilkington soldier gets auto-relocated onto several ocean bases. Somehow.
Rickfeld walks across the ocean towards Wilkington.
Brazil, for some reason, renames itself to the Brazilian Salts Empire in retaliation. I don't know why. I mean,
I don't know.
I don't know what they're retaliating against because they weren't attacked, but whatever. The BSE was just launching general attacks. The BSE files a lawsuit against the BSE. Once again, Saul Goodman has to flip a coin between representing the BSE or the BSE. The lawyers get confused and the coin lands perfectly on its side. The lawyers get confused and the Bath Salts Empire ends up suing itself. Somehow this causes the lawsuit money to explode, sending the BSE even further into debt. The all-consuming black hole loan sharks are getting really tired of the BSE's inability to pay off their loans. The BSE's bath salts start getting repossessed. They begin dying from withdrawal.
They begin dying from withdrawal.
Having successfully trolled the BSE, Brazil redeems itself to the Vertigreen Empire before changing their minds and renaming themselves to the Cerulean Empire because being called the Green Empire is stupid. The BSE military forcefully steps in and stops the loan sharks from repossessing their shit. This works, but they did not account for the lone whales to appear and begin repossessing their shit. Is this actually where they go down?
Oh, no. Oh, God.
This might actually be where they go down.
Oh, God.
The lone dolphins also decide to join in. The lone dolphins are especially ruthless. The lone dolphins especially ruthless, repossessing things by just breaking them. The lone shrimp, lone crabs, lone lobsters, lone squids, lone octopi, and lone orcas also join in. The orcas are dolphins, by the way. That.
Not the lone
Yeah.
lobsters.
The BSE High Council tries passing a law that bans repossession, which does nothing because the lone sea creatures don't give a shit. Now here's a hypothetical thought experiment. What if there was a lone what if there was a lone python? Specifically of the Burmese variety.
Oh fuck. You're right.
The lone squids and lone octopi are quickly distracted by each other's presence as they have been locked in a race war for centuries. Dude, this is literally a plot of the Clone Wars arc. I'm not even joking.
Jesus Christ.
There's a literal Clone Wars arc about this. The lone lobsters get addicted to bath salts, causing them to repossess the entire BSE so they can eat as many bath salts as they want. The gentleman decides to wage war on the ocean and dumps tons of bath salts into the seas. He's so focused on this that he somehow forgets this is so Boston Revolution core.
Yeah.
He's so focused on this that he somehow forgets all about the invasion of Spain and Portugal and completely fails to communicate with Gibraltar. This seriously affects the trout population. Gibraltar declares fuck it and simply declares independence as a neutral nation. Now that they aren't part of the BSE, their economy magically skyrockets. This just causes more lone sea creatures to get addicted to bath salts and attempt to take over the BSE by repossessing the entire BSE. Gibraltar's net revenue in dollars is now almost equal to your mom's weight in tons, which is a lot. The BSE is now the trout salts empire. Scratch that, it's now the squid salts empire. Scratch that, it's now the octopus salts. It's actually now the lobster salt, but no, this is the shrimp salt, or the crab. No, it's now the... Lobato is dragged out of the writer's room by several armed mercenaries and beaten within an inch of his life. He has to stumble back into the room and find a band-aid. The incident is, of course, reported to GameToons' HR department. The Lone Sea Animals agree to rename the BSE to the Lone Sea Animal Bath Salts Empire LSABSE. After being healed by the band-aid, Lobato sticks it in his wallet. He is now just a few used band-aids away from finally being able to afford some happy wart. The gentleman enters a mental breakdown as he sees his life's work crumble before his very eyes. The High Council attempts to take care of the situation by refusing to recognize the repossession as legitimate. The High Council is promptly repossessed. At this point, the BSE doesn't actually own itself, meaning it is effectively gone. That's it, guys. After all this time, all these hardships, all these endless wars and tumor plagues and attempts to regain relevance, the BSE is finally gone.
Holy shit.
They're fucking gone.
Well,
they're actually fucking gone. This was a crazy moment.
Repossessed by sea creatures.
It died in such a stupid way too. Like, how did this kill the BSE and not the wars with Grigor or like the tumor infestation or the Gregory like takeover?
And what did this get them and not literally anything else?
Yeah. Yeah, so just for context, the BSE has been around since like the start of the first stream. The first arc ever. It was the focus of the first arc
The original villains.
Yeah, and they're gone now. Like, damn. The gentleman goes to the bar to drink all his sorrows away, and the alcohol is promptly repossessed. The Skeld crew watches on from above, shocked yet relieved. Their greatest enemy from the start has finally been defeated. The gentleman is himself repossessed, which causes him to not own himself, causing him to cease existing. The writers retcon this because one of them had plans for him. The retcon is repossessed. The gentleman tries to take refuge in Gibraltar, but the residents say, "We don't want you, you fucking clorp," and kick him out. Thanks to the LCABSE, the sea's economic powerhouse, being gone, the sea enters crippling debt. The world's oceans are promptly repossessed. Saul Goodman struggles to keep track of who is even doing the repossessing at this point. Eventually, the gentleman is able to find a home in Ohio too, although the immigration process is a very long and convoluted and involves putting him through the femur breaker 5 times in a row to make sure he's durable enough to handle Ohio 2. For some reason, only his 2
I
top hats
guess.
make it out unscathed. The vast majority of the sea animals enter water debt thanks to the lack of water, causing them to be repossessed. Thankfully, the upper top hat is actually the seat of his consciousness. This is canon now. Now only sea animals that can survive on land exist. This has drastic consequences for fishing season. Bafsaltia, the late BSE's capital planet, decides it's now its own thing called the Republic of Bafsaltia. Now that it's separate from the BSE, its economy also drastically rises. This would likely be more appreciated if they didn't also suddenly face a sudden food shortage. Why does he say if they didn't also suddenly face a sudden food shortage? You don't need to say that twice. The word sudden already comes up. Due to a random duck eating all their stuff. Brazil, now called the Cerulean Empire, returns, and upon noticing the lack of water, begins mass manufacturing artificial water. What? What? Before their SPAC submarines enter water debt and get repossessed. I'm assuming that's supposed to be space. The gentleman,
Probably.
no longer part of the BSE, finds immense wealth in Ohio too. Sorry, that's your line.
That's my line. That's fine.
His net gain is equal to your mom's official weight in tons, which is, again, a lot.
Thank you.
The gentleman attempts to use said wealth to recreate the BSE, only for the new BSE to enter crippling debt and get repossessed. He learns his lesson and doesn't try again. The gentleman somehow meets Jesse Pinkman from Breaking Bad, and the two of them join a drug rehab group. The gentleman gradually begins to realize, after withdrawal symptoms wear off, that life without bath salts might actually be better. Also in the rehab group is Mr. Krabs, who forms a sitcom rivalry with the gentleman. Mr. Krabs creates...
This isn't too much for you. This isn't too much for you to read, is it?
I'm chilling. I'm doing okay, you know. Mr. Krabs creates his own bath salts empire out of spite, only for Mr. Krabs to enter crippling debt and get repossessed, thus bringing back the BSE's former land. The Cerulean Empire promptly begins grabbing as much of the land as it can. However, Ohio 2 beats them to it and claims 90% of the land. The remaining 10% goes to a very territorial stray dog. The writers decide to nerf Ohio 2's claim down to 50%, so it's more fair. This also means that the very territorial... Wait, hold on a minute. Oh, the BSE's former land. Okay, right, that's where this is happening. The writers decide to nerf Ohio 2's claim down to 50%, so it's more fair. This also means that the very territorial stray dog now has all the other 50%. The Cerulean Empire adopts the stray, thus taking over the dog's 50%. Canada takes the opportunity to march its troops into the United States, formerly a BSE occupation zone, and reestablish the U.S.
It immediately goes back to how it was before the Earth went to shit.
By the way, the Cerulean Empire adopting the stray causes it to take over the Cerulean Empire somehow. For some reason, the USA automatically declares war on Russia because they're probably communist. The Cerulean Empire is renamed to Bark Woof Woof. It would rename the empire to the Strayrulean Empire if it knew how to speak. A random Brazilian decides to assassinate the dog to bring the name back to normal. This requires an elaborate fish called Wanda tier assassination plot. The dog then takes over the Brazilian's body. The dog now has a human vessel. This does in fact cause the Bark Woof Woof to be renamed to the Strayrulean Empire. This causes a civil war between those who want the empire to be called Bark Woof Woof, those who want it to be called the Strayrulean Empire with two eyes for some reason, and those who want it to remain as the Cerulean Empire. This causes the empire to split in three. One guy proposes just renaming it back to Brazil. This one guy is promptly euthanized. That guy comes back from the dead and splits the Cerulean Empire in two. The universe is confused because whether the Cerulean Empire is split in three or two, and ends up multiplying the numbers, causing it to split in six. The sixth division is called the Democracy of Vertigreen. The USA decides to do what it does best and sends troops into Brazil for peacekeeping. Canada seriously,
Yeah.
Canada seriously regrets bringing them back at this point.
The Lone Shark Tornado inexplicably kicks up. The Carcass Battalion also moves into to keep the USA out.
Danny tells Lickfold that this is a bad idea, since they can use the situation to ally the USA instead. Ohio 2 conquers one of the divisions of Brazil when nobody's looking. He points out that they declared war on Russia for probably being communist, and as such they're already by proxy at war with the CCC.
Lickfold rescinds the order, and then he appoints Danny as his unofficial advisor.
The USA decides to send their best ambassador, James Mark Jones Ronald Jack Johnson Field III, to negotiate an alliance with Carcass Land.
Lickfold requests that the USA play Carcass Fucker at the White House.
James accepts.
Lickfold amends his request and requests to play a concert instead.
He then goes to the president, who for some reason is Walter White from Breaking Bad. This was never explained, by the way, and asks for his opinion. Walt says that this concert should be played in Los Pollos Hermanos. I love how Walter White is just, for some reason, the president of the United States in this arc.
Yeah. Chicken Brothers rent Los Pollos Hermanos.
Gus Fring, the owner, does accept the concept request. It is
revealed that the Chicken Brothers are actually reverse mermaid shark chickens. Carcass Fucker flies to Albuquerque on the Carcass plane. Plus, the chickens are also lone chickens.
President Walt also legalizes meth. However, because the USA has very little money to spend, the whole ordeal causes them to go into crippling debt. Walt decides to start selling meth to raise the national budget. Somehow, this works.
The concert begins and opens with Carcass Fucker's most recent song, Feast of the Goro Lords.
Carcass Fucker are the top meth buyers from Walt. At this moment, the Cerulean...
They request that the painted in order to sell easier in Carcass lands.
At this moment, the Cerulean Empire finishes refilling the oceans with artificial water. Carcass Fucker finds out the meth is low quality and steals the US's funds, causing it to get repossessed. The Lone Shark...
The Lone Shark Chicken Amalgam start sing the meth.
I don't know what that means.
I don't know.
One of the writers furiously retcons the US's reproduction. Repossession. Reproduction.
Jesus Christ.
Because of their plans. Oh, okay. Walter White manages to circumvent all of this by committing tax fraud. And commits tax fraud. I'll just ignore that because this is all due to the retcon.
Carcass Battalion drug lords collaborate with Walter to make the metal meth ever.
Truly incredible. It's called methamphetamine. The writers realize that there are supposed to be 6 divisions when there are 5, and thus sends a magic orb that divides Vertigreen in 2. They forget to come up with a name for one of the divisions, resulting in the 6th division being named a placeholder.
Yeah,
The Vertigreen is now divided into the Democracy of South Vertigreen and the People's Democratic and Fair Republic of North Vertigreen.
North Vertigreen is none of those descriptors.
However, the Placeholderians protest this change and revolt to declare the Placeholder Republic. Ohio 2 immediately conquers Placeholder, which is easy because it doesn't have a properly programmed military yet. This results in Ohio 2 randomly owning a chunk of the Amazon rainforest. Somehow.
Well, all these shenanigans are going on. Murderfist decides to invade Scandinavia, with the exception of Ohio 2.
Danny O'Donnell tries to figure out which Brazilian factions are still allied to Carcass Land. The 6 divisions decide to disown Placeholder because 7 divisions is too much. This doesn't matter because Placeholder is already owned by Ohio 2.
The Lone Sea Great Tradition Amalgams work out which divisions they can take over.
As you do. None. South Vertigreen uses the detonator at the Lone Sea creatures before repossessing them. I guess that just became undone off screen or something. Dr. Doofenshmirtz is
so,
very
so.
proud of his latest invention. Meanwhile, nobody is doing anything about the Scandinavian
Meanwhile,
invasion, so... Oh, that's your
invasions.
line.
Meanwhile, nobody's doing anything about the Scandinavian invasion, so Murderfist manages to take a good chunk of it over. Yeah, don't worry.
The Cerulean Empire, the Strayrulean Empire, Wolf Bark Bark, and Brazil are the ones that are allied to Carcass Land.
One of the writers experiences a strange deja vu.
Danny asks the four of them not to immediately kill each other in a war. Very politely. They agree.
Murderfist realizes he's already conquered Scandinavia earlier and goes back to Germany.
I like to imagine he was just, like, marching into his own territory. Suddenly, all countries' allegiances are randomly scrambled just to fuck with Posey. Posey simply declares no, thus unscrambling all the ally allegiances. The response causes Lobato to enter emotional debt, thus causing him to be repossessed. Somehow, Lobato repossesses himself to solve the issue. Anyway, Norway and Finland have fallen by now, but Russia continues to hold the lines.
Murderfist decides to use the ultimate anti-Russia strategy of invading during any time other than winter.
Russia is pushed back, but are able to slow down Murderfist troops somewhat with their air conditioners.
Murderfist soldiers use air unconditioner to speed up their advance.
Brazil begins using their water generator to flood all of Germany. Oh, by the way, I know exactly where we should stop for today. I don't want to spoil it for the audience, but I know where to stop. Okay. Yeah, Brazil begins using their water generator to flood all of Germany for some fucking reason. Engineer gaming.
I know.
Even though Germany is already conquered by Carcass Fucker and Brazil is allied to Carcass Fucker.
Dreaded loan shark torture, which still exists for some reason, starts tearing the troops apart. Ohio.
This is the hardest thing I've ever had to say.
Jesus, man.
Now that Ohio 2 is basically surrounded by Carcass Land on all sides, Danny decides to meet with John Ohio and asks him to switch sides as it would be in his best interest.
Blickfold says, "What the fuck to Brazil, as Germany is a part of Carcass Land."
I like how whenever I point something out in real time, it gets addressed like immediately at the time it was written.
Yeah, you know. Meanwhile, Murderfist Division troops form a counter-tornado. The tornado dumps all of its loan sharks into Ohio too, where they immediately start repossessing everything.
Erwin Kruckenberg yells obscenities at Brazil. John Ohio, when offered the choice to switch sides, then says, "LOL, okay."
Carcass Battalion soldiers are sent to shovel the water out of Germany.
Fuck, I thought it was part of the woke pyre, says all of Brazil somehow. Brazil moves all of the water to Iceland. Which, by the way, is a woke territory, I think. So they just dump all of it on the woke pyre's land.
God damn. The Los Pollos Hermanos concert concludes, with most of the surrounding area being turned into Carcass Fucker fanatics, including Walter and all present politicians.
Walter isn't too much of a Carcass Fucker fan, just a mild fan, but he does allow them to continue holding concerts. "Walter, put your Carcass Fucker music merch away, Walter. I'm not listening to death metal with you right now, Walter."
Lidful decides to organize Carcass Land's territories by ethnicity because segregation is metal.
Yeah, I'm not surprised they would do that. They are the villains of the story.
The Germanic countries, that being Germany, Austria, Liechtenstein, etc., become Carcass Land. Slavic countries become Carcasslavia, and the original Carcass Land is Carcass Land's Primus because Latin is black metal. Lickfold attempts to buy southern Florida for 0.02 Carcass coin, or $130 million US.
What the fuck? How valuable is a Carcass coin?
I don't know, man.
In the meantime, Canada manages to conquer Alaska from the USA, What a massive feat.
Being allied with the USA, Lakefold sends 30,000 Gorzerkers and 30 Flencers to reclaim Alaska for America.
They get repeatedly shat on by a bunch of geese until they decide Alaska isn't worth it and leave. Ohio 2 starts a campaign of taking over as many unoccupied areas as they can after looking at a map and noticing how much free land there is, completely driving Posey insane because he now has to do even more shit when designing his map.
Oh, this was when you were still doing the map?
Yeah, I did the old country ball map with like the very basic template.
And we kept driving you up the wall.
I know.
Now I remember.
Danny sorry, that's you. My bad.
No, you're good. Lakefold consults Danny to help him make the ultimate parasite.
Danny suggests that he combine every known parasite in the world. Anyway, the 6 divisions of Brazil also begin taking a bunch of unoccupied land.
Lakefold sends out an expedition to collect every parasite they find. He also suggests using dark magic to amplify the parasite. In response to the 6 divisions of Brazil, Lakefold launched a massive crusade into the Middle East.
The CCC quickly realizes they need to march into some of the remaining wastelands and reestablish the old countries, which no one has thought of doing before, for some reason.
Lakefold is already starting to take southern Europe and the Middle East.
Russia sends forces into Japan, Mongolia, and Korea, making all of them countries again. Brazil takes over Antarctica, CE takes over Australia and some of Asia, and SE takes over some of Europe. Korea is just one country, not two. I should specify when it's reestablished. It's like a unified peninsula. South Vertigreen also takes over some of Europe. Woof Bark Bark takes over Central America, I guess.
Kind of funny how we're still not out of October yet, huh?
Oh my god, you're right. This was on the 2nd anniversary of of the beginning of AUL, by the way. We're at the 2-year mark.
Lakefold's that is genuinely insane to think about. Holy shit. Lakefold's armies take over basically everything southeast of Poland.
Mexico ends up being taken over by the Salamanca drug cartel from Breaking Bad, who joined the CCC just because they fucking hate Walt.
One of their members has a fatal knife meth snorting incident.
Italy remains unconquered by anyone since it's still covered in bird shit.
Lakefold organizes all the Middle Eastern countries into Carcarabia.
All of the rest of the unclaimed territory goes to Ohio too, by the way. Seeing how the two nations came to be because of the Stray, both are ruled by the Stray and both have dog-related names. Woof Bark Bark and the Strayrulian Empire unionize. That would not be the correct word in that context. It would be unite, but whatever. Into the greater Strayrulian Empire of Woof Woof Bark Bark. For some reason, there's 2 woofs now. The GSEWWBB for short. It is still allied to Carcass Land, notably. Yeah.
Still allied to Carcass Lands.
Upon seeing how some countries of the Carcass would incentivize kicking puppies because doing such a thing is metal AF, the GSEWWBB ceases being allied to Carcass Land. No, I have to fix it on the map. I literally just finished it.
Lakefold punts a puppy onto GSEWWBB land just to spite them.
The CCC asks for the GSSEWWBB to ally them instead.
Christ.
Carcass Land is literally a part of you, says the GSSEWWBB. I think I spelled that wrong, actually.
Lakefold responds with, what the fuck, no we're not.
The CCC reminds them that its name is the Carcass Crusher Coalition. It is, in fact, against Carcass Land. Ah, okay, says Brazil. In the meantime, the CCC manages to secure and resurrect China, as well as the stand countries besides Afghanistan and Pakistan. The CCC also asks for the help of the 2 Vertigreens. Because Brazil consisted of only a few hundred people, the Cerulean Empire takes over Brazil. This is totally not because Posey wants to greatly simplify the map or anything.
Yeah, sorry, okay.
Both disagree to the alliance. South Vertigreen because they wish to stay neutral, and North Vertigreen because they do not like animals. Okay. The Cerulean Empire and Brazil unionize. Again, that is not how you would use that word, forming the Greater Brazil Cerulean Empire. The Third Carcass War enters its. I like how they just keep coming up with completely stupid names for no reason.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, I don't know why they need to, but whatever, why not? At the Third Carcass War enters its 10th year. At this point, it's now called
10
World War
years.
Carcass, or WWC for short.
Remind me, is this still World War III or what?
It's World War Carcass.
Chronologically, is it the third one?
It's Carcass War 3 or maybe 4. I think LBP has been working on getting it all documented and stuff. This, I guess, is technically World War 3 by...
I'm just gonna assume it's the third one.
Yeah, whatever.
A much longer World War II.
The GSE WWBV cleans Italy and promptly takes over it. Apparently, the Italy is still caked in shit. I forgot about that.
Yeah. Those cross shits all over it again, burying the migrants.
Italy is once again left alone. Luckily, they had set up a shit cleaner bird ender hybrid in the center of Italy, thus cleaning the shit and killing the birds somehow.
The auxiliary birds take over.
The auxiliary birds are promptly killed.
The auxiliary birds take over.
Okay, but please, I'm gonna have to change the map again. I can't do this anymore. I haven't seen my family in years. The auxiliary birds are promptly killed.
The auxiliary birds show up.
The auxiliary birds are promptly killed.
The auxiliary birds show up.
The auxiliary birds are probably killed. Milo's Crow army gets tired of this and they shit on Italy so much that the entire country sinks into the ocean, so no one can ever own it again.
From walking city turns
The GSE recreates Italy using spare land they had flying around. Somehow. The auxiliary birds shit all over it.
Auxiliary birds all over it. Italy shall not be owned.
The birds then enter shit debt. You know what happens next. The birds get repossessed.
Bug to take over. They claim Italy for Insectopolis.
The writers give up and decide to let the GSE have Italy because they're tired of coming up with ways to stop them.
Bugs emigrate to Carcass Land and promptly form the Carcass X division.
The GCE and GSE, I guess the GCE is the Greater Cerulean Empire and GSE is the Greater Strarulean Empire, or whatever. And then notice North Vertigreen's crimes against humanity.
Carcass Land deems North Vertigreen metal for said crimes.
So does South Vertigreen. Every CCC nation begs them not to provoke even more war. Carcass Land deeming North Vertigreen metal for said crime just reminds me of the meme of Obama giving himself the award.
Yes.
For some reason.
Yeah, Carcass Fucker said they provoke more war as begging is plastic.
A random CCC ambassador responds by sending a message to Carcass Fucker saying, "You should kill yourself. Now!" He is fired for unprofessionalism. Anyway, everyone agrees to attempt to invade Vertigreen for some reason. I guess because of the war crimes. The GCE invading from the west, the GSE invading from the east, and South Vertigreen invading from the north. They attack North Vertigreen, but North Vertigreen is able to defend it for itself extremely well, or at least it was, but the GSE pulled off a successful assassination attempt against John North Vertigreen, causing all the troops to stop fighting, and as his protocol for North Vertigreen's day of mourning. This allows South Vertigreen to take over North Vertigreen, also fending off the GCE and the GSE and taking over Madagascar. They have now become Greater Vertigreen, and they have taken over Africa. Somehow.
I
that's
don't
just
know.
whatever.
Meanwhile, progress on the Ultra Mega site is roughly 35% complete.
However, Greater Vertigreen conveniently forgot that a good portion of Africa was owned by Ohio too. This results in them accidentally entering into a war with Ohio too and defaulting to the side of the CCC. Wrong, they just entered the war with Ohio too. Instead, they just formed a temporary allegiance with the CCC, which is basically exactly what I said, but in different words.
Yeah. The Carcass is genetically altered to become larger and thus more adept in combat.
Just as the GCE was about to help their ally and fight Greater Vertigreen with the machine, they realized that it was stolen by Greater Vertigreen.
Lickfold renamed the Carcass Battalion to the Carcass Corps as it has a better ring to it.
I honestly preferred the Carcass Battalion. It just kind of seemed a bit more powerful.
Probably, yeah.
But the battalion is also a very specific military unit, so it kind of makes sense to, yeah. Greater Vertigreen begins using the machine to wipe out the Carcass Corps.
They call upon Satan himself to guard them. They were still Satanists during this time. Goddamn.
Yeah, at this point they were.
Satan obliges and guards them from harm.
GV uses the machine to wipe out Satan. That's Greater Vertigreen, by the way.
Satan retorts, no. This causes a sinkhole to open under the machine.
This causes the machine's lower compartment to open up, thus spawning hell with holy water.
The Hellies counter with unholy water.
This causes a massive explosion of absolutely nothing in particular, causing their hell water and lava supplies to turn highly toxic to ingest, causing mass death in hell.
Fortunately, they're in hell, so they can just revive. Funny how these are the rules.
Yeah, that just...
what we got going on today.
Yeah, they still do revive, but it takes a while, basically.
It takes years, I think.
Yeah. The machine begins reciting every Bible verse as meanwhile, the revivals back then are just fucking Percy Jackson monsters coming back after an episode or 2 chapters.
Yeah.
The machine begins reciting every Bible verse as it nukes hell and Satan repeatedly with holy water.
Satan recites every satanic Bible verse while nuking Greater Vertigreen and the machine with unholy water. This results in a massive nuclear war that destroys hell and Greater Vertigreen. Satan is the only survivor.
How? I mean, I guess hell just repaired itself off screen.
I guess. Satan is the only survivor. He flees to the material realm to join Carcass Fucker.
I don't think this was ever addressed again.
Yeah.
Greater Vertigreen and the machine rebuild themselves from thin air.
Unfortunately, all the air was thickened in the war, so there is no more thin air. Nobody wins in nuclear war.
Because Greater Vertigreen and the machine, somehow it just repeats itself, I don't know, and the machine rebuild themselves from thick air. Because Greater Vertigreen took over so much of Africa, by destroying Vertigreen, Satan also destroyed Africa, and thus Ohio too as well. That doesn't make any sense.
Satan questions how he destroyed Ohio too when it's in Europe.
But Posey said Africa was under Ohio in occupation.
Satan requests a source.
He then links to my source. I guess he forgets that Ohio too was just occupying that land while its base remained in Europe.
Miles Crow puts on about 262625259166 tons.
As you do.
And goes back to joining Carcass Fucker. The resulting ball of shit is enough to completely decimate any invaders. Carcass Fucker now has 14 members.
Where did it shit? Nobody cares.
Your mother's house. There's now a moon-sized ball of shit in the middle of Italy for the whole world to see.
A moon-sized ball of shit in the middle of Italy? That would cover more than just Italy. I think.
Yeah, probably.
The GSE uses the Omega
Just
Slapper to slap the shit into orbit and cause it to fall down with the force and impact of a moon-sized asteroid. The entire world is covered in shit now.
shit levitates and reforms the ball. Lickfold decides it would be metal to launch the newly reformed shit ball into the air. It effectively becomes a new moon. He sends a rocket to colonize it. The lone amalgams race to get there first. They lose.
The lone amalgams promptly enter Raystead and get repossessed. Whatever.
The repossessor turns to be the reverse mermaid loan sharks. A civil war ensues.
I just want to point out that we are still on October 30.
Still on October 30th. What the hell?
I don't know.
Meanwhile, Carcass Moon is being colonized.
Greater Vertigreen and the GSE try to colonize the moon as well, causing it to split in 3.
Lickfold tells the Greater Vertigreen and the GSE to fuck off and troops up to Carcass Moon to drive the two off the moon.
We already split the moon in 3. Shouldn't that be a bigger concern? Says, I guess, Greater Vertigreen and the GSE.
Lickfold tells them to unsplit it and fuck the hell off. Goal.
Oh my god, this is the first time he shows up.
Starkle, one of the head reverse mermaid loan sharks, decides to take advantage of the chaos by sending a stealth recon unit to Carcass Moon. Holy shit. It is subjected to an insanely difficult entry quiz about Carcass Fucker and their music.
Okay, they then unsplit the moon and come back to Earth.
Lickfold's forces spread across the whole of Carcass Moon. Luckily, Skarkle came prepared with earpieces and Carcass Fucker documents.
Anyways, with Africa rebuilt, GB has now taken over all of Africa, I guess.
His recon force is asked to recite the name of Carcass Fucker's lead singer out loud.
Everyone rejoices over the newly unsplit moon when suddenly every TV on Earth is hijacked by a mysterious mustachioed man. I've got a little announcement to make. I don't know if this was ever brought up again.
Skarkle's recon unit accidentally says Lickfold's name and blows up, propelling the moon out of orbit at a very quick pace. Lickfold declares bust, and the bust slams into Carcass Moon, ramming it back into orbit. Due to how motion works in space, Carcass Moon is propelled back onto Earth. Carcass Moon promptly blows up all of everyone, covering them all in shit.
Oh, now the laws of physics matter.
Now they matter, huh?
This is enough to cause France and Switzerland to spontaneously combust. I don't think... Okay, so Switzerland actually did get blown up, but I don't think that was ever, actually, followed up on. And also France.
Yeah.
I mean, France isn't really... Well, there is no France left to be blown up anyway.
I think it's still on fire to this day.
No, it's in the ocean. It crumbled, remember? There's just
the
one
island.
The one island. Yeah, it's on fire underwater somehow.
Yeah.
It's like the one SpongeBob gag.
I mean, I know that's possible scientifically, but still.
It's oil fire.
Oh god. Lickfold asks Milo De La if he can get his crow to make another. Milo tells him to hang on while he feeds his crow more baked beans. Meanwhile, Skarkle decides to create their own moon to inhabit.
With France and Switzerland gone, only 3 main factions remain: Carcassland, Greater Vertigreen, and the CCC. Except for the other Brazilian divisions that I guess he forgot about.
As France is still on fire and still being directly covered by New France, only Switzerland is really affected.
By France, Gamma meant New France.
Yeah, Milo creates new France.
Lickfold gives Milo's crew... No, that's your line, my bad.
Sorry. Oh, my god. Lickfold gives... You're good. Lickfold gives Milo's crow ultra-dense beans and plays Carcass Fucker while the crow eats them. Since France and New France are both on fire, Milo creates New France directly on top of New France, which is in turn directly on top of France. Within seconds...
This is so fucking stupid.
Within seconds, though, a ball that made of shit the size of Jupiter is created.
That would be a bit... That feels a bit important. Of course, everyone in Switzerland simply hides out in bunkers to avoid dying from the explosion.
Skarkle wastes no time in racing to the moon. He loses again.
The CCC creates a rival with a Y band to Carcass Fucker called Mother Chuckler.
Scarpel pulls his forces back and prepares for their backup plan. Metal critics look down on Mother Chuckler for blatantly ripping off Carcass Fucker. Non-metal fans praise Mother Chuckler for changing the status quo. Metaloid observers sit on the fence. However, non-metal fans are too busy listening to BTS to actually help Mother Chuckler.
Damn idiots listening to BTS instead of real music like video game OST. Grrr.
It's true.
Mother Chuckler's 14th member is God himself.
Oh my god.
I guess we should be
Circle
pronouncing him
starts
Jod
airbending
now
and
because he said that canonically.
Yeah. Snorkel starts airbending and creates several shark tornadoes on Carcass Moon 2. They get clogged with shit and die out. Carcass Moon 2 inhabitants are forced to dodge falling shark corpses.
Ohio 2 sends Carcass Moon aid in the form of several mass shipments of shark repellent.
It is used to repel sharks. They are repelled directly into the sun. Side, however, the stream of sharks also manages to blow up the sun somehow.
Again? It's happened like 10 times now in this roleplay.
This plunges everything into darkness. Scarcoal points a random shark as the new sun.
Danny O'Donnell remarks that darkness is pretty metal.
Yeah. And Wickfold agrees, and work begins on fortifying and industrializing Carcass Moon 2. Batman, the very first Batman movie, sues John Ohio for ripping his brands.
Does he have prep time when preparing for the lawsuit?
No, I'm not making this shit up. It genuinely comes up that he gets attacked by a killer shark, which bites onto his leg. It's warded off. He and I shit you not, he uses anti-killer shark spray. It just comes off. I am not making that up.
I mean, I believe it with like the absurdity of Adam West Batman. John Ohio points out that darkness makes you unable to see and thus unable to witness metal sights. Danny argues just use a flashlight.
The sun shark remains on Earth somehow. The area around the shark gets a permanent view of the sunset.
The GCE, as in the Greater Cyrulean Empire, tells Lickfold that unionizing and becoming Greater Carcass Land would be pretty metal.
Lickfold agrees.
The two countries unionize. Now that they're in the countries union, the Earth is forced to pay the minimum wage. The Writers Club Gamma over the head, because the correct term would have been unite, not unionize. I think some of the best Rupert Cord gags have to be when like people use incorrect words based on context, and that like it inadvertently leads to something completely unplanned happening.
True.
Ow, 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 ow.
Snorkel decides to airbend giant balls of ocean water into the air and load them with loan sharks to repossess Carcass Moon 2.
Anyway, the error is fixed, and the two countries do unite, forming Greater Carcass Land. Greater Carcass Land, or GC for short, now spans over Eastern Europe, the Middle East, Asia, Australia, and most of South America.
The CCC just stares in disbelief.
Danny O'Donnell releases a public statement where he announces that this is, in fact, ultimate...
Otherwise known as the KKK, but realizes that he's part of the woke pyre. He's promptly clubbed to death. The loan sharks managed to land on Carcass Moon 2 and set up a base.
However, as has been mentioned before, the Woke Pyre's name is a complete coincidence simply because its founder was named John Woke. That has actually not been mentioned before. This is the first time I've brought that up.
Damn.
The real reason the governor of Sussex was clubbed to death was because he had the word sus in his title. And the word sex.
Sidon explodes.
Oh,
the
shit.
base is promptly raided.
You've got all the lines from now on, buddy.
Oh.
Him speaking just caused the rest of the Woke Pyre to remember he existed. I guess. Okay. Sussex is promptly nuked off the face of the earth I don't
base
know
folds in
who
on
does it,
itself
but
with
it does happen.
the base folds in on itself with the carcass fucker soldiers still inside, while the second wave of loan sharks arrive.
John Ohio recommends that GC try to take America next. Danny O'Donnell doesn't see the purpose of this since the USA is already an ally.
Yeah, Lickfold reminds him that since they're already allied and the seeds have consumed.
John Ohio questions why this message had no mention of America if that's the case. He's breaking the fourth wall. Danny explains that the message was only referring to territory directly owned by Greater Carcass Land, not allied nations, hence why Ohio 2 was excluded. John Ohio apologizes and explains that he flunked middle school geography again. Danny responds with, "We could tell."
Progress on the Carcass site is at 60%. The second loan shark wave constructs a base on top of the first one, with the soldiers still inside.
Danny responds with, "We could tell." Meanwhile, Woke William meets with Wesley, who is still in a mental hospital. This is so Ankh core again.
True.
Not Ankh character core, I should specify. Wesley has recovered a little bit, and he remarks on how bad things are in the Woke Pyre now. They both agree everything was so good before the Third Carcass War and the rise of Whitney and the Dream Stance. William sighs and laments on how the Dream Stance had become so populous that they may be impossible to get rid of. Wesley replies by saying, "Damn, if only genocide was ethical in the Woke Pyre, then we'd get 'em." Which is, what a normal thing to say. William has an epiphany in that moment as he realizes that there is another country involved in the war where ethics aren't even a consideration. He debates the idea in his head, knowing that if he goes through with it, he'd be betraying everything he once stood for. But he's determined to one-up Whitney and take down the Dreamstand army any way he can. He goes home and thinks for a while, trying to decide what to do.
Woke Whitney calls Woke William and asks what's up.
He says he needs to take a mental health break from the war.
Woke Whitney assures Woke William that she can take over for now.
William thanks her and continues pondering.
Meanwhile, Carcass Moon 2 is being rapidly developed. The Loan Sharks managed to set up a secret underground hideout on Carcass Moon 2 while the soldiers are busy getting out of the folded and condensed old base.
At this point, the Catholic Church decides to create an order of elite warriors to assassinate Carcass Fucker for being vehemently satanic. I think LBP wanted me to do this as a plot point. Upon hearing of this, John Ohio decides that now would be a good time to put that secret army of supernatural entities he assembled off screen to good use. Unfortunately, they're all vampires. Luckily, the sun is gone. Even the writers had no idea about this and just watched it in shock.
Unluckily, they camped near the Sun Shark.
Thankfully, they brought their sunscreen. Unluckily, John Ohio left the windows open. The Carcass Fucker assassination group decides to name themselves Carcass Respector. They then head over to Carcass Hagen and attempt their assassination plot. Thankfully, John Ohio closes the windows just in the nick of time, and the vampires are able to launch an attack on the Catholic Church anyway. The Carcass Respector...
They enter Lickfold's room to find him sitting at his desk.
The Catholics just throw holy water at the vampires. Back at the Catholic Church. VG creates a Greater Vertigreen. I think it should be GV, but whatever. Creates a rival band to both Carcass Fucker and Mother Chuckler called the Chuckler. The Chuckle Fucker. It is far better than Mother Chuckler. Carcass Respector takes out a bunch of water cannons and fires holy water directly at Lickfold.
He blocks the water with his chair. Skarkle joins in on the airbends holy water orbs at Lickfold from all angles.
Yeah, remember when Skarkle was just like both siding everything just for the sake of gain? Back when he didn't have like basically ultimate power. Well, he does, but he has much more power now, right?
Yeah.
Greater Carcass Land retaliates with a nuke of unholy water.
He still does that. He's just stronger now.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. He
cancels out the holy water and empowers Lickfolds.
This is true. Scout TF2 creates a rival band called the Chuckle Nuts. This causes some of the members of Carcass Respector to melt somehow.
I don't know.
I think it's referencing this this message up here with Greater Carcass Land retaliating with a nuke of unholy water. But it's also funny to imagine that Scout TF2's band forming is somehow what caused that.
Yeah.
Jesse Pinkman decides to throw his hat into the ring and creates his own band with the Gentleman and Mr. Krabs, both of whom are still in his rehab group. His band is literally just named Right On because that's a thing he and his buddies always say to each other in Breaking Bad.
Most of the lyrics are just yo and bitches.
I honestly should have gone with Vamonos Pest because later in Breaking Bad, I don't think I'd watched the episode by then. Jesse's friends basically form a band called Vamonos Pest, so it would have been a funny reference, but whatever.
Freddy Fazbear and Freddy Fazbear use bombers to dump holy water on Lickfolds.
Remember, one of them is the Irish general, one of them is the actual animatronic, and we don't know which one, usually. As it turns out, the Gentleman had repossessed Mr. Krabs and brought him back to the mortal plane. I don't know why he was ever off it, but whatever. A particularly badass vampire single-handedly takes down the entire bomber fleet. The Gentleman has long since realized he's much happier without bath salts and the stress of leading a massive intergalactic empire, and now gone thanks to constant repossession by lone sea animals.
Lickfold grabs one of the members of Carcass Respector and crushes his skull like a summer grape.
Another member of Carcass Respector whips out a holy cross and starts beating Lickfold over the head with it.
Skarkle summons a holy water typhoon and sends it at Lickfold. Freddy Fazbear jump scares the vampires.
Lickfold tells Carcass Respector to say, Lickfold's name backwards, but backwards.
Lickfold pulls out a war cleaver inscribed with all sorts of satanic paraphernalia and engages in a fight with a member of Carcass Respector.
Mr. Krabs now understands he is much happier without Bikini Bottom and being greedy. It quickly turns into an epic sword fight, referring to Lickfold versus the Carcass Respector guy. Lickfold flips the cross upside down and makes it into a satanic cross as well.
Milo De La Croix joins in for the fun of it.
I don't know whose side he's on. He just joins.
I don't know. Everyone else is so stunned they can't do anything.
This particular member of Carcass Respector happens to be John Church, the current Pope of the Catholic Church.
Protestants sneak attack the Catholics from behind.
Anyway, the satanic cross causes the members' hands to fall off and rip the Pope's head off. John Ohio shows up out of nowhere and jumps John Church, shouting there could only be one John. Thankfully, through the power of praying really, really hard, John Church manages to regenerate his head just in time. Somehow. How does he play? How does he pray when he has no head?
I don't fucking know.
Maybe he does in spirit?
Man.
I guess?
John Wilkes' corpse likes to fistfight John Ohio.
This is literally just so we can have another John in the fight to make it more confusing. He whips out a second cross, as in John Church does, and smacks John Ohio to the side before re-engaging with Lickfold. Except here it says arena ganging. John Vertigreen appears and stabs John Ohio 10 times in the head.
Lickfold wields his massive-ass cleaver as if it were a regular arming sword.
John Ohio puts on his backup head and then turns around and shoots John Vertigreen in the face with an Ohio shotgun. John Vertigreen puts on his backup face and uses the nuke to assassinate John Ohio.
Oh my god.
The writers intervene by continuously giving all the different Johns band-aids so they don't die. John Ohio dodges the nuke.
John Woke decides brains are actually very delicious and just tries to eat the other Johns.
He is now a zombie.
Lickfold fucks up one of his swings and stumbles a bit.
John Vertigreen puts on his backup brain. Oh, I remember what happens here. Oh, I remember. Do you remember?
I don't know.
You will remember soon, I think. John Church sends John Woke directly to hell with a well-timed prayer, causing his zombie form to disintegrate. Then he manages to corner Lickfold. John Arbuckle sicks Garfield on John Vertigreen. Anyway, John Church is about to kill Lickfold when suddenly he gets shot several times in the chest and instantly dies.
Oh, fuck.
The camera pans to reveal none other than Woke William standing behind with a gun.
Uh-oh.
Did you predict this epic twist? I'm such a good writer, okay? You guys didn't see it coming.
Rises to his feet and asks William what he's doing.
William says that they need to focus on clearing up the fight between the other Johns before he can answer that question. John Vertigreen puts on his backup anti-Garfield spray. John Ohio hits Woke William over the head with a frying pan.
Woke William's head explodes and then immediately reforms somehow. Meanwhile, Woke Whitney hears the news and contemplates the recent events in silence.
I don't know how he hears, because I don't know how. I don't know if the fight is being televised, but whatever. She just knows. Anyway, William decides to shrug off that explosion. Tuesday, am I right? He quips before firing. Tuesdays, am I right? He quips before firing at John Vertigreen. John Ohio just kind of gives up and then sadly walks away while pouting like a dog. Which is
remembers that
very strange for him. I never imagined him doing that. Yeah.
Blinkfold remembers that the GCE is his ally and not free, and thus bashes Vertigreen's skull in.
The rest of Carcass Respector is killed off by Woke William soldiers who are quickly entering the arena.
The BBC, otherwise known as the Bulgarian Broadcasting Channel, start broadcasting Woke William's DNA sequence.
And for some reason...
Everyone on Twitter makes fun of Woke William's DNA structure.
Wow! You could say you Carcass fucked it up. I guess. He then... John Ohio then launches 70 nukes at every major CCC city to vent his frustration. The CCC diplomats simply say no, causing the nukes to fly off into space. Presumably they join the Nuclear Republic. Fortunately for William, Wyatt Malsh, who still owns the British Broadcasting Channel, decides to sue the BBC for ripping off the name of his own network, causing them to go offline very quickly. Unfortunately for William, it wasn't quickly enough.
Woke William is forced to retire from being woke.
The nukes all home in on Ganymede instead. Oh god.
Ganymede grabs the nukes and
did everyone forget that Ganymede was still here?
Damn, Jesus Christ.
John Vertigreen dodges, turns the Earth inside out, and Moon jumps to Vertigreen. I guess the fight is still going on, kind of. The Earth says no, and uninside outs itself. You protected yourself this time, buddy. Now that the fight is over, William turns to Lickfold. He explains that he's grown disillusioned with the woke pyre because of Whitney and the overpopulation of dream stands. And against his best wishes, he believes that the only way he can stop her is by switching sides to Carcass Land. The Earth then enters inside-out debt and is promptly repossessed, leaving only the continents. The Earth simply says no again and gets unrepossessed. The ocean, however, remains repossessed. The GSE and Greater Vertigreen proclaim again.
Lickfold remembers William's battle prowess and agrees to let William change to his side, though warns William that he will be closely monitored.
William agrees with this.
Local Lowentrout repossess Earth's vocal cords. Two Flensers enter the room to monitor William.
William then travels to the Netherlands, who still believe he's the reincarnation of William of Orange.
Flensers follow him.
Since he has the title of King of the Netherlands, he orders the Netherlands to switch sides in the war to Carcass Land's side. John Vertigreen then turns the Earth inside out. The Netherlands switches sides, and this is a massive shock to Belgium and Luxembourg. William begins an invasion into Belgium from the Netherlands and asks for Carcass Battalion support from the German border.
Murderfist provides said support. Meanwhile, Woke Whitney continues to sit in silence, feeling betrayed.
Luxembourg's extended warranty for dark magic runs out, causing them to cease being absurdly powerful.
They're easily conquered.
John Vertigreen glues the Earth inside out using flex tape and Gorilla Glue. This is just something that everyone glosses over. As such, they and Belgium quickly fall to the combined might of the Netherlands and Carcass Land.
Woke Whitney decides to send the Dreamstand army, whose population now rivals the amount of stars in the known universe, to deal with Greater Carcass.
Fun fact: I think that would cause Earth to just suffocate in itself.
Probably. Lickvolt himself steps out into the Carcassian border to destroy the stands himself.
John Cerulean pulls out a giant fire machine gun and cooks all of the dream stands before ratioing all of their dead bodies.
Okay, no. The Earth getting turned inside out does actually come up again.
That is true. But most people do actually just gloss over it because everything else that's going on is so insane. The woke Senate tries to keep things under control, but they virtually have no power anymore.
Snorkel teleports to the outside of Earth. I guess he can teleport to it now, and begins colonizing the region known as Outer Earth. Lickvolt says, "Damn it, I was gonna do a cool thing." Woke Whitney now effectively full authority to do whatever the hell she wants.
Danny reacting to the situation live. I guess it was being live streamed, and that's how Woke Whitney knew. Exclaims, "Why the fuck are there so many people named John?"
John, the CEO of John, steps out of the shadows.
Danny's name changes to John Daniel for like 1 second before Danny says no and reverses the name change. Anyway, William decides to declare the Dutch Empire in the Netherlands, Belgium, Luxembourg, and part of Germany. John Cerulean says sorry, despite not being the person who made him upset in the first place.
Woke Whitney secretly spreads out her forces across Europe. The rest of Germany, Austria, and Liechtenstein is still Carcass Land, with a K. Meanwhile, Skarkel's forces have colonized most of Outer Earth.
The CCC simply reacts to this entire situation in complete shock. Sean Marshall exclaims, "This is a moment."
The septic shock thousands die.
No. The CCC dies of septic shock and is thusly replaced with a new and improved CCC-2. Also no, the writers retcon everything up to the septic shock. That means the RP restarts. Dumb fuck. Oh my god, that is aggressive. Posey enters CCC-2 dead and is promptly repossessed.
Johann Hegg dies as a result.
Who even is that?
I don't know.
The CCC-2 just simply decides to rename itself to the CCC, so that effectively nothing has changed at all.
Woke Whitney's forces, having spread out far and regrouped across all of Europe, launches an assault against the Dutch Empire from all angles, including Schmorth.
The Dutch Empire surprisingly holds out well.
Carcass Corps immediately mobilizes and attacks the Woke forces.
The Dutch Empire's success is largely because many of their soldiers are amped up on weed.
Dreamstand army starts doing bath salts to get rid of the weeds. They have their crippling debts. They stop doing bath salts and immediately become immensely wealthy.
Too late. The Dreamstands got repossessed by the lone time travelers the moment they entered debt.
Oh.
But no, they don't. Anyway, William makes a speech to all the people of the Woke Empire to rise up against Whitney's role. I think I meant rule. And stand against the Dreamstands. This does result in various revolts, particularly in Wokington, forcing Whitney to redirect some of her forces. Keyword some.
Whitney tells the people to stop listening to the enemy.
William retorts by saying Whitney is the enemy, which causes even more revolts to occur.
Whitney doxes William.
William strikes back with the most shocking response of all time. "You think you're special for knowing my IP address? Wait, I'm gonna say this in what I think his voice sounds like. You think you're special for knowing my IP address? I've known it my whole life. Everyone gasps.
Within seconds, thousands of dream stands break into his house.
Whitney changes William's IP and doxes that IP. Somehow. William decides he isn't going to surrender. He takes out a Gatling gun and starts gunning them down one by one.
They might toast faster than he can kill them. The carcass flies down into battle, gunning down the dream stands. Skarkle takes advantage of the chaos and sends out Shark Typhoon.
Ow. Okay. John Cerulean jumps into Will's home with the fire machine guns to fry dream stands. The tracking devices are actually bombs again. The rebels blow up a second time.
Skarkle's Typhoons reach William's house and start picking everyone up from the dream stands to the Carcass soldiers to William himself.
The rebels blow up. Okay, I already read that. The woke Senate is horrified by what's going on, and in light of the chaos, they try to remove Whitney from power with a vote of no confidence. But woke Whitney does not respond. When the woke Senate sends their troops to forcefully apprehend her, there's a slight problem. They realize that they're vastly outnumbered.
Yeah, see. Well, Lakefold grabs William and holds him down, not being picked up himself due to being 450 pounds of muscle, not counting armor. Several sharks are launched into Lakefold, scoring direct hits.
William fires at the sharks with his Gatling gun. Lakefold shrugs off the hits.
He shrugs him off, being built like a space marine from Warhammer. Woke Whitney doesn't kill the enemy soldiers, only capture them.
The woke Senate, however, is simply forcefully disbanded by the Dreamstand army. This is illegal, but there's no one really left to stop it. Woke Whitney's forces effectively have full control of the nation at this point.
Woke Whitney can't but wonder, is this truly what she wants?
John Cerulean jumps and breaks into Whitney's house before setting up a nuke that will blow up the moment she gets home.
Unfortunately, Whitney decides right then and there to move. Meanwhile, Lakefold is still cutting down the dream stands clad in hoodies and masks.
Meanwhile, the Dutch Empire reinforcements finally show up at William's home, only to find that it no longer exists.
Typhoons have long since torn it to shreds.
John Cerulean jumps and breaks into Whitney's new house before setting up a nuke that will blow up the moment she gets home.
Whitney becomes a nomad.
As you do. Yeah. The writers issue a cease and desist letter to John Cerulean telling him to stop doing this. John Cerulean jumps and breaks into the writer's office before setting up a nuke that will blow up the moment it gets set up. The writers simply retcon the nuke. Since their hands have been forced, they also retcon John Cerulean's mom. John Cerulean does not have a mother. He never has had one. He just randomly came to be one day. His father created him in a lab, actually.
Skarkle, having conquered all of Outer Earth at this point, decides to launch an assault against all of Inner Earth by opening holes in Earth for their forces to enter. The writers are sued by someone by the name of Loboto for copyright infringements.
True. Dutch Imperial forces manage to find William and escort him to safety.
Lakefold tags along.
Danny reaches out to Lakefold and claims that he's finally created a resurrection device. This can be used to bring back Galloway, and he has the key. Oh, this part is sick. I remember it. This causes everyone who isn't politically important to get swept up and sent to space, killing nearly everyone. Okay. The writers retcon the mass death because it's anticlimactic. There we go. In court, Saul Goodman points out that nobody actually has a copyright on the concept of people being made in labs in reference to the Loboto copyright infringement case.
Lakefold says, sweet, I'll be there in a few Carcass minutes.
In reference to Danny talking about the resurrection device.
Skarkle starts sharkboarding Saul Goodman.
The lone shark attack still happens despite the fact that the mass death is now retconned.
Just popped in for a minute.
I beg your pardon?
Loboto just popped in for a minute.
Wait, he did?
Yeah.
I thought
I
Lobato
didn't
said he
say
was going
anything.
to go to sleep, like, really early today.
I don't
I
know.
feel like
Anyway,
he's failed to do that.
Luke Full hurries back to Carcass Lands.
For context, it's 3 a.m. where we both are, so
Jesus.
so there you go. I don't I think he might, yeah, you know, maybe
You know.
yeah. Sorry, what were you doing again? I kind of missed that. What was the last message?
Luke Full hurries back to Carcass Lands.
But it's then that William stops him with a transmission.
Teammate decides he's done watching Earth and moves on to other galaxies.
William tells Lickfold that he has some very, very important information. Yeah, Ganymede just leaves, I guess. Just fucking leaves. Lickfold asks what the information is. William decides to send Lickfold some confidential CCC files he had when he was still allied with them. By the way, it is now decided that 10% of all people get swept up and die in the violence, basically. In the lone shark attack.
Over the files.
Much to Lickfold's horror, the files reveal that the entire time, Danny O'Donnell was a double agent for the CCC. The Danny O'Donnell boss fight will happen in 8K10E 9875PO.CHR seconds. Danny, appealing to his former partnership with Lickfold in the Sovereign Lad / Carcass Fucker era, planned to get close to Lickfold so he could learn as much about his mutant program as he could, and send over all the information he gained to the CCC, thus allowing the CCC to, in secret, develop an antidote that could take down the entire mutant program.
Lickfold trembles with rage.
Danny, meanwhile, already fears that William might have told Lickfold everything. As such, he prepares the resurrection machine as fast as he can and gets the key ready.
Oh fuck, I know what we're coming to. Oh my god. Lickfold storms to the mutant lab. Yeah.
Oh.
We're gonna end at that part, right?
Yeah, we are gonna end after that, because it is getting close to 4, and I kind of have to go to bed then, so... If I want to wake up at a reasonable time, like, come on. Like, if I really wanted to fuck myself over, I could probably go until, like, 6. But, no, we're not gonna do that.
Not lives, after all.
True. Danny, meanwhile... Yeah, okay, I already read that. Danny's just about to activate the machine when Lickfold arrives.
Lickfold raises War Cleaver.
John Ohio also shows up at the mutant lab for unrelated reasons, as in one of the scientists owes him $5. Danny completely ignores John and turns to Lickfold.
There's also a typhoon ravaging the lab that no one cares about or pays any attention.
William told you everything, didn't he?
It does make
like
a nice
how
confrontational...
I included, like, translations in non-Scottish English. William told you everything, didn't he? I figured I didn't I have much time left.
Indeed not. Your death draws nigh.
Would you pair murder me after all we've been through? This has gone too far, Lickfold. You've gone too far.
Typhoon makes a nice confrontation backdrop.
All I ever wanted was for our bands to chill and run concerts together. But ye, it turned it into this whole game of conquering the world and committing genocide and causing so many folk suffering. And how come? For this medal? Okay, I'm not going to read the parentheses as well, that's not necessary. My Scottish accent is helped by seeing, like, the different spelling and, like, getting prompted. A Carcass Fucker complete with a temporary clone of Lickfold, Chuckle Fucker, Chuckle Nuts, Right On, and Mother Chuckler appear to put some dramatic rock music in the background.
I think it meshes well with the others at all.
But it somehow still sounds good.
Someone mistakenly starts playing Bulgarian bagpipes and almost gets everyone there killed.
Jesse Pinkman.
They're killed.
I guess. I don't know. Jesse Pinkman keeps saying yo and bitch in the background while Denny monologues.
I have done all I have done in the name of that great cause. You are too weak to proceed with it. You shall perish with its weight.
At some point, someone starts broadcasting the confrontation live to every device on the planet. Billions watch in anticipation. Hold on a second. Don't you see how far you've fallen? This is no metal at all. 'Tis a nightmare, Danny retorts.
Everyone continues to ignore the Shark Typhoon.
I'm naive to let you take over the world, Lickfold. The audience demands Danny to speak normal. No one is understanding him. Fuck ye, Danny responds.
We never did always see eye to eye, did we, Daniel? You were never in favor of the greater projects. You always claimed they were too extreme.
Genocide is a bar more than extreme, laddie.
The writers love the audience.
With Taro. Why are there so many apostrophes?
I don't know.
The poor lad that notices the Shark Typhoon is shot in the head by the Among Illuminati. I'll start putting the normal translations in parentheses. And I did.
It is necessary for a great plan, Daniel. You don't remember when we would converse of our plans of global subjugation? Or were you a traitor then as well?
I was only a mucker when we did with. Give me a couple moments. I need to prepare myself for this. I was only a mucker when we did with Mike Leals and still have space. Now you're making pain, far off with much pain. Daniel accidentally pronounces Lickvold's name in its entirety, I guess, wasting his totem of undying. And no, he does not. It ends today, Lickvold. At that moment, Danny presses a button on the lab wall, causing a door to shut between him and Lickfold. He desperately tries to activate the machine before Lickfold can get to him.
Lickfold slams through the door and swings his cleaver at Danny.
Danny takes out a sword and starts dueling with Lickfold.
The doors are torn apart by the Typhoon, though everyone acts like they're still there. The ground is caught in the Typhoon and gets picked up.
The two engage in sorry, my bad.
The heroes type sword fights.
Whenever Danny is gaining the upper hand, the background music becomes more like Scottish bagpipes. Whenever Lickfold is winning, it shifts to death metal. The background music is the ultimate black pedal combo. Remember when Lickfold and Danny had similar power scaling? Remember when they had similar power scaling?
I remember when that was a thing that existed.
Yeah. The background music is the ultimate black pedal combo. John Ohio, who has just finished collecting the $5 he was owed, notices the dramatic confrontation and is filled with a sudden rage. Danny, you fuck! You owe me 10! He promptly joins the fight with his Ohio shotgun. I tried to make it sound like Senator Armstrong.
I don't know what it sounds like, admittedly.
That's fine.
He is instantly launched away by a cartoon spring platform. Lickfold and Danny are high up in the air now due to the ground being picked up.
Danny uses his sonic bagpipe, which is a thing he has that is just now established, to knock John Ohio back with a shockwave before turning his attention back to Lickfold. I guess John Ohio needed to be knocked back twice.
Yeah, more. The walls have since been ripped off. You were always the more restrained. You never used your fortune to achieve greatness. The two keep accidentally dodging stray sharks without acknowledging them.
Greatness? That's what you call this endless carnage?
It is what must be done. If you do not see the glory in it, then you are lost to me.
Good, for you lost I might die. Danny kicks back Lickfold and continues sitting up the machine as best as he can, while it's floating in midair nearby them.
The Black Pedal players continue to work overtime.
It would be crazy to watch this live, wouldn't it?
It was, yeah.
Wanting to at least do something, John Ohio just uses his Ohio sniper rifle to shoot down any sharks that get too close to Lickfold for the rest of the fight.
This isn't necessary as the sharks keep missing. Meanwhile, Lickfold...
Jesse Pinkman starts saying yo and bitch 10 times as frequently to add to the background music. Billions of people watch their devices in absolute astonishment as the fight continues. Not millions, billions.
Hey, Poseidon.
What?
Hey. We're still on the 30th of October, by the way.
Still on the 30th of October?
Yeah.
I'm gonna fucking lose my mind. How long does the 30th of October last? I think it lasts for like...
Just thought I'd point that out.
I think it might be like up to 3 hours of this might just be October 30.
Just thought I'd point that out, you know?
Oh my god! And since the last time we pointed that out, only 2 hours have passed on October 30. That is how fast these messages were being written.
Lickfold chokeslams Danny, rebounds him off the floor, and kicks him into a random piece of flying detritus.
He's weak, but as the resurrection machine flies back, he manages to tap a few more buttons, almost finalizing it. There's just one left. Scout TF2 sings amazing lyrics that he made up on the spot about the ongoing clash of ideals. Unfortunately, the writers are too lazy to actually come up with a real song, so you'll just have to take our word for it. However, the machine flies away into the typhoon out of his reach before he can press it, as in Danny pressing the resurrection machine.
The ground starts fracturing. Individual segments start rising higher than others and tilting.
You can't stop this, Lickfold. This is the end, Danny shouts as he runs back to Lickfold and continues battling him to the best of his strength.
Lickfold swings his cleaver with increased ferocity as his rage mounts.
Danny almost manages to slash Lickfold critically, but just barely misses. His failure opens him up to an attack.
Lickfold suddenly drops down and swings his cleaver across Danny's abdomen, pulling out guts with serrations.
Content warning for gore? Probably. Danny gasps and sputters blood as he collapses to the floor, barely holding on to his sword. I'm a nice sorry.
Danny's blood gets into the typhoon, turning it red.
That's hard. Damn.
At least you attained some honor. Glad you used it for the right purpose.
Danny musters up his remaining strength to say his last words. I see this is why our story comes to a close, Lickfold. There were good times and ill times. Just the end more thing, though. This machine is indeed a resurrection machine, but it sure as hell isn't for Galloway. Gilravage your rampage while it continues. Ye will catch up with retribution soon, my old mucker. Scout TF2, who has at this point run out of ideas for song lyrics and is just casually reciting songs from the MGR sound effect, I think Metal Gear Rising, punctuates this moment with a loud, "Beneath the bloodstained sand!" At that, Danny uses the last of his strength to hurl his sword right at the resurrection machine, passing by, with the sword hitting the final activation button in midair. The machine suddenly shakes and rattles and fires a golden beam right into the sky. The Omega Impostor awakens. I'm just kidding.
Lickfold quickly turns to face this.
Danny chokes, coughs, and bleeds out once and for all, dying. However, a smile remains on his face as he knows he was successful.
Lickfold picks up Danny, by the chest and holds him. There were indeed good times. As he tears off Danny's head for ornaments.
Jesus Christ, that's brutal. Okay.
Lickfold casts the headless corpse into the blood typhoon and walks out through a hole that somehow appeared in it.
Jesse Pinkman is the first to say something. Yo, bitch, this is just like when Gus killed that guy with the switchblade in front of Mr. White and that. Good times, man. Good times.
Mr. Lodeleger corrects Jesse that Gus killed Victor with the box cutter.
Ah, right on. Dramatic memories, bitch. That's all.
Mr. Lodeleger nods and pulls out a bottle of
I
rum.
just love that Jesse Pinkman was just fucking watching this whole thing.
Jesus Christ.
Why was he there? I guess he was there because he has a band and all that. Billions of people have now been thoroughly traumatized seeing as they watched Danny's death live.
The entire Carcass Corps kneels in respect for Danny, a good man who lost his way.
The typhoon.
Subsides.
Yeah, my bad. John Ohio is still rather pissed that he continues to be incapable of ever doing anything that is actually relevant to the plot. Oh boy. Oh boy, John. About that.
Oh, ho, ho, ho. Foster Lodeleger tosses him some rum.
In the immediate aftermath of the situation, the CCC holds a meeting with its top generals such as Sean Marshall, Nikolai Sabatov, and Freddy Fazbear. Okay, so
Freddy Fazbear.
I intend to keep going for a little while to another moment that is like the perfect cliffhanger in my opinion, and I think you know what I'm talking about.
I know, yeah.
Sean insists that the CCC needs to be absolutely sure William no longer has access to the rest of their private data. He then uses this statement as a segue into a NordVPN sponsorship, which Lobato thought was so funny that he actually pinned it to the channel.
Yeah. Sponsorship is broadcasted all over the world and uses William to represent the hackers that want to steal your data. William's reputation plummets.
I don't know why his reputation would even be high among the CCC at the moment.
I don't know.
Anyway, the CCC decides they need to also figure out what the machine did. That's when they get reports of residents of the UK seeing a golden beam trailing through the sky.
It turns out to be Grigor's piss. Reports coming about a second golden beam in the UK.
This one is actually from the machine. It started out from Carcasshagen and traveled across Europe thus far, and is now passing over the UK. Reports come in of a third gold beam. All of the bands go back home, by the way. And the third gold beam is Grigor's piss. A fourth one is identified as Eggman Super Laser Piss. A fifth one is identified as Gamma. He says hi.
The sixth one is identified as a random yellow tube in the UK that doesn't actually do anything.
Anyway, the second beam, the one that is actually from the machine, carries on past the UK further north, but for some reason a mini beam breaks off from the main beam while it's passing over Scotland because of some fucking dumb miscalculation, I guess.
Oh fuck, it's this part. Oh no. Suddenly everyone in the room hears a knock on the door. They go to open it only to find Galloway. And so long. Oh fuck.
Jesse Pinkman says, "Yo, what up, bitch?" A lot of people are confused because Danny explicitly said the resurrection machine wasn't for Galloway. Oh,
Son,
this part is... Do you want me to try it in my Scottish accent?
They want you to try it in your Scottish accent.
Oh god, I mean, I've recorded it before. Galloway is in the middle of saying, "Well, hello again, friends. It seems as though a miscalculation on the part of my good friend Danny has brought me back to life in flesh and blood once more. Now that I'm here, I just want you to know that your days are numbered. Your lives are going to run dry very soon. And you don't even realize. Let me explain. Below this room is the world's most powerful bomb in the world." That's a bit redundant, but okay. "Capable of blowing this whole miserable world to bits." Okay, he really keeps saying the world. Okay. Now I'd rather much not have it come to that, but I will if I must. So here are my terms. You let me take over your sad sack of an organization, and in return the human race lives. I'm sure we can both agree that this is a pretty good deal, correct? I don't know about you, but not dying always sounds good to me. Think about it. In a couple years' time, humans could conquer other planets. We can take over. We can survive. We can stand up to those who look down and laugh at us. Or we can fold in on ourselves like a man named John Glapes, the CEO of Glapes, pinching a glape between his cold and crusty and covered in goat urine he won in a sweepstake that advertised the chance to win a new pair of socks. only to tell him to go fuck himself, causing him to turn to bath salts to cope, and in turn causing him to gain hundreds of thousands in debt, in addition to selling his genitals on the black market, just to stay ahead of the loan sharks and the loan dolphins, and the loan weird shark chicken amalgam fingers. So what's it gonna be, huh? Will ya prosper, or will ya be a glape?
He's in the middle of saying all that, but only gets to finish well as a shark immediately punts him into a nearby wall at terminal velocity. The others immediately go back to their previous discussion. For my money, that's really the best joke I've ever written for AUL.
I do. I agree. That is your peak. Not that you haven't made a lot of other good ones as well at various points.
Yeah, true.
Damn bitch, Jesse remarks before heading off to write a new Right On album with the Gentleman and Mr. Krabs. As a just barely still alive Galloway, he's still alive somehow, attempts to get up and finish his speech, John Ohio breaks through the wall Kool-Aid Man style, and shanks Galloway with his Ohio knife and kills him. He owed me 20. Sorry, he owed me 20! His corpse is then repossessed by a lone whale. His body is then possessed by a stray dog. This actually leaves him significantly more intelligent than he was before.
The concept of being a stray is repossessed by Skarkle. Through this, Skarkle single-handedly solves the homelessness crisis.
Amazing. At the same time, Walter White strategically passes a random bill that doesn't do anything, and the entire US population falsely believes he just solved homelessness. This results in his re-election. Walter White is then assassinated by Biker Black, or at least an attempt is made on his life, but he dodges the bullet.
Grinder Gray steps out of the shadows, causing Walter and Biker to team up to face the greater evil.
Walt triggers a chemical reaction that causes Grinder to instantly explode.
Since Earth is still inside out, Skarkle starts hatching a plan on how to take over Inner Earth.
Fuckville, now that Ganymede is left, is overtaken by rebels who declare the new Republic of England. They politely ask Woke Whitney to hand over Wokington and finally put an end to the horrendous border gore in England, which still exists, by the way.
Oh.
Okay, England, of course, promptly joins the CCC. All across Two-Rope, the remaining countries rejoice in celebration as they're finally able to return their normal city names. Galloway is then appointed as the vice president of the GSE. I guess he's effectively a reanimated corpse, though, so it doesn't really matter.
Galloway's corpse quickly gets a no-confidence votes.
John Ohio sends a fleet of Ohioan warships to the new Republic of England because British people don't deserve to exist. Or I say, British people don't deserve to exist.
British people.
Galloway remains a vice president anyway, despite having a no-confidence vote, which is because the stray dog leaving, controlling his body doesn't really comprehend the idea of leaving office. The CCC decides to allow John Ohio to raid England with warships, I guess. The Republic of England immediately collapses out of fear and is absorbed into Wokington. The Wokepire now controls all of England. Woke Whitney, oh god.
Woke Whitney retains England as a city-state to maintain the border gore.
This is...
Again, that's an entire nation.
I already read that, so read this line.
This is because the stray dog controlling his body doesn't comprehend the idea of leaving off.
No, I read that. Read the next one after that.
Oh. The loan sharks decide they're going to flood in an Earth, yeah?
Later, they need time to prepare, of course. Happy to actually have managed to do something mildly important, John Ohio decides to take a nap.
Skarkle repossesses time.
A vertigreen spy agent uses pills to temporarily turn into a shark, thusly reports his plan to John Vertigreen, which tells every other nation about it. Speaking of water, John Cerulean fires up their artificial water generator to fix up the oceans being gone again, which is convenient, because everyone else forgot about it. I can't attest that I did.
Lickfold orders the Carcass program to be restarted, though without Danny, it will undoubtedly go slower. Reverse Mermaid loan shark spies feed Lickfold wrong information and secretly sabotage the projects. Unfortunately, their sabotage unintentionally better.
Vertigreen and the GSE temporarily ally with each other to attack the Skarkle. The Skarkle. Okay. The GSE is... Oh, sorry, the Sharkle. The GSE... I think this is just because Gamma wasn't paying attention to the spelling at all. The GSE is tasked with building a base and digging the hole, whereas Vertigreen is tasked with fighting the Sharkle.
Liefeld calls this a pussy maneuver. It's just firebombing.
John Vertigreen replies with, could work, but given how the Outer Earth is basically the core, I'm not so sure about that idea. Though now that I think about it, maybe it would be a good idea to develop some space shields to protect the Earth.
As Outer Earth has effectively been turned into nothing but ocean by the Lone Shark colonists, oh my god, how much longer until we get to the parts?
I thought it came directly after. I'm a bit...
We're still in October 30th.
It's true. Oh my god.
What the fuck? Oh. Firebombing is ruled out. Oh my god.
I don't know how that would work, considering...
Sparkle invests in Roman technology.
Yeah.
Oh my god. He also sends expedition teams to nearby planets with water in preparation for the mass flooding. Meanwhile, woke Whitney starts amassing a large army of funds.
Lickfold is... Oh my god.
Lickfold is sued by Pharaoh Khanum, and when the latter finds out about the Carcass Course and issues slaughter swords, take direct derivation from the Egyptian Kopes. They go to courts. Jesus, dick. Lickfold argues that the Egyptians shouldn't have made such a metal weapon if they didn't want to get imitated.
Imagine James Somerton using that excuse. He actually did say something like that. I remember that from the H-Bomber Guy video. He said something like, it's impossible not to plagiarize the celluloid closet because it's such a good resource.
Jesus Christ.
That's actually true. He said that.
What a fucking asshole.
Yeah, he really is.
Tutankhamun, Lickfold, what the fuck he's talking about. Lickfold re-kills Tutankhamun after realizing the trial will go nowhere. No one can really do much about this. Lickfold gets arrested for re-murder. He says no, causing all the charges to be lifted. Instead gets positively charged, accidentally static shocked by everything in the room all at once.
I do love the double word meaning gags. Like, those are some of my favorites. Like, the boomerang the idea flies around him, boomerangs him in the head after he throws it out there.
He deems this metal. This results in not binding.
Okay, we're finally here. God.
Oh, holy shit.
Okay.
Fucking finally. Okay.
We're finally free, eh? In the meantime, CCC trackers finally... I remember being so fucking hyped when I wrote this. Okay.
This has been going on for 7 hours.
Almost 7 hours and 15 minutes if I'm being specific.
And we're still on October 30th.
This date is going to be seared into my brain eternally after this. God fucking Christ. Oh my.
Oh my.
In the meantime, CCC trackers finally notice. I like how there's like a 3-hour jump between those between the messages here. Yeah. In the meantime,
Dude,
CCC trackers.
Those fucking moments.
Oh, holy shit, I forgot to take my melatonin. That's probably crucial. Should probably do that now.
You should take that.
Yeah.
That's important.
Yep. One moment while I do this. Yeah, I did try to make this one of the most memorable moments in the entire roleplay. I hope I succeeded. I mean, I was pretty hyped. I was hyped as fuck writing it. In the meantime, CCC trackers finally noticed the golden beam of the resurrection machine coming to a stop over the far north of Greenland. The beam then turns downward and descends through the rough blizzards to the thick snow. There's a single, solitary house of modest wooden materials standing out amongst the dreary white of the terrain. And nearby that house is a decorated grave. One which marks the resting point of a fallen warrior, A man who fought for liberty and virtue in more than one world. A fighter so skilled and so soon ripped from the world with so much time ahead of him that anyone could understand why Danny chose him as the machine's target. For if anyone were able to stand up to the tyranny of Carcassland and fight back against the other villains in the world, it would be him. The golden beam finally hits the grave, and the energy seeps through the surrounding snow, traveling underground until it reaches its destination. There is silence, crippling silence, save for the howling of the winds, for the next few moments. And then, a different shriek breaks out. One of passion and one of fury. As the snow collapses around the grave, a legendary figure emerges from the permafrost soil, allowed to walk the earth once more. He stands at attention, regarding his surroundings, realizing he's once again in the realm of the living. The warrior sighs as he unsheaths his crimson blade, which has been laid to the rest next to him. And he shouts with blood-curdling ferocity made yet more frightening by his boar-like face. Huh? That was quite the voice crack. It doesn't hit the same when I do it.
Jesus.
He makes his way over to his house and caresses the wall, letting the reality of his current situation sink in. I gotta say, he remarks, whoever did this really could have waited a little longer. Just a tad longer, if you will. I mean, I was about to epic GG own those demons in Hell Pixel Sin Wars. And I just have to ask why, he ponders. Nobody would go through the comical amount of effort it must have taken to come up with whatever insane unhinged technique they must have used to bring me back to the mortal plane, just because they miss me that much. I mean, some may call me a narcissist. If you ask me, they're just jealous of how perfect I am. But I know for sure I'm not a stupid narcissist. The newly revived warrior notices his Arctic dogs. Sleeping in their pen and ruffles their fur a little because he loves his dogs. There's a reason I'm here. Now I'm gonna go out on a limb and say it's because I have some business I'm meant to take care of. As he begins contemplating things, his gut twists in an instinctual, ominous feeling. And as if the air becomes ripe with the smell of danger, I suppose, his Suscrofian snout shrivels in alarm and then disgust. I made that word up, by the way. That's not real. That's not a word that people say. It's based on a scientific name for the pig, which is Sus Scrofa, which is, imposter among us. Yeah, same. There's also the German guy named Amon Gus.
Oh.
He recognizes that feeling. He's felt it before. Well, he states, seems as though all my alarm bells are going off. My tyranny tinglings, as it were. I sense it. The most vile thing of which I have dedicated my life and my afterlife to fighting. His lip twists in an angry snarl as he speaks the word. Government.
Typhoon immediately rips a big chunk out of the cabin.
The warrior turns and watches this happen and responds with, bruh, in a very monotone voice.
Bruh. He also witnesses, including but not limited to, shark tornadoes, aggressive dream propaganda posters detailing something about a holy vibrator, more posters detailing something a woke mob, the newfound skybox as a result of Earth turning inside out, and Grigor's piss beam.
Yeah, you'll never get any of that explained for you, by the way.
Yeah.
The warrior crosses his arms as he sees all of this. You can't be serious. This is a deserted tundra in the middle of Greenland. How am I even seeing all these things? What sorcery is this? He turns back to his cabin, which is now partially destroyed. This seems like it'll be a minor issue, just, a slight wrench in a master plan. But then again, I've experienced worse. I have a job to do. At that, the warrior slings his sword over his shoulder and begins trudging through the snowy tundra, looking for the nearest bit of human civilization. He hasn't spent very long in this new, messed-up version of Earth, but he knows it's not the way it should be.
As it happens, he finds a hole leading to Outer Earth. Sharks pour in from the hole every once in a while.
The warrior regards this hole confusedly and looks ahead with newfound determination. I'll do what I do best. Burn everything to the ground until whichever tyrants have grasped this planet in their iron fists are gone. Clearly, he thinks, this world is completely fucked up, and whoever brought it to this point through their tyranny would face the blood goths. The blood goth? Okay, the blood goth!
Oh God.
Second season of Wednesday going fucking crazy, dude.
I know, right? Okay.
And whoever brought it to this point through
And
their
so,
tyranny would face the Blood God's wrath.
and so he sets out to right the wrongs of the worlds. Enter. No blades.
Enter Technoblade. Did anyone... I wonder if anyone watching this would have guessed that, like, who it was before we ended up revealing, because I know that you said you
Probably
guessed it
yes,
when
'cause, like,
the Sky Wars reference was made, or Bed Wars, or whatever it was.
Also, just his physical description.
That is true. Yeah, fair enough. I think most of my fans would probably get it because they know I'm a Technoblade fan.
Probably.
They probably also are, statistically speaking.
Related to this, Walter White passes a new law in the U.S. replacing.
I think we can
fast
we can start off with that like next time. I think we're good to leave off on this cliffhanger.
I'm gonna copy the message.
Yeah, yeah, good idea, good idea. I will be totally honest. Like this was, like 4 months or so after Technoblade passed away, and I was still like coping really hard. So I was like, "Fuck it, why don't I just do like some wish fulfillment bullshit and just include him in the role play?" And I'm actually pretty happy with how I've integrated him. Like he's pretty major going forward, and he has like he has a pretty cool like storyline and all that, and he has some nice moments. Yeah.
I think this is a good.
I think, yeah, dude, I'm so fucking tired.
Oh God, it's.
Do you know how long we've been
1:40
streaming? We've almost been streaming for 7.5 hours.
Oh my God,
Buddy, it's almost 4 for me. I'm not even joking. Oh God.
Hey, Basan, I know. If I recall correctly, I think the new Among Us map, the Fungal, has already been up by Gamma before. But do you think it'll ever become like an important part of the plot, like the way I try to incorporate the airship?
Yeah, we could try that. I mean, sure, why not? I feel like we should.
I just think.
I feel like the next arc, which I've already pitched to you in DMs. I kind of want that to go to kind of return to more classic AUL with like the original shenanigans, like with storylines, of course, but like kind of like a spacefaring adventure sort of thing, and not just like stuff happening on Earth. And I think that it might be fun to go back to the roots a little bit if you agree.
Yeah, that could be fun.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm not going to reveal the details of that arc. It's just the newest arc we've been planning. This roleplay is still going, just so everyone remembers that.
You're not going to see it for a while, given that we are still in October 30th.
That arc will probably be done by the time we reach the beginning of it in terms of the streams.
Oh my God.
But yeah, I mean, the roleplay is still going on. We're talking about the latest arc now. It's been going on for over 3 years. Going on 4.
I don't know if we'll even be out of 2023 by the time we get to by the time like the next one finishes or the one after.
It's true. Keep in mind, it never stopped being October 30.
Yeah.
Anyway,
through all that.
I think we should probably wrap things up here. Thanks, everyone, for watching. We have 2 concurrent viewers. We had a concurrent viewer, at least one, for most of the stream. Somehow. I am genuinely shocked.
I have a tab open.
Oh, that's true. That might have been you.
That is a distinct possibility.
Well, either way.
To everyone who sees this after the fact, thank you for making it this far. I know these tend to go on for a while, but I think
I'm
that's
lucky
that
I have such a short attention span that I speed up all of my YouTube videos that I rewatched to 2 times speed. Even then, this is still almost 4 hours long.
Oh my God. But yeah, this was fun, and I'm down to do another one when we all have time. Maybe next time Loboda can actually join for real.
If we really want to just completely ruin ourselves, we could just do one tomorrow.
I'm sure we could.
I don't think it will go on for as long as this one, though. Mainly because I actually have to go to sleep at a reasonable time because I have class.
Yeah, thanks everyone for watching. Free Palestine.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, remember to donate to the PCRF because I mean I've always had that little donation thing up in the top for everyone who's seeing this. So if you ever feel like chipping in, I guess I didn't really mention it much of this stream. I did just do like a whole like 4-day long event where like I did it specifically for charity purposes for the end of Kisnet.
You're right.
I intend to keep having this on all of my streams, so there you go. I mean, if you can spare any money or like you want to share it around, then I strongly encourage it. And thanks A for being on the stream.
No problem. These are always fun.
Yeah, they're fun as shit, man.
But anyway, yeah.
I was eating a turkey stick, by the way, if anyone was confused about the ASMR there. I gotta eat something because it's almost 4 in the morning and I haven't eaten since dinner, so... Which was like at 7, so... There you go, right?
I should. Probably should.
Well, with that said, thanks everyone for watching. I'm just gonna stall now so that OBS doesn't cut me off like super early because I know it does that. It always does that. It's really annoying.
Yeah, thanks everyone for watching. Free Palestine and trans rights are human rights, and we'll see you next time.
Yeah.
Where we get into more. Goodbye.
Bye.